Hello, everybody. Saturday night, and welcome to the pub. Hope you're all well. I see you, RW, and Last Dance. Good to see you, fellas. And yeah, we should be popping in on YouTube momentarily. And there we go. All right, cool. Welcome, everybody. Hope you had a good week. It's been a pretty good week here. I had the week off from work, so been pretty lazy, doing some small stuff here and there, but just enjoying myself. End of the year, burning up some vacation, so whatever. Nice long weekend, and after tonight, I won't see you guys till next year. So hopefully, everyone is good and safe for New Year's, New Year Eve. Just remember, it's amateur night, so it ain't worth it. Well, it ain't worth it for me. Maybe it is for some of you to go out, but never had a lot of great experiences on New Year Eve, so whatever. Do what you want. Just be careful. A lot of idiots out there. Hey, Simon Sideways. Good to see you, man. Welcome. I hope you had a good stream yourself today. I think you're doing pretty well for yourself, and keep it going, man. Everybody check him out. He's a great sub on YouTube. And you see his name, Reverend Simon Sideways. Give him a sub. Check out his stuff. He does a sort of a pub style thing. I think it probably starts about 4 hours ago, whatever time that is. Maybe, I don't know, 8 o'clock or so, something like that. Chris John Wright, good to see you. Welcome back. Wrexham Wales, good to see you, man. There's the link. Thank you. Thank you, buddy. Go ahead and light this bad boy up. It's a little blueberry muffin. Turned out to be quite purple. Good to see you, Dafta. Yeah, right, totally. New Year's Eve, he reached. It's not, he's only, right, it's 12:30 there. I discovered rolling papers are a lot cheaper on online, so got a 6-pack here. Let's see how long that takes. That will be 192 joints. Probably take me a couple of months. Definitely the way to go, though. Although I do like to support local business. I'm buying them for the cheaper than they're buying them wholesale, so you got to just, some things that just make sense. Oh, cool. Odyssey. Yeah, I've heard of that. I think Hayden and Graham, when they used to do some live shows, were considering going over to Odyssey because of the lack of limitations on content and subject matter. Although we seem to be able to get away with a lot here, I think it's just because nobody watches us, which is fine. I mean, the more eyes that you have, the more people that there are to complain, I guess. So we don't have shit. Yeah, that's cool. I'm glad to hear you're having success with that. A lot of good content over there to discuss in the UK. I see Liberal Cluck is here. He's interesting. But I would imagine it's the same rules for all of us on YouTube, right? It's basically YouTube rules, I would imagine. Did you get a guitar, Dafta? Cool. How you doing, Cup of Tea? I can play some guitar. Sure. Um, yeah, let me just finish this up. I should be able to hear it. I do have some new tools in the garage. Welcome, Cup of Tea. Hope you are well. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out how to redo this place. It's gonna take a lot of work. My father-in-law gave me a compound miter saw, quite a nice one, but it's huge and it's bolted to a folding table, which takes up massive amounts of space. So, I think you guys can see it without me showing a ton of shit. Oh yeah, you could see it. It's in front of the amp there, but you can't really see it. I think the best platform for breaking news is Twitter. Honestly, RAWS alerts, RAWS alerts, is very fast, as well as BNO News. Both of them very quick for breaking news. And once you hear about something that might be happening, you can go ahead and put that in the search bar and then click latest, and it'll give you up to date, like, could be something that was released 10 seconds ago. You might even find people tweeting or Xing, whatever the hell you call it, on site or near where said breaking news is occurring. I know with the mass shooting in Prague recently, it was the information was on Twitter way before any place else. And, you know, that's one of the really good things about it. Renee Jean Milchman, good to see you, man. Welcome. You thought you were fat, now you feel skinny. I guess you're saying I'm fat. That's fine. That might not be what you're saying, but I really don't care if you are. Sounds good. Good, good. Not really, Chris Jean. I don't like many of I don't really like CNN. I don't really like Fox. I'll You have to know what you're watching, what you're in for, you know. If it's straight news, no, it's the same microphone on a shim on a C clamp. But I have raised it up because after listening to the last pub, I realized I start leaning back and not giving a shit that actually my volume does go up and down because of my proximity to the microphone. So it's trying to I wrote a note on it, keep mic up, talk into mic. And it's just something I need to be a little more conscious of. I liked having it off the screen, Renee, but fact of the matter is I move around a lot, and yeah, that's what happens. And yes, welcome to my lovely wife. How you doing, Liberal Clock? Good to see you. Hi, Smoke Wife. Yes, good to see you. Welcome. I'm going to do a little bit of a jam on the guitar. Hey, Backstage Boxing, what's going on? Good to see you, man. Got a lot of Brits here. The old chip clip, which somebody finally figured out my roach clip the other night. It is a chip clip. It's probably RW. Roz Global, I don't know. Roz Alerts is the one I follow. And, but yeah. Whatever, you'll figure it out. Smart guy. All right. Let's see here. Disaster over here. Sorry. Here you go, Clip. Those is two I mentioned. I think you follow those too, right, Last Dance? Mm-hmm. I think those are very good ones. Headphone warning. Start off, do a little clean action. Do a little drop D. I think I gypped you guys on the jam last week, so got it out of the way early. Gonna bust this thing open in a minute here. I have been using this, which I use for my clean sound, which does give it a little bit of punchiness. So you might not notice a difference, but I do. All right. Thanks, Dafta. All right, dudes, I'm gonna pop some people on here. Last Dance, how are you?
All right, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
I enjoyed that, but I think you had the
Damn,
background noise suppression on.
I did. I forgot because they haven't been playing much.
I
Shit.
should have reminded you earlier.
That's all right. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and add Liberal Cluck. Haven't really seen you here before. Maybe once. How you doing? You're muted.
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Good, thanks. Good. What are you up to tonight, man?
I think me and Drone Tech at some point are going. I don't know if it's going to happen here or if it's going to happen like in Drone Tech's Discord, but we're going to debate about January 6th.
Interesting. Well, it's certainly something we can talk about. I'm not averse to anything. It's just kind of an open format sort of thing here, so however it flows, it flows. You know, hey, look, it's Sarita, but she's not on camera.
No.
I'll leave her off until RW comes back, unless she wants to join in. Can't hear her. It's fine. What's your thoughts on like a debate going on here, Last Dance?
Well, I think it could be enjoyable.
You're not usually debate here?
We do. We kind of just bullshit, and sometimes it turns into a bait. Sometimes it turns into a yelling match, you know. There's no real format going on here, you know.
Oh. Yeah, RW told me to come here. He said that I might be able to talk about some of the Gen 6 or the Colorado ballot stuff here.
Sure. Definitely.
Hey, Marty.
Hey, Martin. Good to see you. I think the January 6th stuff, yeah, I guess it's pertinent because of the recent insurrection shit that they're talking about with Colorado. Cluck, do you think that was a legitimate decision they came up with in Colorado?
Do I think it's legitimate? I read the opinion from both of the court cases that was involved in that, and I think that it makes sense from a constitutional and a state law perspective. But I have a very strong value of that. I value democracy a lot, and I think that decision was very anti-democratic, and I'm kind of hoping that the Supreme Court denies Colorado on the grounds that he didn't get enough due process, even though by the letter of the Constitution and the letter of Colorado law, he did get all the due process that he's supposed to. I would want the Supreme Court to set the threshold for due process before you can be taken off of a ballot higher.
Do you think he committed the act of insurrection?
Well, the way that Colorado defined insurrection is a violent public disruption of a legal process. And and they also said that inciting such a thing is the same as engaging in, which was one of the issues they had were litigating. Therefore, Trump met the qualifications to be to be considered an insurrectionist under the 14th Amendment. And I agree that Trump did incite the violence of January 6th. If you're going to define insurrection as a public and violent disruption of the legal process, that was definitely a thing. That was definitely what happened on January 6th. So, yeah, I would say that he definitely at least incited it.
Real
I mean,
quick,
that definition, I think, is completely useless There are so many disruptions of legal processes, and nobody would really ever say they were all insurrections. I mean, that's just utterly absurd. So it's almost meaningless when you have as vague a definition as a violent interruption of a legal process. I mean, that really renders the notion of insurrection to be rather common and no big deal.
Okay, so here's the. Can I just read out real quick the exact?
I just have one more thing.
Okay.
His incitement of it, you say he's inciting it, but I don't think he did incite it. So I think that's even more dubious a claim than even the insurrection one. And the claim is not just that he incited it, but that he engaged in it. And the engagement is truly a stretch.
Okay. So real quick, I want to read out because I found it. I have a source document on this, and I found the section of the document, the exact wording that they used to define insurrection. So insurrection is any public use of force or threat of force by a group of people to hinder or prevent the execution of law. I don't know if you still think that specific definition is too broad. It does seem like you got to have a group of people. They got to be using or threatening to use force in order to do this thing, which is to hinder the execution of law. I'm not sure how many instances you're going to have of that being a thing.
Yeah, I mean, that is still way too vague. I would say that is a very pedestrian level of law breaking. And, that's a dictionary definition. I doubt you can find anybody that's ever been convicted of insurrection for something that minor. And, that just gets to the question of whether January 6th was an insurrection. The fact that it was whether or not it's an insurrection is really not the issue. It's whether Trump himself engaged in an insurrection, and that is, that is extremely weak evidence that he did. I say that, I don't see how you can say that, and he's not been charged with that in all these legal cases that are pending against it.
Yeah, so in order for us to even say that Trump engaged in an insurrection, we have to at least agree that January 6th was an insurrection. If you disagree with that, then of course he didn't. To you, he didn't engage in insurrection because January 6th wasn't even an insurrection. So I think that's the first thing that we would have to
No, we don't have to agree to that, but I could stipulate that for the sake of argument, certainly.
So, I mean, do you want? It's an interesting conversation if you want to talk about whether January 6th is an insurrection, and then, at the end of it, if we just want to agree to disagree and then go on to the next point, we can do that.
Well, I'd rather save that. I think. What am I hearing in the background?
Yeah, there's something going on.
Oh, hold on.
Are you listening to Destiny debate or something?
Yeah, well, I was while I was waiting to get in. I just haven't turned it down.
All right, no worries.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Since this is something that I think Drone Tech wants to have a discussion over, I don't want to rehash it. So, but I'll be looking forward to that if he does come on and discusses it with you. So that should be interesting.
Hold on. All right, so this is from my chat. Libcluck is nuts. Trump 2024. Love from Britain. Lib Chuck is mental. No, he did not. Not fact. That was all typed by the same person in 3 minutes.
Where? I don't see that.
In the YouTube chat. My YouTube chat.
Oh, you're on your own channel.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, you're on your own channel. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think we have to wait for Drone Tech. There's a chance he might not even show up.
Well, my only concern is that he'll want to go over this and we'll have to rehash it twice. So.
He said he'll be on in a few minutes. That was 2 minutes ago. I don't know if he's coming Hold on. Yeah, I think he's coming to this thing.
All right. That's cool.
You want to talk about Colorado? Oh wait, hold on. That's what we're talking about. No. So me and Drone Tech are supposed to be talking about specifically was January 6th a FBI setup.
Oh, was it an inside job?
Yeah, that's what me and Drone Tech. We're not actually talking about Colorado.
I'm not saying it's an inside job.
Okay.
So we can't argue.
It's funny. RW says wife stole laptop, but his wife's right there with the laptop.
Yeah. I think we should put Sarita on.
I don't know. She know. At least she knows she's here and on camera, right? So yeah. I'll. Oh wow, cup of tea, bringing in some. I don't know. I don't know about that. I suppose we should remove that.
Okay.
Even though we'll still be able to see it here. I believe. Yeah.
Are you doing it, or you want me to?
You can, if you don't mind.
Nope. I don't mind. Remove.
You doing anything for New Year Eve, Liberal Cluck?
Yeah, I'm going dancing. I know that for sure. And I'm right now in the middle of at everyoneing my friend Discord to see if any of them are coming here to do like a New Year's party.
And your actual human friends, not computer friends?
Yeah.
Well, like, yeah, you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Online versus real flesh. And
Actual,
blood.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you don't do anything Last Dance for that day.
No, I've over the years I've done stuff and I've not done stuff, and it's a big pain in the ass to do stuff.
Sure.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm just an old fuddy-duddy now, and it's just not worth the pain in the ass.
Yeah. Oh, I hear you. Yeah, we don't do anything, of course. I mean, you have 3 drinks and get pulled over, you lose your license.
That's part of the pain in the ass is, just going out to drink is, you have to, in my case, I don't take a chance. I wait a couple, 3 hours before I leave the place after I've had my last drink. So.
Or get an Uber.
Or get an Uber, which is fantastically expensive these days for, at least going into Baltimore. Coming out of Baltimore is what's expensive. Going in is about half as much, strangely enough.
Baltimore's super shady from what I hear, but
yeah, I mean, you go down to Fells Point, it's not so shady, but still, it's not. It's shadier than where I live, that's for sure.
Right. I mean, from your perspective, do you hear like a lot of bad things about Boston per se? But you do Philly, and everyone hears about Chicago, obviously, right?
Yeah, I mean, mostly absolutely. I mean, but there's a lot of bad stuff I hear about Baltimore too. I don't need to go that far to hear all the bad stuff, but.
And The Wire was The Wire from Baltimore.
The Wire was set in Baltimore. Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't help, even though it was completely made up. Like bars and clubs. Okay, so RW knows it.
Yeah,
that's cool. Yeah, it's definitely amateur night. Goes out anymore anyways,
Yeah.
all the way till midnight.
I go out all the time.
Do you?
Yeah. Why do you think I'm not streaming a lot?
What was that? You think when you're not streaming a lot?
Why do you think I don't stream a lot?
Oh, because you're out.
Yeah.
Do you
I
drink?
mean, I'm out or doing stuff.
Do you drink alcohol?
No, not really. Sometimes I'll drink like a drink.
Okay. So you're just going out to hang with people and dance, have fun, whatever, that sort of shit.
Pretty much.
That's cool. Oh, good for you, man.
So Last Dance, what's your story? What do you do like around here? What got you to start coming on Smokesteve's little shindig?
I'm not sure why I came on. I guess we sort of we were a group of people that were more knew each other more or less from a website called LiveLeak, and as the years went by and things changed, the founder of LiveLeak put on a YouTube stream called Trigger Warning, and Smokesteve had an idea that he would do his own stream after Trigger Warning, and or as sort of associated with it, perhaps is
Well,
that way. He would
Hayden was
would
gonna
announce.
he was gonna end it, and I volunteered.
Yeah, okay. Hayden stopped doing Trigger Warning
Right.
shows, and Smokesteve did this pub,
Mm-hmm.
and eventually I got the courage to come on camera. And,
You did originally with Hayden, so with me it was easy, a no-brainer for you, I would think, right?
No, I don't think I ever went on with Hayden.
No kidding, huh?
No, never did.
Okay. And of course, Drone Tech was from LiveLeak as well. Have you heard of LiveLeak, Liberal Cluck?
Is that what we're on right now? I've never heard of this.
LiveLeak was a website where, people went to die, is what, people kind of thought of it. It had a lot of death videos, a lot of war videos.
Oh gosh, like the edgy stuff that people are into for some reason.
Yes. But it also developed a really cool community of people who are slightly tapped in the head, but good people nonetheless, but clearly we're all there for the same fucked up reason,
Yeah.
It's not like you could be there and be like, no, I never came here for any of that shit. No, you were here for it originally, but you got to know other people. So, yeah, I mean,
I was there, like, my whole mission back then was to out propaganda the terrorists' propaganda. And that was my whole motivation back then, was just to make like Iraq war, post all those videos that showed us, kicking ass and stuff. That was my whole thing there.
interesting. It was a great. I tell you, I think he would do really well right now, but yeah, you can't control like the comments and the racism, anti-Semitism, and homophobia that goes on in the comment sections. The advertisers see that shit, and then you lose all your advertisers in one day. That's what happened.
Yeah, he's got a movie studio now, right? Black Octopus.
Yep, exactly.
Drone Tech.
Yeah, what's up, man?
I was talking to Destiny.
Yeah. Well, I'm not like trying to make excuses, but I did go on completely, unprepared. It's not like I had prepared notes and all this shit like you were doing. I'm just going by what's up here.
Yeah,
I think I did okay for that.
I've learned to not go into debates unless I have prepared notes. It doesn't work out.
Yeah, I did make some very basic notes, just the points I wanted to bring up, but it's just I'm like obsessed with that stuff all the time, so it's in there. But yeah, I mean, the reason I wanted to bring those things up to him was because I wanted to see, if I was wrong. And there was a couple things there he did kind of get me on, but there was some things he was really stretching on. And it really, I thought it was a pretty eye-opening thing when he started screaming about imprisoning Trump supporters, which is something I predicted, but we'll get to. And he clearly thinks he was serious. He's dead serious. He thinks Trump supporters should be rounded up and put in prison. That's traitors.
We just lost Clark, by the way.
He's back. His device knock. He'll be back.
Okay.
What is Destiny like? Just like extremely progressive, far left. Like
He tries to be like pragmatic, you know, and take the left really hates him because of his stance on Israel, and you know, he thinks people like me are complete, you know, conspiracy theorist morons.
Yeah,
So,
he considered basically everything you had as deception.
yeah.
So,
Which
sorry for that, little man.
Oh, he's back.
I was fucking with my camera. I didn't realize that it would kick me out.
all right.
I find his dismissiveness about Ray Epps just as odd as like everything else around that. It's like I mean, he was ready to throw Trump supporters in prison.
I don't think he's
Right?
actually ready. Like, if you were to get him in like a non-pissed off mood, he's not. He doesn't actually believe that Trump supporters need to be put in prison.
Did you hear him say that?
I heard him say it. I was in Walmart at the time, and I was, that's like not something he meant. I guarantee you that's not something he meant.
What did you guys think about the
That's
point
fine.
of only 0.4% of the video being publicized, all the videos from January 6th? So for Tucker Carlson using that, he's basically saying that there's a lot of stuff that he's not showing because it would go against his narrative. But just the fact that only 0.4% has been released for the public to view, I thought was interesting.
Right, and we don't know that's the reason. It could be.
No, I'm not saying it is or isn't. That's just interesting.
Right. And my retort back to him was, you know, you're acting like it's that this footage that we have is we can't take it at heart because Tucker Carlson released it and he's cherry picking, and it's like, no, but what we were getting before was cherry picked and he's adding more context. He didn't see it that way. But.
The only context that Tucker Carlson releasing those videos added was that there were peaceful people there at some points in the, and I would even say it would be most points of the riot. There were peaceful people there. Like that's the only thing. It's not that those videos aren't useful for anything to figure out what actually happened in the important parts of January 6th.
Maybe, but what I think it shows is that the media and the Democrats have curated a very specific, you know, focused image of what happened there. And that's why I kept bringing up the numbers, the discrepancy between the number of people there and the actual number of people that took part in violence, which was relatively small.
It does show, though. It does show that there are points in time where the police officers have no sense of urgency for removing these people from the building, and almost, in a sense, not even concerned that they're there. That's a strange. That to me, if I was a police officer and someone had breached the building, I wouldn't be very friendly towards the situation.
Okay, so what I've got right now is no sense of urgency from the police.
Particularly in the shaman videos that you guys were watching earlier in the stream with Destiny and Drone Tech, that's an aspect of video time where the cops are not showing any sense of urgency or concern for whatever you call people that have breached the building.
Okay.
When you said shaman, do you mean when they're accompanying Jacob Chansley, kind of just nonchalantly walking?
Yeah.
With him?
Right. And opening doors and such.
Destiny argued that he got in violently. Because he got confused about what I was saying. I was saying that Chansley didn't get in violently. He walked in and then was escorted. For some reason, he kept accusing me of saying that the police let him in, and then that's not what I was saying. I was saying he didn't get in violently, which he didn't. And then he showed me that video.
Directly in front of him did.
Huh?
The people directly in front of him at that door did.
Right. But that's why he wasn't charged with any violence. He walked in behind those people, but he wasn't taking part.
Right. It's just
this. So maybe that's a gray area that maybe both of us could have I was trying to compromise, but he wasn't. He was just into defeating me. So.
Okay. So here's the thing. All right, I'm going to start with the first point. What was it? Most people were peaceful, and that's absolutely true. But I would submit to you that is true for every single riot that has happened in the history of America. Most of the people in these riots that are in those areas are probably peaceful. And there are videos of even people in Black Lives Matter riots saying, why the fuck are you guys destroying our home? You guys don't have to live here, shit like that. So that's going to be true for every riot, and the media will focus on the violence on every single riot. I know in the Black Lives Matter, they were like, it's mostly peaceful. They were talking about Black Lives Matter as a whole. They were not talking about any individual riot. I believe that the media did cover the riots as riots. Yeah, so that's the first
I'm
one.
sorry. Do me a favor, real quick. Do a Google search for
Is it the
Democrat
CNN
riot.
picture that you're talking about?
Do what?
The CNN picture?
No, not a picture. I'm just saying, look up, see if you can Google instances of the media labeling a violent left-wing riot a riot and not just a protest or violent protest. They almost never call it a riot. I challenge you to find some examples. You might. I've looked into this, and I found a couple random examples, just like random from like random agencies. But when it came to network media, I found nothing, zero. So I challenge that. And if I'm wrong, hey, I'm wrong. But I would still say, even if you can find one or two, which I don't think you'll be able to, that's still like. What I'm saying is that it doesn't seem to matter how violent a left-wing protest, Democrat protest gets, they'll always call it a protest.
Okay, I mean that's
in combination now with the mostly peaceful thing.
So yeah, this is something that I wanted to start this debate out with. I'm going to go ahead and give you the media is biased. They are hypocrites. The left are hypocrites, and that we do all the same things also. Because I don't want to hash that out. I want to hash out whether or not January 6th was set up by the FBI. That's what I want to hash out.
Well, it wasn't necessarily the FBI per se. I mean, they obviously played a part, but like the Capitol Police Chief, said that he believes it was set up, and he lists all the reasons. You want me to read those to you?
Yeah, I've already looked into that.
Okay.
So
it's at least worth guessing the head of the snake in that argument. Then.
All right. So do you remember the reasons which he said that it was a setup?
Yeah, he was talking about like he was pleading for National Guard, and then he pled with generals and everybody, basically Pelosi. Nobody would get it for him because they said that they thought that the optics would be bad, which is weird. Mm-hmm. That's a weird response, right? And he also said that while he was giving warnings and hearing warnings about that this was going to be a big rally, everybody he told just like ignored him and blew him off. And he's like, what the hell is going on here? This is before it even happened. He's like, none of this makes sense how they're acting. And I pointed out before, like during the Trump inauguration, there was a riot and they blocked off the Capitol. So the riot never made it there, but they did end up injuring like 60 police and charges were dropped. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay. So he focused a lot on the security failures of FBI and the DOH, particularly failures to pass down information to the police chief, and he cited one of these.
Like, how's that a failure, though?
Hold on, he cited the GAO report, which does find there were intelligence failures, but do not attribute them to malicious intent. And the GAO even calls out the Capitol Police, which he was a chief of, for not passing down information to their lower ranks. So there seemed to be like issues within the Capitol Police. And when I was doing my research on this, it just seemed like it was a bunch of agencies trying to point fingers at each other. The FBI tried to point fingers at another agency. I think the DOA actually took responsibility for their failures. But yeah, I don't think that the Capitol Police chief saying that this seemed like a setup was a he didn't have very compelling evidence. He said he was calling for backup during, but
even before, I believe there were warnings before, and there was even I'll have to find it, but there was a report, an FBI report about all of these parking lots being rented out, and that there was all this parking lot space opening up that signaled that it was going to be huge, like a huge event. Mm-hmm. They had a lot of little warning signs that, to me, it seems like they purposely ignored.
So my question to you is, you said something about them saying that they're worried about the optics of having a
I'd like to just interject one thing here. I know a little bit about the Capitol Police, and they are a truly shitty police organization. I mean, they are total shit. So, they if they seem like they're incompetent, they absolutely are, the most incompetent clowns around.
But this just seems all too convenient. I mean, I just told you that like there was a riot during Trump's inauguration, yet they saw fit for a much smaller thing, mind you. They saw fit to block off the Capitol for that.
So
why did they have no issues?
The reasons that I had been reading for them.
Can I show you what I'm talking about specifically?
Yeah. The reasons that I was reading was that there was a huge public backlash to the crackdowns on the BLM protests. There was crackdowns on the protests before they were even riots. Yes, there was.
They're specifically talking about. I think what you're specifically talking about is Lafayette Park, right?
I think that was one of them. Yeah.
Right, but do you remember what happened with that? Like the IG report that came out about that?
What do they say?
So when that happened, the media, of course, turned it into a big anti-Trump story, saying that they gassed innocent protesters with the National Guard so he could get a photo op. Remember, and he has the Bible.
Yeah. So the IG report said something about it wasn't for a photo op, right?
No, it turned out to be legitimate, and they were violent, and it was literally an attack on the White House where they had planned to get in and physically pull Trump out. That was the threats being made.
I think you're confusing two different.
Lafayette Park was an extension
protests.
of the May. No, Lafayette Park was like the next morning that night. That May 29th, I think it was, or whatever, June 1st, those days, right?
Oh, I mean, I don't remember. I'm just
Lafayette Park. Yeah, that's what that was. Anyway.
So do you not? All right. My question to you is: do you not think that that there was legitimate concerns about optics when it came to having a larger?
We're worried about optics over the security of the Capitol.
But I'm not saying it was smart. I'm asking you: do you think that there was a legitimate concern about optics?
No. I think that's absurd. And this is after the IG report had already come out saying that what the National Guard did there was legit anyway. So
okay, there was multiple instances in my research of different institutions saying that we were worried about the optics. It seems like to me that was a actual thing that they were worried about, and it did drive their decisions.
Who's worried about what optics?
So whose fault then? It's not. It seems like you're talking about everyone pointing fingers in these agencies, and now it's just one giant finger pointing at Trump.
Well, I think there's probably a lot of.
If you're talking about the security of the Capitol, that is primarily falls on the Capitol Police.
Well, what about the mayor? Doesn't the mayor play some part? And she was very hesitant.
Yeah, they control the streets around the Capitol.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, the mayor was foolish and not calling for a more.
Yes, all these odd coincidences that all come together to accomplish one goal.
Donald Trump gave his defense secretary full authority to call the Capitol Police whenever he wanted. Mm-hmm. So why didn't he?
Well, the Capitol Police were there.
Capitol Police don't answer the phone from the executive branch.
National Guard. You're right. National Guard. That's who I'm talking about. You're right. He had full authority to call the National Guard, and so does Trump.
Hey, Steve, can you play that video I linked in there just real quick? It might even be at the timestamp I'm talking about, but I just wanted to note because I think it's UK reporters, and they note, I've not seen it ever noted in any other report about the Capitol being blocked off. And so
what's the timestamp you want it at?
Well, I have it at 24. Here, let me
24 seconds. I started watching it, so I'll just put it back to 24.
Yeah, I think it's there. I think it's at like 24 seconds. It's right around there.
Sure.
I just think it's important. I think that's an important detail.
What is the important detail?
That they blocked off the Capitol for this riot that occurred at Trump's inauguration. Why were they able to do that then, but not now? That makes no sense.
I mean, like I said, they had optics concerns, so they didn't have a big police presence there.
Oh, we can't secure the Capitol because of optics.
No, they said that they didn't have a big police.
Right.
Nobody claimed they can't secure the Capitol.
I want you to hear what the reporter says. Hold on, Cluck. Okay. He's going to play this.
Let me get the volume up.
I was actually there.
Sorry, go ahead, Last Dance.
I was at the inauguration in 2016.
Oh, cool.
In there at it, not outside here with the pro. You mean at it?
It's a big area.
Look
Got
at the
it.
title of this video too, by the way.
Demonstrations against the Trump presidency.
Or it says violent protests. The title of the actual video. Anyway, that's what I was talking about. It's not.
And then on the screen it says demonstration against.
Yeah.
So here, let's see what they say.
Capitol
Oh.
building,
Yeah.
Congress. So police will have sealed off that area, preventing those protesters being able to get through to the inauguration ceremony.
See, that's what he was saying. That's what he was saying right then. He was saying
Officials
the Capitol.
did say ahead of the event that they had organized or had catered for around 100 protest groups, and they were finding it difficult to do that.
This was at Trump's inauguration,
where
right?
They could
Yeah.
protest.
Do you know, if I was a
This is
partisan
an
hack,
one of
I could
those
totally
protests,
like
an
make
official
the
protest.
narrative that, oh well, they were heavy-handed on these people because they're left-wingers, and and there was a narrative that right-wingers don't riot, so they didn't. I'm not a partisan hack, but I'm not going to make that argument. But I just want to point out how easy it is to make these conspiratorial arguments based off of things like this.
I just look for consistency. I don't know.
Last Dance, were you aware of what was going on outside, these protests, these riots, that sort of thing?
I didn't see that violence, but everywhere I walked, there were protesters. It was.
Yeah, and you said that they were
Wall-to-wall
heavy-handed.
protest.
You said they were heavy-handed against them. They weren't. The charges against those protesters were dropped. Protesters.
No,
So,
heavy-handed in their police presence.
Yeah. What do you think
Well,
about that?
from the video we
Oh.
just watched, I didn't see one cop.
Yeah, that's that particular footage. There's other footage where you can see more of where they're fighting with riot police and stuff.
Okay, but
like
there's
that.
plenty of footage like that for January 6th too. Like, okay,
It's literally the only footage that exists of Republicans rioting with police. It's it. That's it.
okay, but okay, so
One time it happened,
here,
and
all right,
it's
here's a
played
quote.
for years on end.
Here, yeah. So now you're getting into whether or not Republicans riot, which versus left-wing people riot. Which, by the way, goes into the conspiracy that I just brought up. That I said it would be so easy for me to make based off of information that you're giving to me. So I think it's really funny that like you're feeding into a conspiracy that I just admitted is conspiracy. Anyways, I want to read this quote from the piece that you sent me about the Capitol Police Chief, who said that it was a setup. So here it is. Sun got approval to bring the National Guard at 2:10 p.m., which, by the way, is way after everything went down, at least an hour after. Before his approval, he alleged that he begged several generals. So these aren't like these are people under Trump, including General Mike Flynn, somebody that Trump appointed, and still is an avid Trump supporter to this day, I believe, to bring National Guard. The officials apparently told Sun they did not like the optics of the National Guard. So that means that even Michael Flynn has that in his head. He allegedly begged for their assistance to intervene. So my question to you is, if this was some big setup, why would like avid Trump supporter, QAnon hero Mike Flynn not send in a National Guard to make things look better?
Well, I don't even think he was in the administration at that point.
He was the.
Yeah, Flynn was Flynn still general? I saw that. I saw that in the article, and I had to start thinking about it. I'm like, wait a minute, was Flynn still general at that point?
No, he wasn't a general then.
He was long gone at that point.
I don't even think he was in the administration at that point.
Yeah, hadn't he already been prosecuted and everything at that point?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think that I was wondering about that one.
We can look this up. This is we're not going to go with this as the.
I thought of this one when it came up with Destiny. He read it, and I'm like, oh, he read it after I left, and I was watching a stream, and he read that part, and I'm like, wait, what? Michael Flynn was gone. Here, I'm looking that up right now. Michael Flynn. He was in office from he left in 2017, so he wasn't. That's a typo or something.
He was there for a year.
I mean, that's from your source, so that was
No,
a
I know.
source.
You're right.
Yeah,
you're right. I don't know what that means. Man, you know what it is the guy, he was talking and he said Michael Flynn, but he didn't mean Michael Flynn. He was talking.
Well, it could have been that he actually asked Michael Flynn, and because Michael Flynn has like the ear of Trump. So who did Trump delegate National Guard to Jan 6?
I thought it was Pelosi who was in charge of them.
That came
No,
up
it's-
too. And
Not the
It's
National Guard, no.
that was, as far my understanding of that was fake news. Donald Trump has authority over the National Guard in DC, and he delegated those. He basically told, I think it's his Attorney General, one in his cabinet, that they could call the National Guard anytime they want.
Right. But I
Before
thought
everything went down.
I thought the Speaker of the House had some authority to that at the time. Was her
No, I don't think she has any authority at all.
at the time? Any Speaker of the House at any time?
No one in Congress has any authority over the National Guard at all.
Then that was completely fake news. Then that seemed to be very
yeah, I know. I saw that too.
everywhere at the time.
Yeah, I'm looking that up right now.
I mean, that's one of the reasons why there exists a Capitol Police for separation of powers reasons. The Congress has their own police force.
So
that they control.
Look at this. So there's a CNN. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm bad about that. Sorry, Last Dance. Go ahead.
No, you didn't cut me off. I was done.
Okay. Well, yeah. According to CNN, so it says on Monday evening, McCarthy went on Fox News claiming Pelosi removed the Guard members after criticizing Pelosi's opposition to the use of federal forces during last summer's riots and protests. McCarthy claimed that after the inaugural, when these National Guard, these men and women defending us sitting in the Capitol, she was kicking them out into the winter. So this is the conclusion is while the exact decision-making chain of events remains unclear, which is weird, again, another weird thing, CNN has seen no evidence that Pelosi was involved in removing the Guard members from the Capitol building.
Now, I think...
Wait, was that a Jan 6
I
thing?
believe Pelosi can kick them out. That, I think, is true. She just can't order them in.
All right, so yeah, apparently it was Miller. What's his first name?
Hold on.
Christopher Miller. That Donald Trump basically said, do whatever is necessary to protect demonstrators that were executing their constitutionally protected rights. Basically giving him the authority to call in the National Guard if he wanted to. But there is a little tidbit in this about him asking if the mayor of DC requested any, and he told him to fill the order if she does, but I don't think she actually ended up requesting.
Okay, so here I have something recent from May. Well, sort of recent.
Right. But my point to this is that like people under Trump had the authority to call in the National Guard. People who aren't rhinos, they aren't Democrats. They're just looking to make Trumples look bad, and they didn't. So why is that? Trump also had the authority, and he seemed like he wanted to.
No, so yeah, it looks like he made the request and he granted it. It was the request of the mayor. Trump approved it, and then they were gathered and then never authorized to go to the Capitol. And it says the authority was at the hands of Nancy Pelosi. Why didn't she authorize? And this is from what's his face? I forget his name, but you can. I put the link in there.
Let's see.
Okay, so that's slightly different.
She's testified in this hearing. But there were a couple of conditions placed on them by the Army, which they complied with. To move the Guard would require authorization, which they never got.
Okay, that makes sense.
It says DC Mayor Bowser issued a letter.
Like car park. They weren't even given anywhere to sleep. Was that same night?
Oh yeah, I think so. I forgot about that.
I mean,
this says DC Mayor Bowser issued a letter to top government agencies saying that that her police department would completely responsibly for this person tied bed the security on J6. Any agency who wanted to cross that needed advance permission from her. So they got a letter here where it's in the letter that she had to authorize it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's murky, and part of the problem for that is our media, who very picky and choosy about what they'll say
and what they'll investigate.
Right, exactly. They become investigative journalists as long as it's like to their ends. If not, suddenly they're like, I see nothing, no evidence.
Now, look, when you had mentioned the FBI in your original debate subject matter, didn't you?
The FBI. This was about the part where the FBI failed to pass down information that they were gathering when it came to the threat assessments. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. What about it?
So how does that come into play here with what we're talking about?
So when there was investigations done on these things, it seemed like there was a lot of finger pointing. The FBI was blaming the other agencies. They also had some other things that they said. Let's see. It's talking about tunnels. Nothing illegal about it. But the DHS, I believe, took the most responsibility for themselves.
The delivery company?
Huh?
No, I'm just being a dick. Go ahead.
And the Capitol Police tend to blame the other federal agencies. And it's not surprising to me that, like, the leader of an agency that, was a part of protecting the Capitol would try and get heat off of them by blaming other agencies, just like the FBI is trying to blame other things. Field office. I do not think that the Capitol Police saying this was a setup is very strong evidence, because he would have reason to want to not take any blame for what happened on January 6th.
He has a vested interest in passing the buck.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
It seems pretty damning, or I don't know what the right word is. If one individual called in National Guard and it was sitting outside the perimeter because they weren't given permission to come in,
Mm-hmm.
and that person is then blamed for the event, it seems like conflicting. It seems conflicting.
Yeah, so that seems like something that the Capitol Police was supposed to do. It's a Military Times, which I'm guessing is a source that you guys would probably trust. Simply put, the National Guard only shows up to D.C. when they've been invited, and the Capitol Police did not extend that invitation until after the breach, according to a source with knowledge of the process, who was not authorized to speak about it on the record. So, yeah.
I mean, the Capitol Police would never make that decision on their own. They would defer that decision to, like, the Speaker of the House.
Right.
The Speaker of the House was on the phone trying to get, like, there's video of that, trying to get help to the Capitol.
Wouldn't she know? Wouldn't she know that she could have easily said, "Bring them in"?
I have no idea what she knew or didn't know at the time.
I would hope that Pelosi knew that the National Guard was sitting a mile away. Waiting.
So is the claim that they were standing by waiting for permission from the Pelosi to enter the Capitol? Was that the claim?
Based on the clip that he just shared in the back chat, yeah.
No. Hold on. Okay. Based on what I just read, it seemed like they were waiting on the Capitol Police, but you're telling me that the Capitol Police wouldn't make that decision without Nancy Pelosi, so I'm going to look that up.
Are we talking the National Guard with M16s and loaded magazines?
They were loaded.
Oh,
They when they were showing video of them sleeping in that car rise park, I remember them having all their gear.
So conceivably, if they were there on January 6th, possibly more people would have died.
I mean, that's an argument you could
Possibly,
make.
or they would have had enough of a presence that people wouldn't have even attempted to
Deterrence.
cross the barrier. Yeah.
So here's one from AP. I don't have access. How do I get to show chat? When I press show chat, it doesn't show up. Does it not show up when I'm in full screen?
No, it
Should.
doesn't. Yeah. Full screen? No, you won't see the chat.
Oh.
Goodness gracious. Okay. Here's one from the AP. Full screen just looks so much better on stream. I'll read this out. Claim: House Speaker Nancy Pelosi blocked the National Guard from coming to the Capitol. AP's assessment: false. As Speaker of the House, Pelosi does not direct the National Guard. Further, as Capitol came under attack, she and Senate Majority Leader called for military assistance, including the National Guard. Like,
Okay, that's now. I wanted to clarify what the authorities are here. So Pelosi controls the Capitol and the Capitol grounds.
Mhm.
The executive branch controls government properties in general. The DC police control the streets around the Capitol. So the president can order the National Guard to do something, but he can't order them to enter the Capitol. He has to have Pelosi's agreement to do that.
Wait a minute. Yeah, wait a minute.
Pelosi can't order the National Guard to do anything. She can, if the president has offered the use of the National Guard to Pelosi, and Pelosi allows them to enter the building, then they could enter the building. But
Wait, so do you think that it's that the Speaker of the House typically is involved in decisions like that, or do you think that it might be the case that she delegates those decisions to the Capitol's police chief?
I think routine decisions are delegated to the police chief, but letting the National Guard enter the grounds of the Capitol, I don't believe they would be.
So does the police chief, and Drone Tech, you should be able to answer.
Scenario.
Yeah, so Drone Tech should be able to answer this. Did the police chief say anything about asking Nancy Pelosi or needing her permission to get the National Guard in?
Well, I'm reading this article, and it's just typical partisanry, masked as straight news. It comes, if you get down here to the bottom, it's like Republicans have falsely laid the blame on Pelosi without mentioning that GOP leader McConnell also had similar authority. So all they're saying is oh no, it's not Pelosi's fault because it could have been McConnell's fault too, but they didn't blame McConnell. Of course, we're not blaming Pelosi, we're blaming McConnell. It's just typical partisan bullshit. So Pelosi did have the authority to do it.
Well, she did. Wait, she did try to call on the
sergeant at
Guard.
arms reports to her. So they're saying the sergeant at arms is the one who does it, yet the sergeant at arms reports to Pelosi. Right.
The sergeant at arms.
This is just bullshit spin, this article.
So wait, the sergeant at arms, where do they fall on the pecking order compared
it's
to
sergeant
the
at arms.
It goes Pelosi, sergeant at arms, then police chief?
Pelosi and McConnell, sergeant at arms, and the other one, the
police chief?
No.
Whip?
The House. No, I'm sorry. The House and Senate sergeant of arms. One reports to Pelosi, the other one McConnell. So you can make the argument that if Pelosi's to blame, so is McConnell. Fine, I'll do that. But this article saying she's being falsely accused. They always use language like that when they're defending. It's been widely debunked and shit like that. Yet you'll never find an article where they're defending Republicans like that.
Let's go with the timeline though. Let's just back up with the timeline. Earlier in that day, before the breach of the building, the option was put on the table. We have the National Guard. We want to bring them in, and then someone says, "No, don't do it." And then that same person later, when they've breached the building and she's in the center of the building scared, is then calling them and saying, "Hey, can you guys come over here and help us out?" Is that basically what happened?
Potentially, but she wouldn't have had the foresight to know that where they were going to get to.
The fact is,
even with all of the people that's job it is to assess risk.
Yeah, I mean, I think the National Guard being there would have made a huge difference. If they were all set up way before any of the shit started, I don't think much would have happened.
Exactly.
If they showed up when it was already going down, they might have ended up killing a lot of people who probably ended up maybe getting some jail time. But, it's a fine line, I can understand not calling them in once it was underway, in a sense that you might think it would cause a lot more violence than might occur. I don't know. It's a hard call, it's but yeah, if they were there from from Jump Street, I think that would have been this thing would have we wouldn't be really discussing
And there's
anything.
really no reason why they
Right,
shouldn't
and
have been.
you're looking at a simple logic and a risk assessment that would have had to have been on the table, and someone denied that risk assessment and said, "Don't worry about it."
So apparently there is a Capitol Police Board that
Right. That's the
approves.
sergeant at arms. That's the Senate, and that's who that is. That's the Senate sergeant at arms and the House sergeant at arms. And they report to Pelosi and McConnell. I don't know. It seems like it's very murky, the whole
So
thing.
who's
And
that
we're supposed
now?
to believe that all these professionals all dropped the ball, which I get it. Like,
What?
I don't know. It just seems unlikely to me when everybody knew that this was coming.
Well, but why would they have expected? I mean, I hate to say this, but no one would really expect a bunch of Republicans to have a violent riot. They just wouldn't have expected it.
That is
There
the
was
exact
nothing
thing.
said before that. There was no people talking about that beforehand that was going to get out of hand.
Oh no, absolutely. Hold on, absolutely there was.
They knew the oath keepers and stuff were showing up, right? Did they
I
not
think-
think that?
Wait, hold on. So a part of the FBI's intelligence failure was a failure to share quotes from, and I've got a bunch of them. Goodness gracious. Oh goodness, y'all continue talking, and when I find them in this document, I will let you know.
I think there's an implication here from RW, and that these were Trump supporters, and that the person who told didn't want the National Guard to be there wanted some shit to go down to shine negatively on Trump and his supporters. Is that what you're kind of beating on?
I'm more than happy to make that as my statement. Sure, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I think that's what happened.
Yeah.
And the questions that I'm asking because logically, if you had knowledge and information, and I know that they do, they have people under them that are constantly looking for data to present, to always know what to do. And so if you have 100,000 or more people coming and you have information that says it will get rowdy, the percent chance of it becoming rowdy is over 75%, and you don't set up Jump Street, that is illogical to me. I don't care if it sends the bad message. I disagree in how they did many things, and if I had the option, I would have done it very differently, despite how it looks to the whole globe.
Yeah, so you're saying with wings of wax, Nancy Pelosi danced a little too close to the sun, meaning like she maybe didn't think it would get to the level that it got if it was her who.
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm more like saying that. That's what I'm saying.
I
You're saying that. Okay.
120% agree that the idea that bad optics would stop you from prioritizing security was stupid. I think that everyone that said that should probably lose their jobs, including the mayor and sergeant of arms who resigned after January 6th anyways. There was a part of the FBI and DHS failure to share information, such as social media posts that said things like, "This is where we infiltrate," and when our elected representatives try to flee, they were emerge out of these endpoints, talking about the tunnels that they would be coming out of. What else is there? So talk about the tunnels. Without it being very specific violence towards the tunnels, we can't take action or do that next step. That was People's First Amendment. There's some other ones I have sprinkled throughout here, but yeah, there was something about killing them. The representatives. So there were Chappelle claims he came to believe that target law enforcement and kill him. That was a different thing. Never mind.
So this is data that the FBI had sitting that they didn't share. Is that what you're giving us now?
Yeah, so they didn't share this with like other agencies. The FBI and DHS both had information like this and didn't share it. That was like a part of the security failures that the investigations pointed out. But they also pointed out that the Capitol Police, the guy who is saying that this seems like a setup, didn't share information with his lower ranks either. let alone
A lot of
information
passing the
between
buck.
agencies.
Really?
Yeah, that's-
He didn't, because
Passing.
during his interview, he made it sound like he was trying to share information, but there was nobody there to share it with. Like,
no, like information within the Capitol Police Force
Mhm.
itself. That's what
he
the DO.
acted like he knew what was up. I don't know. In the interview I saw with Tucker, he acts like he knew what was coming and everybody ignored him.
Who's he again?
That's Stewart or whatever his name is, the Capitol Police Chief.
Well, yeah, I think he was showing, rightfully so, more concern about the security and the risk that these protesters were going to provide than the rest of the agencies. But I don't think that these agencies were showing this lack of concern and an effort to kind of bait right wingers into breaking into the Capitol.
I don't know. It seems like a honeypot of propaganda that they've used from the beginning. I mean, think of all the lies they told right off the bat, myths that continue to this day about like multiple police killed and things like that. And they started that from day one.
Whenever you are covering breaking news, there will always be misinformation put out there. That's just the nature of covering breaking news.
They still make the Biden like just said that like not.
Yeah, I hear.
Okay, but but Biden isn't the FBI.
That lady in Maine who just took Trump off the ballot she said something along those lines.
Okay, so the lady in Maine isn't the FBI, and she doesn't have anything to do with January 6th.
My point is that the myths that the media created surrounding this perpetuate to this day.
I mean, yeah, sure. The media is irresponsible when they cover breaking news. This is something I've agreed with you on since Jacob Blake.
Right, but my point is that right, and it is similar to that, isn't it? Almost like this is a playbook or something.
No, it's almost like we have a system that perpetuates these things because the media has a incentive to be sensational because that's how they make their money.
Right. If that's true, show me when this happens to the Democrats or to the other side. Anytime this sort of thing happens, it's always against Republicans. I know I talk in absolutes, but sorry.
Do we need to wrap something up?
No, I'm just saying it's my boy, Base Welshman.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Before you disappear. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm not disappearing yet. But Cluck, yeah. I mean, what do you?
Yeah, I'm not going to go around researching. What do you want to see? Sensational things happening against Democrats?
Well, no, like you're like they just made a mistake. It's an accident. But every time this sort of like accident mistake happens, it always. Anytime I can think of it, it's always something that hurts.
John Tech, one day I will do that. I will do that research for you. I will.
It's similar to the protest thing. Did you look for that? You probably not, but do it.
Well,
last time I remember is a guy going out the fire exit.
I'm not going to look for things in the middle of this debate that's not relevant to the topic that we agreed on. I will look for these things later on.
Hey, Mr. Kilster.
It's sort of it goes to my argument that none of what we've heard from the mainstream or the government really about January 6th can be taken at face value.
Can I ask? I know you guys are going to go on this point more, but did anyone pay attention to California and Newsom saying that on January 1st that they're going to be giving free healthcare to illegal immigrants?
Oh yes, yeah.
Yes.
Illegal immigrants already get free healthcare if they go to the hospital.
For certain things.
Is it free?
You go to the hospital for anything.
Well, no, it's different now. It's just like blanket coverage. I'm just curious if, like, to me that's like a powder keg move. I think that's going to really rock the boat and attacks ways and civil unrest because that was never voted upon. I think that was it was a very casual article that I came across. It wasn't a really big deal. When I looked at it, I was like, oh my god.
Well, they were giving them $5,000 credit, money cards at the border as well. There was reports about that. Like, what's the point of being a citizen, honestly? Because it seems like it'd be a better option if we just renounce our citizenship, leave the country, and then just come back in through the border again.
At least if you go to the hospital.
Just put your foot in the Rio Grande and then say you're
right. Like I renounce my citizenship. Go, just cross the road, come back.
Can we identify as
last dance? That's exactly what we say in the UK for a dentist appointment. We'll arrive on the beach at Dover and we'll get a dentist appointment straight away.
So, John Tech, you want examples of the media being sensational and wrong against Democrats, and you want examples of the media calling left-wing riots. Is that what you need?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know
I
about
will look into
sensational.
that.
You were saying to all these different things that keep popping up. Oh, all these professionals just dropped the ball. Oh, the media just dropped the ball and got the story. I'm saying these things are all intentional, not accidents. And part of the evidence of that is that it only happens one way.
Against.
Like, I'll give you some examples. The Covington kids. Like every story they got wrong. That Rush Limbaugh, he came up with a term called the drive-by media. That's exactly what he's talking about.
You're saying that it only happens one way, but I'll only give you that for the majority of mainstream media, because even on mainstream media, there's Fox and like Newsmax that will then do the opposite spin.
Sure, you're right. I know I speak in such absolutes, but
right, and that's against.
When I talk about the media, I am wrongly not including them, but fair enough.
Okay. So we're just gonna have to agree to disagree on the motives of the Capitol Police Chief when he was saying that that.
Well, these are things you can never really know. I mean, it's like.
Well, you can't. I just think that it's much more likely that he's just trying to pass the buck, just like every other agency did.
Yeah, that dollar's been moving around a lot lately.
Well, I mean, is that what they're doing to Trump? That's why that's one thing where I think Ray Epps, the whole Ray Epps thing, maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's not that he's working for any agency or anything. Maybe it's just that he's the guy that managed to incite this small handful of people. Well, it's over 372 people, but compared to the gigantic 120K group, right? That's a small chunk that I think he is totally capable of having incited. Destiny was calling me an idiot for saying that, but it's like if what Trump was said incited it, I would expect a much larger riot.
Thank you, Dan.
Okay, so do you want to talk about this idea that you brought up on your debate, your stream about this topic? They were letting people in. Could you give me like a little bit of
yeah, I mean, there's videos that you can see of Capitol Police removing barricades. Okay, these big barricades and literally waving people in. There's lots of those. There's I don't know how a lot, 2 or 3 of them. There's a couple, where there's a big mob outside and the police just open the door and get out of the way and let them walk in.
Was that the one with the garage door raising up?
That's one of them. Yeah. Isn't that the door? There was a bunch of controversy about that door, I remember too, because people were saying like, there's something about that door that was weird. I don't know if that ever got resolved, but that it could only be open in a certain office, and that the fact that it was open showed that it was open on purpose to let these people in. I don't know.
Okay. And so I read up on the garage door thing. I don't think I have the links here, but
is that what I'm talking about?
I have no idea if what I read was that they opened that door to let police officers out. Because there was officers waiting to.
So they opened a giant garage door.
I mean,
another like that. It just seems like I don't buy it. Just
of course you're not going to buy it, but it's a completely like you said that they were letting down barricades. All the videos of them letting down barricades. This was after those barricades were breached, and when you see officers, yes, absolutely.
No, let me show you one. Let me show you one. Okay. Why is he waving them in?
He's waving in other police officers.
I mean, it's just there's all these different. I mean, that could be possible, I suppose. But I mean, how do we know that?
Because there's video from other angles that show that.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I can buy it. I'm willing to be wrong about this. Okay, I definitely am.
All right, show me the video.
All right, I'm looking for it.
Well, look, there was a lot of video released recently, wasn't there? And it literally. I mean, I released the video on my YouTube channel saying it was a tour guide because it looked like a tour guide. I mean, obviously they had selected parts to suit the narrative, but there was certainly plenty of footage of people just wandering around with police there and just allowing it, and in fact guiding them.
All those people.
So after the Capitol was breached and the Capitol Police was overwhelmed, there was a effort to de-escalate people that were already in there. So they're not going to be pepper spraying and fighting crowds.
Well, there was no need. That's why, because no one was kicking off.
This is it.
Is your claim that nobody was quote unquote kicking off inside the Capitol?
Well, there was no one kicking off in the footage we seen. It was all chilled out. There was no ripping of anything inside. I mean, obviously there was in parts, but the footage that was released recently, it doesn't look like that at all in certain parts. And yeah,
Yeah, the police was trying to keep it.
there was lunatics there, and we would, I would love to find out, in fact, who all those lunatics were.
Yeah.
But there was lunatics there. But the vast majority of people who entered were just entered, trespass.
Yeah. Okay, but my point is that these videos that you are calling tours are just the police trying to keep things de-escalated. They're trying to keep it de-escalated because if they were to try and do what they actually want to have happen, them getting out of the Capitol by force, they would quickly get overrun and anger the mob.
Okay, well,
the
you're
crowd.
right. Hey, I'm gonna have to give this one the cluck. He's right about that. The barricade footage I had seen. He's right about that. Just because I don't know about if he's waving a police officer, but they're definitely moving the barricades, and the police that are staying there are definitely trying to put them back. So yeah, I was wrong about that one. There's so many of these videos; it's hard to keep track of them all.
That,
Here, I'll
Drop
post this
block.
one. I found.
yeah, you got him.
Hey, I
Clark.
mean, like I said, I'm open to being wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Well, I mean, the Ray Epps thing is the other big clanger, isn't it? You
Right.
avoid the guy. You avoid the guy for 2 years. Completely say that the Republicans and the far right are trying to make him as a scapegoat. But in the reality, he said it more than once, and he said it on more than one day. Let's storm the Capitol. But totally ignored, and eventually, when let me finish. Eventually, when you pick up on him, or the Democrats pick up, they do him on a misdemeanor, and like ta-da, mate. There's other people that are doing like 5-6 years for trespassing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Crazy.
so when he says that, at one point, somebody nearby to him starts saying, like, no, don't listen to him. Some other people start yelling, Fed.
Based Alaska said that.
Bake Alaska was calling him a Fed for saying to go into the Capitol, and then the next day, Bake Alaska went into the Capitol. So I don't really know what the hell you're giving that guy any credibility.
Look, all right, I'm a live streamer. He's a live streamer. I remember him from years back. I tell you what, one thing I watched from there is that I would never repeat the same thing. And it wasn't too long ago when I went into an open premises and I ended up getting arrested for going into an open premises. So I fell trapped to that as well. If that's what you do and you live stream for a living, well, you live stream because it's something you like, then you can fall into that trap by going onto premises that you shouldn't be on. But
Right.
it doesn't make you out to be a riot, does it?
Yeah.
But there you go.
I don't know.
But you can be trespassing.
Yeah, you can get caught up in it, but you can't
I'm
make
just
it
saying-
out.
I'm just saying that, like, I don't know why you're giving him any credibility when he was calling Ray Epps a Fed for telling him to do the thing that he was doing. Anyways, I don't think there's. You prove me wrong, but I don't think there's any video of Ray Epps telling people to go into the Capitol on January 6th. That was all that happened in that one little moment in January 5th. And also, I want to point this out because you guys you hinge on this whole Trump said to be peaceful. Trump said to be peaceful. Well, so did Ray Epps. Ray Epps said to be peaceful multiple times, and there was even testimony of people say. I'm not going to say.
He also said storm the Capitol.
There's also video of him saying there's testimony of somebody testifying that Ray Epps was telling him to calm down and to be peaceful.
I have a question though. You're saying that because Ray Epps did something on January 5th and he didn't actually do it again on January 6th, that's an okay situation then for that.
I think that Ray Epps saying that we need to go into the Capitol is not proof that he's a Fed.
It doesn't look good for him.
No, I don't think it's proof that he's a Fed.
Definitely not proof.
Okay,
Definitely not.
good. We're on the same page.
It's also not necessarily illegal to say it on January 5th.
It might be illegal because you're telling people to trespass. You're telling people to break a law, but you're not. You're actually not telling people. You're also telling people to be civil, which is probably why his charges were so low because he wasn't telling people to be violent. He was telling people to just go into the Capitol, which would be
So I have a
trespass.
question.
And actually, was the Capitol even
Storm.
blocked off on the 5th, or was it open to the public?
He was talking about the following day. We're going to.
That might be true. He might have been saying we need to go in tomorrow when it would be blocked off. But then he's got reasonable doubt when he says, "Well, I didn't know it was going to be blocked off that day." Like,
I have a question. If someone says all year long, go do this every day for a whole year. Let's say they did it for a whole year, but on the day that it happened, they said, "No, don't do it."
Right.
Was it Ray Epps saying to go into the Capitol?
No, I'm just curious. As a morality, like
morally, Ray Epps was in the wrong. Absolutely. What I'm trying to explain is the reasoning why. One, he wasn't a very high value target for the FBI, and two, why he got such a light sentence.
I mean, wait, but that makes no sense. Again, he was telling people to enter and storm the Capitol. Both of those things. He even says at one point, "I'm going to go to jail for this probably, but we need to go into the Capitol."
Yeah, so he's telling people to go into the Capitol on January 5th when nobody went into the Capitol and was violent.
And then we're supposed to believe.
I maintain that is not illegal.
Okay, that's fine. I don't know. I don't know the legality of that.
That's inciting a riot, especially when he's, especially, and again, Destiny would completely dismiss this point, but he admits to orchestrating it, like to his
nephew. Yeah.
Right.
My question to you is: if Ray Epps is this mastermind FBI informant that's able to convince
I didn't say mastermind.
Okay, but he was able to convince an awful lot of
He's a plant.
Okay, are right wingers just so fucking feeble-minded that they were able to?
Let me say this:
that they were able to be convinced by this guy who was dumb enough to be an FBI informant or a plant. And then brag about it to his nephew?
Yeah, I have to say yes. I have to say
yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
I mean,
literally, Nate Alaska is the guy that called him out as a Fed and then proceeded to enter the Capitol. So,
okay, well, I mean, I don't want to be rude, but I think that right wingers tend to be not very intelligent or logically inclined myself. So,
I mean,
we agree on this, Drone Tech.
Not exclusively.
Present company excluded, of course.
I see. I run into a lot of dumb left wingers. So.
I mean, I looked into this for a while, and then when I watched the 60 Minutes interview done by I was never more convinced that he was involved third hand. Either he is FBI, I don't believe he is, or he's working on behalf of FBI by someone else. Ray Epps and that interview, that whole 60 Minutes interview, I mean, if nothing else would tell you that was all stitch up, that interview would have told you it. It was just ridiculous.
Okay.
But then what you expect? I don't really expect anything different these days.
So, y'all don't have any proof that Ray Epps is an FBI agent, except for
we'll never have it. We'll never have it. To me, the most damning thing is just that the barrage of, venom and bloodlust for anybody associated with J6, unless it's Ray Epps. Apart from this guy. Narrative. He's a victim. It's a conspiracy theory. The Democrats play dumb. Then they know who he is, and he's done nothing wrong. And it's weird. It doesn't make any sense. And the fact that for multiple years there, no charges, no interest, and then they give him this little slap on the wrist misdemeanor for the cameras. It's just
slap on the wrist misdemeanor because he didn't actually really.
Do you remember what I said though?
Do you remember what I said? Being charged.
What was he charged?
He didn't incite anything. Nothing happened when he said to go into the Capitol.
I think it's a possibility he's just a regular guy. He's not a government informant, but he is the guy that managed to incite this group. And if he's the guy that did it, you can't blame Trump.
I don't think he incited anything. As a matter of fact, wait, hold on.
He didn't incite anything. We're gonna storm the Capitol. Go into the Capitol. What?
And Moshi gonna go to prison for this.
Who stormed the Capitol as a result of Ray Epps?
Huh?
Who stormed the Capitol as a result of Ray Epps?
Well, he was in one of the first charges to break through the stupid barriers lower down.
Right.
In fact, there's footage. There is footage of it where he speaks in someone's ear. 2 seconds after he speaks in some lad's ear, the barrier goes down by this lad.
Right.
Anybody know who that? Anyone know who that is?
It's Professor
it's-
Snipes in a wig and
No,
MAGA
that
hat.
no, that's Lives of TikTok.
Yep, she was there.
I was there too.
You were there?
Shit.
Oh,
So he was
right
part of the
there.
insurrection.
Let's be
yes,
frank.
absolutely
let's be
part of
frank
it.
there,
I was going to go
Well,
in, but
no.
I didn't.
No comments. Always no comments.
Dude.
It's different with the FBI, isn't it? You can't give that, can you?
So-
The FBI.
so
Let me say one thing about incitement. In the United States, the First Amendment protects your right to say just about anything. And it doesn't, in order to be guilty of legal incitement, in order for your speech not to be protected, it has to be it has to be involving imminent lawless action. So something a day later does not count as imminent. So whatever he said on January 5th is probably not legally.
Well, he said on 6th. He was doing it on 6th too.
Well, I was just going by what Liberal Cluck said.
Yeah, I thought he repeated
Wait,
the statement
did
over
not-
2 days. Over
Where's
2
the
days, he
video?
repeated.
I
About
want
the
the video of
correct?
him saying it on the 6th.
Is that correct, Ryan? He repeated the statement over a 2-day period.
Yeah. The
I-
night of the 5th
Look,
and the 6th.
I'll admit that I'm wrong about him only saying it on the 5th when I see the video of him doing it on the 6th. Because the only video
Well,
I
there's
ever saw.
the daytime video is on the 6th, isn't it? The daytime video of him out on the street.
We'll just find it and link it. Like,
Okay. Well, it's just the footage. We all have them. There's nighttime footage from the 5th, and then the next footage after that is daytime footage. So I always assume that was the next day.
Cluck, what was he actually charged with?
well, Ray Epps charges. I didn't do any Ray Epps research.
I'll tell you. Well, it's a misdemeanor. Hold on. I think it was trespassing or being on government grounds or something. Let me see here.
We're not being invited.
Yeah,
on
like
private-
it was as slappy on the wristy as you can get.
It was probably all he was guilty of. If he did say on the 6th,
Disorderly or disruptive conduct on restricted grounds is what it is.
Okay. So he was actually on the Capitol grounds.
Right.
Okay.
So
It's
there's people
yeah,
who spent many years in prison for not being on the Capitol grounds, wasn't there?
He's not going to go to prison now. There's no prison.
So is it Samsel, the guy that hold on, let me get his first name. Find his first name. Mr. Samsel. Mr. Epps. Mr. Samsel.
Is he talking about Sansol?
Oh, that's Samsel.
I think he was there.
Was he?
Was Sansel there?
I thought about going. I thought about it, and I'm like,
I feel like he said he was. The guy's kind of a journalist, right?
Sonasol? Yeah, I guess so.
All right, Ryan Samsel. Is he the guy that you're talking about that Ray Epps was whispering to tell him to tear down the barricade?
I know. He whispered to him not to go through the barricades or whatever. But I always laugh at that because I'm like,
I was talking to Base Welshman because he's the one that made the claim.
That's what he said. That's what Ray Epps says. That he told him not to join a riot and don't riot. Don't.
Yeah, and apparently Mr. Samsel said that a man that he didn't know came up to him and whispered to calm down or whatever.
Right, but
so it checks out.
He had trespassed that land with that chap. They were next to each other, running through. So what you're telling me when they got to the barrier, he said, "Oh, don't push through the barrier, then, pal. Just stop by here." Is that what he said?
Right, he whispers in one guy's ear not to go.
So what's your theory? What's your theory about why this guy was testifying that that's what happened?
Well,
he's out of trouble. I don't know.
By protecting Ray Epps?
The thing is, if Ray Epps didn't want him or anyone else to encroach the grounds, then what is Ray Epps doing, running beside him, already breaching grounds?
You said that he whispered this when they first took down the first barricade.
Yeah. Well, from the footage you could see, he whispered into someone's ear, and as soon as he whispers into this man's ear, the barrier went down via this man. So even if he did tell him not to do anything, the barrier went down.
Yeah, it didn't work, but this seems like proof that Ray Epps wasn't intending on having a riot of people going into the Capitol.
Well, but by him being next door to him when they're actively breaching Capitol ground barriers
Did Ray Epps
between
go
public
onto the ground?
between
Yes,
public
he went
area.
underground.
Yeah,
Yes.
between
Because
public area and sort of restricted government area, which
There's
is
a
where
video
they
where
were breaching.
There's a video where they're pushing like this giant Trump sign or something up towards the barrier, and he's there helping.
Well,
This
was
guy's
that
getting a
on
lot
the
of-
grounds of
a lot
where
of
they
Yes,
weren't
on the
supposed to?
grounds, on the steps.
Okay.
On the steps.
for just being some random dude that doesn't matter, man. He's sure is pretty pivotal to the
Right.
debate.
He's like at the front, pacing up and down the line like the whole time.
No, I mean,
Like,
but just
no,
like all the little groups around the whole world that are having these types of conversations about this guy and going back and forth on the information about this guy that is
Well, that's
is
because
definitely guilty of stuff, but is getting kind of a slap on the wrist treatment. It's just strange. It's just
no. Okay,
What's-
it's not strange because there's about 30% of the country who has come up with this conspiracy around him to try and weigh as a part of
Conspiracy.
their effort. Hold on, let's
Oh.
Questions without good answers is what it is. It's
try
How
coming
is it
up with a
conspiracy? We're simply
yeah.
saying he did these things and is being treated differently, and it makes no sense.
Well, he's being
Yeah.
treated differently. There's testimony of one of the guys, the first guys
Okay.
that broke down the barricade. There's testimony of him saying that Ray Epps was telling him to calm down. And when he was saying storm the Capitol and all
So
that,
if
he was
I
saying peaceful,
if I spend several days inciting a riot, and just before it starts, I tell one guy in his ear whispering to calm down,
Wait,
It's
he wasn't-
okay.
I'm
he
good to
wasn't
go?
inciting
yeah.
a
But the
riot.
problem is,
like-
calm down was code word for breach.
I mean, is that like I become a Christian right before I die and I'm good to go?
Okay, so the Capitol,
Hey, hopefully that works, John. Too.
the
I'm not gonna
Capitol.
try it.
So liberal. Did we just get this out there, right? So they avoided him. What? He was ID'd within days. Okay, he was on the FBI list at the start, and he got wiped off after 24 hours. He was ID'd, I think,
You
by
know
the
the reason
public.
for that, right?
By the public. Well, no. Well, I'm just telling you the timeline. And then
Yeah,
he's
but you
avoided.
know the reason why he was taken off the list, right?
Well, let me just give you the timeline. All right, so let me just give you the timeline.
You're gonna give me a timeline that looks suspicious, but then I'm gonna have to add all this context to really.
Well, you can add that. You can add the context. So he was avoided. He was avoided for about 2 years. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Ryan. So we knew who he was. So he was, and everyone was talking about this chap because there's footage of him talking shit, right? Talking crazy shit that no one else has talked about. But this guy, this 6'4" guy, seems to be like proud as punch, talking shit. He's avoided for 2 years. Everyone else is nicked, including the 80-year-old women that basically wobbled on the fucking grounds. Wobbled on the grounds with the walking sticks. They've all been convicted. They're all being served up for like stupid things, maybe even 4 years, 3 years, 70-year-old people. This is retarded, right? Especially if they were non-violent. If they just trespass, and these sort of sentences were crazy. And this twat was avoided for 2 years, and then when he was picked up, he's given a slap. This is nonsense.
All right, so let me paint this picture because this is based off of the things that happened. Ray Epps, the day before the January 6th break-in in the Capitol, was telling people that we need to go into the Capitol, which is a common thing that peaceful protesters do all of the time.
He said storm the Capitol.
Why would you
said
all say that?
storm.
Like Cluck, why would you even say that, dude? Like,
Why would I say what?
Why? What? Come on, man.
It's storm, isn't it?
Something that people do. So anyway,
do we not have protesters inside the Capitol all the time?
Ryan, was it storm? Should we just get this ironed out? Because I don't like the way. Because unless I'm wrong here, I specifically remember him saying we need to storm the Capitol.
Yeah,
right?
I just put a link in the thing if you want to see it.
So let's get it right, liberal. Because what you say and what reality was is different there, and it makes a big difference.
Well, it also makes a difference when he said that.
He said it the night before.
Well, yeah, I know you keep on saying it. Did he say it twice? We get a confusion of whether it was 2 days or 1 day.
All right, hey, I'm going to mute you guys so I can listen to this.
It's just like the fact he said it, period, and then it's like, but a lot of people do that, so it doesn't matter. Like that's how it came across to me, and that's
not what I meant. But anyways, can I not mute you guys on this?
I don't know. I don't know. There's a button to mute everybody.
That's what I was just talking about. I want to listen to this clip I found on YouTube.
All right, so everyone just be quiet for like a minute.
Yes, Steve.
But we can't mute.
21 seconds. I just need 21 seconds.
Right?
Oh, wait, never mind. I'll just take my headphones off.
There you go.
There's footage of Ray Epps.
Yeah, but wait. Yeah, you can mute him.
Can mute him. I didn't.
But that I was just
No, that
that's
doesn't
funny.
help him.
But I
Muting
was
him-
just it works for this purpose, but I can't mute the audio in my ears from you guys and listen to another tab on YouTube, which is pretty stupid.
Muting him doesn't help, though, Steve. Muting him makes it so that he can't talk, but he can still hear us.
No, he knows that. Steve is saying he can't do what Liberal Cluck wants to do.
Right.
So liberals fact checking this now, is he?
Yeah.
He's just watching it. He's absorbing it.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely says it more than once, on more than one occasion.
He did. He mostly said we
you
got
have
to go
him
into
muted.
the Capitol.
Okay.
But then he said to some people storm the Capitol. But
No, well, he said to that one guy that we're here to storm the Capitol.
he's telling him his intentions. He's like, this is what we're
And he
doing.
whispers. He whispers. He whispers.
That's the
Yeah,
intention.
but your guys' narrative was that he was telling people to storm the Capitol, right?
Telling
Well,
people
when you
to
go,
enter the
when you
Capitol.
go,
And he
when
told
you
Big
go,
Alaska, we're going to storm the Capitol.
Yeah,
yeah, when you go up to someone like Baked Alaska, who's quite in, he's quite a buzzy bee around that sort of scene at that point. Stuff going on. I've seen the footage, right? And then he goes up to me, whispers in his ear. He says, "That's right. We're going to storm the Capitol tomorrow."
Yeah, we're here to storm the Capitol. He's going, but like he's also going around saying we need to enter the Capitol. We need to be peaceful.
And Baked Alaska laughed it off.
Is that not true? Did I make that up? Is that AI?
No,
you're making a bit up so far. So
I'm gonna make what you just said a bit more accurate. What happened was he was telling people, he's like, "Now I'm gonna go to prison for this probably, but we got to go into the Capitol." And Baked Alaska's like, "What? No!" He's like, "Fed," and everybody starts chanting that, and he's like, "Peacefully."
It was a few people that was chanting Fed. Wait, hold on, Jonathan. It was a few people that was chanting Fed, and then there was a few people cheering on what he was saying.
No, I'll get you the footage. I've seen it.
Just the footage. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like the thing is, you could.
Why is it that you asked me for your chance to give your narrative, and every step of the way I get interrupted? I can add in the part where he was being where Alaska was chanting Fed. I can add in the part where he said he whispered to this guy to storm the Capitol.
That's another one. That's just another.
Story still holds up.
All right, here. Look at the link I just posted. That's what I was telling you.
All right. Yeah, I'll do that, and then y'all can talk all y'all want, and then I'm going to come back, and I want to be able to tell you my timeline.
All right, we'll vote on it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to piss Libra off, but I just thought, like, why die on this bridge? Because this is like, I mean, it's a bit of a bull.
Because it's the San Francisco treat. That's why. I don't know.
Rice-A-Roni?
Yeah, man. No, Hamburger Helper, right? No, is it Rice-A-Roni? It's having Hamburger Helper.
It was Rice-A-Roni, bro. They don't eat Hamburger Helper in San Francisco. He
was clearly treated differently to the vast majority of people that were involved in that day. I don't know anyone else who was treated like that.
I thought it just was like the general blood loss for anybody associated with January 6th, except for that guy. It makes no.
All right,
I love how the media actually like supported that guy too. Only him.
Hey, how can we confirm that that's Forg and not some infiltrator with the Forg logo?
It's him.
I mean, the way he's talking is the way that he's talking is how I am used to him talking.
Okay, so yeah, I was wrong about the cheering. It was like a few people that were like saying no, and then they started chanting Fed. It wasn't everybody.
That's when he said the peaceful part. He's like, peacefully.
Okay,
all right, I'm going to add Forg in. Be quick on the draw.
He said that like.
Don't worry, if he whips it out,
no one will see it anyway. Wait. All right, so
it's him.
Here's the story. So January 5th. And you guys, yeah, if I say something that y'all want to add some context to that you think makes a difference, then go by all means stop me. But all right, January 5th, Ray Epps whispers to Baked Alaska, we need to storm the Capitol. He tells the crowd tomorrow we need to go into the Capitol. The crowd says no, or not the crowd, a few people in the crowd says no and starts chanting Fed, led by Baked Alaska. and then he says peacefully, right? Then
Yes.
the
And
next
this is
day,
all on the 5th?
yeah, this is it looks like it's the nighttime video, and Drone Tech said the nighttime video is on the 5th, and the daytime
Right.
video is the 6th.
Totally legal.
So, and it would make sense because the by dark, I'm sure Ray Epps was gone on the 6th.
Well, there's video of Ray on the 6th.
Yeah,
right.
daytime
But
video.
I'm saying that the order the footage comes in, it seems to show, like I've always seen it. It's night footage first, then the day.
Okay,
It,
so the
it
next
would make
day,
sense.
the next day, I need y'all to tell me which footage I am missing and show that to me.
The day
But
footage?
with this
Okay, I
timeline.
got you.
So the
I got
next day, is he pacing back and forth, saying what's he saying when he's pacing back and forth?
I'll get it. It's the same thing. We got to go into the Capitol.
We gotta go.
Well,
oh,
where
yeah.
is him?
He's also
Where's him
constantly
on-
telling people to stay focused. He's like, stay focused.
On the 6th, I thought there was footage of him pushing a sign into the police
is.
officers.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
posted a picture of it.
Yeah. Steve, can you play these videos? So if you post them, can you play them, or Last Dance play them, so everyone else gets to see them as well, like the viewers?
Yeah,
You
where's
posted
that
a picture?
picture?
Is it the one after the Fed one?
It's one of the links in there that I posted recently. There's a picture. It's a screenshot where they're pushing the sign. You can Ray Epps is circled.
Is it the one that starts Greg Price 11?
No, hold on. It's not that one.
Wait.
Oh, January 6th, right here.
Oh yeah, it's the one with James Hardy. It's the second link after Trump also wants to build a new FBI building.
Okay.
Right before Ford gets in here.
Is it in the private chat or the
Yeah, I'll just-
regular?
Why is
It's
this just a
private
picture?
chat.
Why is it not a video? The video.
There's a video of it too. I have video of it in one of my videos. Slowed down. Here, I'll see if I can bring that up because I can't find it, of course, now. But thankfully, I have.
Yeah, of course it's gonna be harder. Yeah. So what is he saying while he's pacing back and forth? Did you find that?
Supposedly, he's telling people to stay calm and all that kind of stuff. But there is one video where he is telling a guy. Destiny showed it to me, where he does tell a guy to stay calm. But my point is, he's pacing up and down. He's making himself an authority leader figure, and he was telling people that they were going to. Telling people to enter Capitol, and secretly told Bank Alaska that his plan was to storm the Capitol. So
Wait, if he's telling people to enter the Capitol on January 6th, then that is going to change my perspective on that whole thing, because him telling people to enter the Capitol on January 5th with nothing happen, that's one thing. But if he's telling
he
people
is
to
saying
tell,
tomorrow. He's like, tomorrow we need to go into the Capitol. So he is saying, like, tomorrow we're going to be doing this.
okay, but that was on the 5th. He said that. Did he tell
Yeah.
anybody to enter the Capitol on the 6th?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
so-
pretty sure, and I'll get you that video. One second.
Okay,
Yeah,
if you can find
if
that,
you
I
can
would
get-
love to see it.
If you can get that, Ryan.
Here's the
I mean,
timestamp.
yeah,
Here's the
liberal of all things to, like I said, we're having a good conversation here, and I know you're a good debater with the boys. Love you on the channel, like, but I don't want to annoy you with all this, but I don't think this is a hill you want to die on with this Ray Epps business, because it just stinks. I mean, that's the way it just feels all the evidence that I know that I've personally seen.
Oh, here we go.
It just stinks, like, you know what I mean?
Here it is. I mean, that's him supposedly.
Here we go.
The red
yeah,
hat.
Yeah.
No.
Right. Is that the? Oh no, I put a video in there. So if you click the last link and I just put in there, it's a timestamp on a slowed down video of him.
YouTube?
Yeah, the YouTube link. That's from my thing.
Is that your channel?
Yeah.
So
that's
is this
from
the
my
sign
video.
thing?
Yeah, this is where you can see him pushing. It's slowed down so you can see it, but he's
I'm
one
just-
of the guys pushing.
I'm just going to
I don't
push
see
that
the
back.
sign.
Well, I just showed it. Which we can.
Yes. We need the
That's-
video.
That's not the same as the picture you showed.
Yeah, it is. It's the same. It's just here. It's the
That
same
sign
big
was
sign.
huge. It would be in frame.
Right, well, Ryan, can you present on your side? You can present that video from your
Can I?
side, can't you?
He
You
cannot.
Yeah, you can.
I don't think he can.
Yeah, you can.
Can he?
Oh yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Press your
I got you.
options.
All right. So we're about here in your video, Drone. I'll just play it while you're messing around.
All right. Oh no,
Entered
you're
the
good. Go ahead.
Capitol. But they don't even mention the fact that he's on video multiple nights inciting people and telling them to enter the Capitol. And he's also on video engaging in some of the violence. Here's Ray Ups actually involved in the fighting with riot police.
Oh wait, that's not the sign. My bad.
But
Yeah,
that's
that's
him.
not the sign.
Look
definitely
how far.
in the mix.
He's right in the middle of that. He's right in the middle of that.
He's in the middle, but do you know that he's there to try and fight police or trying to keep...
Liberal, you were
Look at that
saying
boy.
that
Yeah.
he's not on the outskirts, is he? He's not on the
This man was never
outskirts.
charged.
Do you
Grandmas
think...
with cancer who just went in and walked around were
stop.
charged and put in
There's no more, I
prison,
don't think.
but somehow
All right.
Do you think that right there is enough to say that he like assaulted a police officer or something?
Well, that screenshot also that he
Well, the
posted.
screenshot doesn't show anything either. It just shows him pushing a sign. I didn't even see any police officers in this.
There's a video of Ray Epps during the day, during people in the Capitol.
I
There's
would
another one during the day.
I'm saying we need to go in the Capitol.
Yeah, into the Capitol. Now, you know what? I can't be for 100% sure this is from the 6th, though. It seems like it, because all these people are walking to something, right? Oh, no, that is definitely from the 6th, because it goes straight into the protest from there.
So he said it 2 days on
and
a
it's
pop.
from him. And he's saying it at there. He's saying it right there.
But we
Spread
ain't
the
seeing
word.
it, Ryan. We're
People
not
know.
seeing it. We're not seeing it, Ryan.
Oh, well, okay, here, I'll share it right here.
Oh God, here we go.
Wait, so that first video, I think he posted two, and I haven't watched the second one. Oh no,
Yeah, right.
the one that you put,
Here, I'm gonna share it
the
right here.
one video just shows him saying we're going to the Capitol, not in the Capitol.
Oh God.
Oh,
No,
wait.
he doesn't.
Right? But wait, isn't that the exact same thing that Donald Trump told them to do?
Can you bring it in? There you go.
Yeah, there.
Yeah, this one right here.
That's where our true problems lie.
Let's just see what he says here.
We are going to the Capitol.
That is on the 6th, though, right?
Yeah, probably.
Where our problems are.
As soon as
Okay, so
Donald
yeah,
Trump
he's just saying to the Capitol here.
Stop speaking. We are going to the Capitol. The Capitol's in that direction. Let people know. Spread the word.
I don't see anything illegal there.
Wait, yeah, he's not
Well,
telling
there
anybody
you're
to-
right. There I can't argue with you because he
Okay,
doesn't say
cool.
go in the Capitol there. You're
Let's see
right.
what this one says.
So
Oh,
that
yeah, here.
footage.
Spread the word. All right. Noted.
Here's another one from. Here's another one. 1 second. Oh wait, you can see it. Never mind.
Please spread the word. All right. Noted. But one more thing.
Yeah, so can we go up there? No?
When we go in,
Are we going to get arrested?
There you go. When we go in.
you don't need to get
You
shot.
arrest us.
Oh, there you go.
Wait, hold on. Go back. Which one was that?
Yeah, so can we go up there?
Do you see what time it is in there?
Oh, he said, "Can we go up there?" They're there right now. They're talking about it.
Up there?
Listen,
No?
When we go in,
Are we going to get arrested if we
leave
go
this
up there?
He's got a gun. He's telling.
it's not a gun. It's pepper spray, because Destiny actually mentioned that part. He brought that up at some point because I remember him saying something about that, but he didn't realize the significance of the fact he's talking about going into the Capitol on that day.
Wait, that looks like unless it's super early in the morning.
Listen what he's saying. When we go in, they're talking about right now.
No?
when we go in,
Are we going to get arrested if we
leave
go
this
up there?
See, are we going to get arrested if we go up there? That's then. That is at the Capitol. I know it's probably the film quality looks really bad for some reason, but
Can we go
All right,
up
hold
there?
on. I'm really
listen to what they're
curious.
saying.
Please spread the word. All right. Noted. But one more thing.
Yeah, so can we go up there? No?
When we go in,
Are we going to get arrested if we
leave
go
this
up there?
You're hearing all that, right?
get shot.
Yeah, no,
Well,
Are we going to get arrested? Are we going to get arrested if we go up there?
I hear that, but my guess would be that there were some. I don't know.
I feel like
if
you're
this was-
grasping at this point.
If
man.
this was the 5th, then
It's
it
No,
was-
not.
This is when they're at the Capitol for sure.
Yeah, but he was at the Capitol on the 5th too, and he was
Oh,
at the
correct.
Capitol.
Well,
Yeah,
later.
but but you were saying it's 20. Well, the last answer saying it's 24 hours before, so it doesn't count.
In all those other videos, he's talking about tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're going to go into the Capitol. On this one, he's talking like we're in the process of it right now.
No, when we go in, leave this here. That could be him talking about the 6th still, like the next day. The reason why I think that the reason why I think that happened before was because the Capitol was breached at around 1 o'clock. If it was that time, then it would be much brighter, unless it was a problem with the film quality.
Yeah, the film was shit, so you can't take lighting into.
I mean, I will completely admit that that's a possibility. I would love to know for sure what was going on.
I mean,
I've always just assumed that those videos were happening on the 6th, and the one,
prior to it, when he's saying, when he's done talking, we're going to the Capitol. The people are walking away, and he's saying the Capitol's that way. I think that was the 6th.
I think so too.
That was the 6th, but what he's saying is we're going to the Capitol, which is the exact same thing that Trump said.
Right, but he's like, when we go in.
Yeah, that one could be damning.
And it's like, we have tons of video of this guy, but just think of like what we don't have.
Stretching your wrist dance?
Yes.
So who,
that's stretching a different muscle.
Careful. McGrandy will be.
If my dog does that,
he
we're in
just
trouble.
You'll be sending your goose stepping in a minute. McGrandy will come on.
Yeah.
We've been perfecting our goose steps ever since McGrandy accused us of that.
That was the bat signal. He's coming.
I'm seeing if there's any other photos. Here we go. Here's the sign. Oh, here we go. I got the sign video. Here.
I want to discuss after this what people think he was an actual federal employee agent of some sort.
Well, he doesn't have to be an agent. He could just be an informant. He could be any. He never has to actually be working for the government to be, doing their bidding.
Yeah, but informant or
wait, hold on.
There you go. He was helping.
Did you post that? Did you post that link?
Yeah.
Oh.
There it is.
See, he would definitely look. Let's look at this. He would definitely be a person of interest. He's right in the melee.
He was a person of interest.
Wait there. Just if they had that footage alone, just that footage we're just seeing now, right? Now, what we have got on that footage was available from day one. Yet they avoided him like the plague for fucking 2 years.
Listen, we do. He was a person of interest. They had his name on the list. He called. He gave his side of the story. There was testimony from other people that was saying that he was telling people to be peaceful. There's video of him telling people to be peaceful. That's probably why they didn't really.
Okay. Let's get a couple of things straight here. He doesn't say peaceful once. What we've got footage of him saying is storm, enter, go into the Capitol, right? Yeah, and all that footage was available near enough straight away after. So this is nonsense what you're talking about, liberal. Total fucking nonsense. He's talking nonsense.
Have you found yourself defending any other January 6th related person?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on a second. No. So here's what I said about January 6th on January 8th. I said that if those people were right about the election being stolen, then they would be fucking heroes. That's what I said. I defended all those people because I think they were just tricked by Donald Trump saying that the election was stolen. I think yes. So I defended every single January 6th person. Now tell me which other January 6th person is the right so avidly against as Ray Epps? None, and that is why I find myself defending him.
One other guy.
I don't have to defend anyone else against you guys.
What about the Antifa guy? They hate him.
The one who filmed
what was it, Paul Sullivan or something like that?
Is there a conspiracy against the Antifa guy that made it all the way up to Tucker Carlson?
It made it in right-wing talk circles, that's for sure.
He's real. The BLM member. Or they kicked him out.
Wait there. Wasn't he the one that films the killing of the veteran?
Yeah.
So
are y'all saying that this Antifa guy was also a Fed?
He sold the footage as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he sold all of his footage to MSNBC and CNN.
Where would I have contention for y'all's narrative against this?
He was inciting people a little bit. I don't think there's a big conspiracy.
He's not interesting, really.
Yeah, I don't.
That's why I don't talk about him.
Yeah,
I just wanted to be complete.
Calm down.
He's not a person
saying,
I really.
I don't get where.
Look, you're mentioning things like he's told people to be peaceful and stuff. We've just shown you footage repeatedly where he's saying go into storm, and all that footage was available. Yeah, you just cherry pick what's available, right? Look, it doesn't matter if he said peaceful. It doesn't even matter if he said peaceful, because in the next sentence he's telling people to go riot.
Same standard?
What's that?
Do you hold Trump to the same standard? It doesn't matter that Trump said to be peaceful?
He said protest peacefully and patriotically at the Capitol.
Yeah, so the fact that he told people to go to the Capitol, that makes Trump responsible, right? Because even though he said be peaceful, it doesn't matter, right?
Well, it was the actions too. It was the actions.
Yeah, but when did Trump say to storm the Capitol? That's the bit I'm missing.
Trump. He whispered in one guy's ear that we're here to storm the Capitol.
Well, but he said that was his intention, as he told everybody we got to enter the Capitol.
So
He's telling everybody we got to enter the Capitol.
This is what I mean. This is what I mean. You need to storm the Capitol.
What does storming the Capitol mean to you guys?
This is like I said. Why die on this hill?
From a guy who's on video telling people we need to go to the Capitol, be peaceful, and it has had testimony from the guy who took down the first barricade that he told him to calm down, and was telling him people in testimony after that he was there to try and calm people down. He was there and trying to calm people down. What do you think he meant by storm the Capitol?
Well, what would you think?
I would think that he meant that he was going.
Oh, there he is.
To the Capitol with overwhelming numbers.
No, I think that there was going to be a literal storm there.
No, I think that he wanted people to go.
He was talking about the weather.
I think that on January 5th, he wanted people to go into the Capitol peacefully.
They've changed around StreamYard a little. Sorry, Aphid, I missed you down there.
All right, Lib.
Wondering where he was.
So I've been here since you were playing the guitar.
There's 3 layers now. It used to just be 2, and now there's 3 underneath in the green room, I guess you would say. So
now hold on, I do gotta watch that video of the sign. That was the last one I clicked on, I think.
I think I'm done with this topic, though. I'm really interested. Did you guys see? I posted it, but Donald Trump posted on Truth. He posted on Truth that he's gonna build a big, beautiful FBI building. It's like, what?
What will he call it?
In DC. I don't know if you're aware, but the FBI has selected a location in Greenbelt, Maryland, to build their new headquarters.
Right, and he was saying, no, we don't want to move it. We just want to build a big, beautiful new one right here, where all the crime and rapes. It's something like that. Yeah.
Did you say you're done with this topic?
Like, why are you kissing up to the FBI? They literally tried to take you out. Like, what are you doing?
Did you say you're done with this topic?
I'm kind of done, dude. I've been doing it all day, man, you know.
I understand.
I beat around my Destiny for like 4 hours.
You had that debate with Destiny, but
he's not just done; he's well done.
Yeah. Like that video of him
beef jerky
with the people that pushed that gate does not negate the idea that he was trying to keep people peaceful. Like he wasn't the one pushing the gate. He wasn't the Capitol. I'm being peaceful. He wasn't the one pushing the gate.
But like I said, if that was the only footage you had, right, then he would definitely be a person of interest, right? But all that other footage was all available within like a couple of days.
Yeah,
It's bullshit when he says, oh, he explains it, and because he said peaceful to one guy, which I haven't seen anywhere, right?
You guys, wait, stop right there. You said, stop.
All
You
the
said because
violence
he
he's
said
been
peaceful to
promoting.
one guy. No, you're just wrong about this. You said because he said peaceful to one guy. No, he said peaceful when he was announcing to the crowd that we were going to go to the Capitol. He said storm the
Oh,
Capitol to one
peacefully,
guy.
peacefully.
Like, but you guys want to harp on the storm the Capitol part.
Okay,
when
okay.
He said that to one guy.
So the FBI, the FBI will turn around and say, "Oh, are you trying to tell me that the FBI will turn around and because he's turned around and said peacefully in one statement and said storm it in the next statement, and later on the next day he said we need to go in. You think that negates what he said previously? Because it doesn't.
I think that the FBI didn't have him as a high person of interest because there wasn't really much that they could charge him with.
But that 70-year-old pensioner was of interest, wasn't she? The one who went in with her crutches. She was of interest.
She got prison time for illegally parading, and they got her to come out and trash Trump.
She was actually inside the Capitol, right?
Huh? Yeah.
Ray Epps wasn't in the Capitol. I would imagine that probably has something to do with why the FBI.
Epps was on his.
But when you're talking about a terminally ill patient, a cancer patient, right? They're basically just trespassed, and that's all they did. They didn't get involved in any rucks or any trouble or anything at all. Just got carried away and wobbled in.
Dead horse with a live horse to kick for a while.
They hammer these people. They hammer them.
My guess would be that the FBI looked into the people that were actually in the Capitol before they were looking at the people that never actually went into the Capitol.
Yeah.
I would say
for
that
the most part.
No, I wouldn't agree with that. I think they looked at the people who were committing violence outside of the Capitol against Capitol police officers first and foremost.
Yeah, but those people probably went into the Capitol also, right?
I don't know. Some of them were probably just happy to have beaten the shit out of some Capitol police officers.
I guess that's possible, but we've had to find somebody who didn't go into the Capitol but was outside beating the shit out of police officers and got looked at before Ray Epps in order to actually prove that.
I hate that this one riot.
We don't really have comparables. Like the guy was pushing the sign up, right? Well, there's 5 guys pushing the sign up. We have to look at the other 4 and see how they were treated to really say whether Ray Epps was treated differently.
We'll never know the truth. It's just, it'll always be a conspiracy theory.
So what about the federal government suing Texas if they enforce the border?
Yeah, what's up with that?
Any thoughts or knowledge on that? Because I didn't read the article, but
I do want to add one thing here that I think Drone Tech makes a good point, and we've dismissed. And that is that it's true that news media, there's Fox on one side and CNN and MSNBC on the other. But it's different for newspapers. There really is no right-wing, well-funded newspaper. There's no right-wing New York Times. There's only the New York Times and maybe the Washington Post, and they're both left-wing. And these are the kind of stories that take a lot of resources, that take a team of reporters, that an unbiased New York Times could get to the bottom of this. All these things we're arguing about, they could go and find out, was Ray Epps treated better or worse or differently? And these are relevant questions. And
there's no appetite for it, though, is there?
We're not going to be able to do the research, even if it's all out there. It's too much work, and
that's
only
the spirit.
I mean,
yeah, but he's right, though. He's right.
They have a staff of researchers, the New York Times, to do.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just being a penis.
That's funny. No, that was hilarious, dude. You're so right.
I think that the idea that you're going to look at something so huge as January 6th, everything that was going on in that, all of the footage that we have of that, and you pick out this one guy, Ray Epps, and
it's because he was ignored.
Come out.
I know you didn't. I'm talking about you as in the right wing in general. You pick out this one guy. You pick out this one guy, Ray Epps, and say, why isn't he being treated the same as this person, that person, that person, that person? And then you create this. You can't. I don't see why you think that's hold on a second. I don't see why you think that's worthy of creating this grandiose narrative that he's this FBI informant and that's why he's getting all this special treatment.
I didn't say that. When did I? I've never said FBI informant. In fact, I had to keep reminding Destiny today that I've never said that.
Wait, so what do you believe then?
Well, I've said that like he could be anything. Who knows? Like I
But
even
what
said
do you believe?
Hold on. I even said he could just be a regular civilian. That if they paid more attention to him, people would blame him perhaps for the incitement and what happened, and not Trump. And they want people to blame Trump.
But what do you think is the most likely scenario?
I think that outside of it just being nothing, and it's just the way it worked out. Outside of that, I think it's most likely that he just gets in the way of the narrative. I think that's probably the most likely. But
so you don't think he's an FBI informant?
He could have connections. He was in the Oath Keepers. Maybe he was an informant for the Oath Keepers. I don't know.
But you don't think that he was like an FBI, somebody sent there by the FBI to instigate people?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll put those words in my mouth.
And that would make sense in line with all the other stuff. Like they make sure that there's not going to be a good
comeback.
And they know, and then they instigate it and then we didn't really talk about this, but there's lots of video where the whole crowd is totally peaceful and there's police like throwing grenades.
We were going to get to that, but because I got research on that too. But this right. So do you think that
I got shot with a rubber bullet, like killed, didn't he? Or I'm not sure if he died, but he looked messed up.
No, Ashley Babbitt was the only one that only protester that died.
Well, another guy got shot in the crowd by a rubber bullet for no reason.
Okay. So wait, when it comes to Ray Epps, do you think it's the most likely scenario that he was a plant from the FBI sent there to incite people, or do you think it's the most likely scenario that he was just some dude, some Trump supporter that ended up inciting people?
You can only pick those two.
I think it's probably, if not an informant, the next most likely scenario for me is just a regular guy who did incite it, but and because of that is a problem for the narrative against Trump.
So, but you think your most likely scenario is that he is an informant or a plant?
Well, can we just clarify something? Why would an informant be part of the process? Wouldn't an informant more or less kind of be observing if they were an informant?
Well, if they're
background operation.
Exciting.
I mean, the FBI.
You're right. But for
he's whispering, he was trying to help out a guy. He's like, "Hey, you don't go. I'm trying to help you out. Like, I know what's going on. Don't you go." Maybe that did happen. Maybe he did whisper that to that guy, which is kind of weird to me. Like, because just like everybody pointed out, you can see the video. It starts right then.
Well, it's easily explained. Wait, John, check
this guy.
That is easily explained by the idea. That is easily explained by the idea that he wanted people there in large numbers, but he wanted people to be peaceful.
I mean, I would not smoke, Steve. I think it's important.
Real plan is to storm the Capitol peacefully.
Yeah. I think it's important to point out that the FBI does have a bit of a track record of entrapment.
Right, the Michigan kidnapping case.
Oh goodness. Okay, so which one do you want to do now? Do you want to do the FBI or the police were shooting peaceful people, or do you want to do the Michigan Whitmer thing? Because I did research on both of those.
Okay, either one.
Okay, so
yay.
Tangential to that, the Michigan. I'm sorry. Look, I have prepared a lot for this debate.
Research. I'm with you, man. Go for it.
Okay, Gretchen Whitmer. So why do you think that? Wait, why do you think this was an FBI setup? The Whitmer.
So,
case?
as far as I know, basically the FBI set up this guy who was literally like a homeless guy eating rats, like some druggy homeless guy that was eating rats. They got him, gave him a bunch of money, basically told him what to buy, what to do. They put together a team. Like, didn't every single defendant get off? Didn't they drop?
That's far from what happened.
Or three of them, or was it three of them?
What I am hearing from you right now is that you think that the FBI set up these people in what were they called, the Wolf something? Let me see if I got the name of that group. I did not put the name of the group. I'm an idiot. But you think that they set up this right-wing group that was planning on kidnapping Gretchen Whitmer, but you don't really know what happened, like the details of the case.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with it like I am other things, but yeah, somewhat.
Okay. So I just want to point out, and this is because I want people to have better ways of thinking. I want people to think more rationally and logically about these things. I want to point out that as a small piece of your narrative of when it comes to the Jan 6 being a setup is the idea that Gretchen Whitmer case is proof that the FBI is constantly doing this, and you don't really even know the details about.
Well,
this
here's what I
case.
know. I know that the cases. I'm pretty sure the cases were dropped against several of them. There were at least 12 of the team. 12 of them were all FBI informants. Like most of the team was FBI.
Okay, so there were 14 men
right?
charged.
Right, 12 of them. 14 charged.
Yes,
Okay.
14 men charged. There were 3 informants and 2 agents. Do you know the difference between those two?
There were 12 informants.
No,
That's
there
what I'm
was
reading.
3 informants and 2 agents.
It's for the shit load, isn't it?
Hold on, wait. I'm willing to be wrong on
That's
this.
not what I
You can
linked
link
to.
what you're reading when it said 12 informants.
One second. I'm reading a couple other. Go ahead. I'll catch up.
So here's what I got, and I'm going to be straightforward with you. This part came from Wikipedia, which is why I wanted you to link your thing, because I'm willing to be wrong on this. But yeah, so there, according to this, there's 3 informants, 2 agents. Do y'all know the difference between an informant and an agent?
I think so.
Yes, an informant's just a regular schmuck who they trapped somehow. And,
Well,
yeah.
actually, I'm glad you phrased it that way, because
Go.
hold on a second. Let me find it. Okay, Big Dan, one of the informants. The informant that they collected most of the records. This was not a guy that they just tracked somehow. He was a member of the group before becoming an informant, and he was concerned about radicalization of the group. So he contacted the authorities, which is how he became an informant. It wasn't some guy that they trapped. This group was already becoming radical, and this guy was getting concerned about it. That's why he contacted the authorities and became an informant. I've got that right here if y'all want to see that. Hold on.
I'm posting in the private chat the stuff I have here.
So they're the Wolverine Watchmen, and yeah, Big Dan was an Iraq war veteran.
Yeah, I'm just reading that.
And he apparently joined to keep up his firearm skills, but then was put off by the radicalization and contacted law enforcement. And apparently these guys posted a YouTube video, which probably wasn't too smart. I mean, these guys seemed like idiots, man.
Yeah, they were for sure. I'm still reading this. I should be better versed on this, but I
read this when I was doing
heard about
my
all the
research.
informants. I'm like, psh.
I read this when I was doing my research, and it's just basically talking about the 2 people who were found not guilty.
Yeah, but how many
3
people
were
were? So how many convictions were there?
There were 14 men were charged. 5 were found not guilty. Now those other 3 were people that weren't even charged with conspiracy to kidnap. 9 were found, 9 were found. 7 of them were found guilty, and 2 of them pled guilty to their charges. 6 men were charged specifically with kidnapping charges. 2 pleaded guilty. 2 were found guilty, and 2 were found not guilty. That means 4 out of the 6 men that were charged with kidnapping were in one way or another found guilty. And then there was 3 informants and 2 agents.
Well, conspiracy to commit kidnapping was the
Yeah.
They didn't actually get her.
right.
Well,
Adam Fox got it. Ty Gabrin got it. Caleb Franks. Yeah, I mean, there's other shit though. Material aiding a terrorist and membership in a gang. Pete Musico got 12 to 20 for that. And 2 of them are in ADX Florence, which is a really, really high security. Like the shoe bomber is there and stuff, you know? So, Barry Croft.
Here's the indictment for the actual people who got conspiracy to commit kidnapping. Oh, wait. Hold on a second.
There's a.
Oh, yeah. So Fox was saying he needed 200 men to storm the Capitol building in Lansing, Michigan, and take hostages, including the governor. Did the FBI put him up to saying that? I
This one says FBI concocted Whitmer kidnapping plot. Acquitted says.
Can we switch to Aphid combing his beard for this topic?
Hell yeah.
ASMR, man.
Well, RW, you remember yesterday when we were talking about how you said that the Jan 6 is played out, and I was like, no, I actually like these topics because they there's a lot of information out on them now, a lot of accurate information because it's not breaking news anymore, and each side has completely different realities that they're living in, and I like combing through the facts of the matter the same way we did with Ray Epps, where Joan Check was posting videos and we were finding out that he was saying this or he was saying that and when he was saying it.
Mhm.
I think this stuff is really interesting.
Yeah, it is. It's fun. I'm just a little tired of it because, I've been at it all day, so I'm a little tired.
I know, I understand.
It's just harder for me when like we're presenting information and it's like, well, he said that, but
he meant this.
That, so.
Well, okay, so if you want,
he
said that, but Trump also said that.
What do you mean? What do you mean by storm the Capitol? I mean
Trump said that. Then why are they accusing him of doing it?
It just looks like it just looks like it comes down to personal, interpretation. That's just what it seems like.
I'm not saying that he's definitely an informant, but I'm saying it's
going to change their mind at this point when it comes to.
I mean, it's very spooky, the whole thing.
He doesn't work directly for the FBI, but I'm sure he could have been, like you said, employed, outsourced.
What does a specific job title for them mean? Like if he is an actor that's part of a movement to cause a bad thing to happen, but we're arguing about his specific title. I mean, I don't find any value in that. If we want to argue what is part of something nefarious or not, that's cool. I think the answer is yes. Do I know who it was for? No, but it makes sense that it has to do with the elite and the powerful wanting something to happen.
The topic
that's where I'm at too. Like, I don't quite know what's happening, but something is definitely going on there.
RW, the topic was January 6th a setup. If Ray Epps being an FBI informant, telling people to go into the Capitol on January 5th, if he was an FBI informant, that would be a really big deal. If he's just some random schmuck on that believed Trump's lies, then that's not such a big deal.
No, well, I just said what I believe, but would I be correct in saying yeah, but would I be correct in saying that the FBI boss, when asked at the Senate how many field officers were on the ground on January the 6th in the crowd, he refused to answer that question outright? Am I correct in saying that? Can someone fact check me?
Yeah, that's completely reasonable.
Okay.
Why would the FBI director say anything about any potential informants they may have in these groups that may be currently trying to gather information?
We didn't say informants; it was agents.
Either way, why would they say anything about?
Because he's being asked at the Senate.
Okay.
It doesn't mean he has to answer.
It doesn't. That would be... it doesn't. But at the same stage, if you're going to answer that question, it would be at the Senate, and he's refusing to answer the question, so people can just look into that when he could have answered the question.
But is this the thing with Tom Cotton? Is that what you're talking about?
That would be putting the operations in which these agents and informants are trying to accomplish at risk.
Well, it's all over now, isn't it? They've nicked everyone. They've nicked everyone. That question was posed, I believe, in my memory, a couple of months back, 4 months back. So everything was all fucking convicted and done by that time. So you're not doing anything now, are you? By just giving a number.
Okay, I work for a prison. There is information that I cannot share with the inmates. If an inmate were to come up to me and ask me about the information that I can't share, like let's say if an inmate comes up to me and be like, "Hey, did inmate Smith, were they the one that told you that information about me?" I'm not going to tell them yes. And inmate Smith wasn't
straight.
the person.
Here's a shank.
Yeah, if inmate Smith wasn't the person, I wouldn't tell them no. If inmate Smith was the person, I certainly wouldn't tell them no. Yes. What I'm going to say is that I cannot give you that information. I cannot answer that question either way, because if I start telling people no, and then I refuse to answer when the answer is yes, they're gonna figure that out. So if this FBI person were to start saying, "Oh, we have 16 people in this," first of all, she like saying that we have this many people.
What harm would it do? What harm would it have done 4 months ago when posed a question at the Senate to say, "Of course, I had agents on the ground." You know what do you expect?
I think there may still be informants in some of these groups that need to be protected.
Well, whether there was or wasn't informants in those groups, the FBI director wouldn't say anything.
There's a different point to be made, though. There's information we don't know that we can speculate and guess. But then you guys were arguing about how Ray Epps said something on one day, but he didn't say it on the next day, so therefore it's not a big of a deal. And it's like, here we have information that did happen, and you're looking at what someone was saying, which was to go and do something, and then because he didn't do the next day, then you're saying, well, then you couldn't possibly be this or that because it didn't happen on this day. And it's like you're looking at all this information that happened, and then you're like sugarcoating something to fit.
But he said peacefully. But he said peacefully once. He said peacefully once. It's like pathetic, isn't it?
What I am trying to do is explain to you what in my mind is the most likely reason why Ray Epps wasn't a high value target for the FBI.
Oh, there were a lot of people that weren't particularly high value targets that got.
But what does it matter if he was or wasn't? If he was an individual that caused more bad things to happen on that day, what is the value of his title with a specific organization?
Because the conversation isn't about whether or not Ray Epps is a good or bad person in regards to January 6th, or he did good or bad things. The conversation is. Yeah, the conversation was January 6th a setup, and as a part of that question, people like Drone Tech and I guess Base Welshman over here says that Ray Epps is proof that or is a part of it could be a part of the proof that that January 6th was a setup, and as a part of proving that,
does he have to be a part of the FBI for that to be true? Or not true?
Well, what's the other scenario in your mind?
Who would be?
Who knows who the fuck he's working with? Who knows who the head of the snakes are and organizations they're using at that time? FBI is an option, but it's like we're arguing over what group he's from. When you look back at the bigger picture and you see how things went down and recordings of what people said and how they were treated, when you fit all the pieces together, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, and I already don't trust the government, and so I'm not going to defend the government in this situation. I'm just looking at the information being like, that doesn't make any sense. And then what the stuff they're telling me doesn't make any sense. I'm not going to, it's a large clusterfuck of bullshit. And
yeah, I don't see how Ray Epps was working for anybody but his dumbass self.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, Fed? No, I don't think so, personally. But
then you have to answer the question of why he was treated so lightly.
And that's what I've been trying to do this entire time. You're asking me why am I like trying to excuse him? I'm explaining to you why the most likely scenario as to why the FBI didn't make him a high value target.
And your conclusion is that?
Here's my opinion. If anybody
well, his conclusion is the Ray Epps spoke to the FBI and gave him his side of the story, which is nonsense because the footage of him talking shit the day before and on the day was already out there anyway. Just because he said peacefully in one statement, it doesn't neglect.
So peacefully in one statement. The next day, he's got somebody testifying that he told him to calm down.
The FBI would have nicked him.
Let's have Aphid give his opinion. Yeah.
My opinion is they have their own videos of the same videos we're seeing and thousands more that they've combed through and looked at all these different people that they've grouped into. You know, we've seen what the internet has focused and grabbed together of everything that they've found of Ray Epps and put it into one, major motion picture of how he's in this narrative. Well, the FBI knows that there's 1,000 Ray Epps out there that have said and done the same stuff that Ray Epps did. And, that's why, he's just another one along the list. I think the only people that have made Ray Epps special are the people that have focused so much attention on Ray Epps.
I agree. Appreciate you, Alf. Alfie. Hey, stupid question.
Close enough.
I guess the only thing I would say to that is that
Alfie.
Alien
Alfie.
life form.
I'm gonna call him Alfie.
Wait, hold on, real quick, Alfie. I would, gosh, I feed it.
Aphid.
Aphid. Okay, Aphid. Stupid question. Is that a green screen?
No,
No.
Or do you actually
real.
have like all that shit set up?
He actually has that.
That's crazy.
He's actually in
Oh my
orbit.
gosh.
He's actually in orbit right now.
Those are screens.
That's
ISS, yeah.
insane.
You should
Casting-
see. You should see
casting
the
for Venus
ICBM. He has
All
a
right,
whole
so I've got-
ICBM up there.
He can
I've
nuke
got-
your ass from there.
I've got one more section. If y'all want to get into the whole idea that the FBI was inciting peaceful people by shooting them and spraying them, right? That's one of the talking
That
points.
sounds
right?
very improbable.
No. Hold on. So
Well, it's
when the
interesting to me that that's a common excuse I hear, or I did hear during the left-wing riots, that they were being incited by the police shooting tear gas at them. Anyway, don't you,
yeah,
you agree with that?
absolutely. And you were
Common-
probably at the time you were probably like, that's dumb, right?
No. Oh yeah, I thought that was bullshit. Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
So why is it that that's like a valid thing now?
Because there is some video. I'm not saying that it's definite. I'm 100% on that, but I have seen videos suggest it. It is possible that I have not seen all angles, or it was a certain edit that deceived me. I am leaving that open as a possibility.
You know what, Drone Tech? I actually appreciate that, and I think I'm done with this topic now because, like, what I appreciate is that you are having the same skepticism of these videos that are coming out now that prove this one narrative. You have a newfound skepticism of them. Just like when you showed me all that shit about Jacob Blake and the narrative that was around there, I had a newfound skepticism of breaking news and how all that shit went down. So I appreciate that. Yeah. So I think this is a good place to end this topic.
I'm not even sure what you guys are talking about, but
So
we were talking
So
about,
here's what I'm talking about. When I watched Drone Tech and RW, and I think Riddle was there, talk about this the first time, the night that I missed it, and I came in the middle
that's
of it.
this is what I don't understand what you're talking about. Talk about this. This is what do you said the FBI shooting at people?
Oh yeah, in the crowd. Yeah, so we were saying that I'm saying that I think one of the things that could have incited the crowd was the Capitol Police throwing stun grenades and tear gas and rubber bullets into the crowd for no apparent reason, just doing it.
Yeah, and I looked into those. So you posted, I think, 2 videos.
There's a couple. So there's one of a guy like shooting some sort of gun, like a sniper, just into the crowd. There's one of the body cam of him lobbing grenades. He's just like, plah, plah. And there's one where the cops like, hey, we're pissing people off with this. The people were mad, and then we're throwing grenades, and it's pissing everybody off because we're getting all these innocent people. And there's that video, and then there's people. You can see people getting sprayed just in the crowd. They're just like spraying down into people.
Yeah,
I can go find them if you want me to. I can go find them all.
So instead of just turning around and leaving,
we're so close.
Instead of just turning around and leaving, they thought, let's attack more.
Right. Yeah, I'm with you. It's like once police start doing that, it's time to turn around and take off.
Right.
Probably.
Go home.
Hey, I'm with you. I would never have put myself in that position. Not in a million years.
Can we have a subject change in 5 minutes?
Yes, 5 minutes.
When we finished this particular one.
Yeah, this was the last little tidbit that I did research on anyways. But
Go ahead.
so you posted 2 videos. I don't know of all the videos that you just mentioned, but when you guys had this first conversation, you showed 2 videos of one was the cop saying we're just pissing them off, and the other one was of the stun grenades. The ones with the stun grenades, there was no timestamp, but the ones of it's the cop saying we're just pissing people off. I know for a fact that happened after the protest was officially declared a riot, and after the people had already started getting violent. So that part of the crowd might not have been violent, but they were trying to disperse the crowd before they could, be backup for the people that are already in.
Yeah, I'm posting clips in the private chat if anyone wants to see them.
Yeah.
Is my
So
mic low now, RW?
it sounds
it's better,
good.
buddy. It's better.
Certainly interesting stuff.
There's more. For some reason, it's getting harder to find these videos. It used to be easier.
Yeah, Elon's probably canceling these
There
people.
we go.
Well, I could have. Hey, Drone, have you ever thought of streaming like simultaneously on X?
Oh, boom! Oh yeah, look at that one. That video I just posted. Yes, and I would like to do that. But there's a perfect video of just peaceful people getting stun grenade, man. Like
Here we go. Present it then, Ryan.
Project.
Present it.
That video happened after the breach.
Yep.
Really? Okay. Well, these people
present it, then I'll feature it.
Like you can see that people are on the scaffold when th're not supposed to be.
There you go, Steve. I'm sharing.
Okay. Okay. All right. There it is.
I think that makes
Oh,
it perfectly okay
no.
to just
There we go.
do that.
Well, it's
Well,
pretty
look at this
stupid to
stun
throw a
grenade.
grenade right into the middle.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
wait. Hold on. Just to be
look.
clear. Just to be clear. The narrative around this is that they were doing this right here to try and incite these people to break into the Capitol, but the Capitol was already broken into.
I mean, these people are all well below. They're down on.
Yeah,
They're not
even
up
if
on the
it's
stairs.
broken into, how does it make a
Yeah, those guys that are over there that aren't causing a problem, let's throw a grenade at them.
Hold on. I'm not saying that them throwing grenades at peaceful people was a good thing. I am saying that this was not their intention was not to incite these people to attack. They had already the people that were going to attack
certainly
had
had that
already
effect.
attacked.
It certainly had that effect.
Look at that shit.
It's
Yeah,
certainly what?
if this happened after the building was breached, that's I'm not even gonna argue any of that. I don't care. It's just it's like, what was the purpose of it in the first place? Hey, you over here that's being
You're
good.
in agreement. You're in agreement.
Even
with
after
BLM.
it was breached, it wouldn't fucking matter. I mean, look at this.
No, it matters for the topic of did they do this in order to incite these people to get violent?
Yeah, but
Exactly.
liberal, when you've got shit going on in the Capitol doors, and then 100 yards away you just got protesters, what are you going to do? I mean, because by firing them there, then that's all you're doing is you're inciting more trouble when you've got shit right on your doorstep, rather than let's incite more people 200 yards away. It just doesn't make sense.
There's another simple explanation. Last Dance pointed out from his own experience earlier, this is a completely inept, shitty police force. Maybe they literally didn't know what the fuck they were doing and just throwing grenades out there. You know, that might have just been bad police work.
Yeah, that's just how that's just how the police disperse crowds. Like
Standard protocol, boys.
You can say it's bad, and I would agree with you, but that's
I don't know. I think that was wrong. You don't throw it out into the middle because that could cause them to come towards you.
Exactly. They're going to go the wrong way.
Why do you put all the explosions and fire at the front of them to get them go the other way, not out, way into them?
Exactly.
I mean, my point is that they weren't trying to get them to become angry and attack the Capitol. They were
But it
trying
certainly had
to
that effect.
Well, I mean, that's your opinion. It just didn't look that way.
They may not have intentionally done that, but I think possibly unintentionally, they didn't help their own cause with that.
Oh, I could agree with that, Smokesteve. But Riddle, real quick, do you think that all the videos of police attacking what was then peaceful protests in BLM, do you think they were trying to incite them to become angry and attack?
Which part are you talking about?
In BLM, do you hold that same standard? That when police attacked the peaceful protests, because there were instances of that happening.
You think BLM is comparable to January 6th?
And what do you mean?
Exactly what I asked.
It's already getting compared, so apparently yes.
Apparently to you, yes?
Yes,
So,
in this instance, in order for me to try and test your standards, yes, it is comparable.
Give me a reasonable comparison, and then I'll answer the question.
Okay, so if there is a riot, a BLM riot somewhere in the city, most likely the police is going to try and disperse all crowds, even if that specific part of the crowd is being peaceful. If they are trying to disperse a peaceful crowd, they are going to use the similar tactics that they used at the Capitol in order to do so, regardless of if they're being violent or peaceful. It happened at BLM. It happened at January 6th. It's just how the way the police are trained to disperse these crowds.
I mean, isn't one a public land and everything else is a private organizations like looting and rioting? I mean, that's pretty much you can't really compare BLM riots to the January 6th insurrection.
Okay, but if you had just now had this protest had just now had a bunch of people breaking into the Capitol, destroying property at the Capitol, fighting police, then yeah. Are you saying that like the order to disperse was probably wrong in the January 6th?
Wait. So in BLM, you had incidents where it would happen day after day, especially at sundown.
Oh yeah.
And so at the beginning of that, I'm not sure what the cops did, but I know that after a while, they, at a certain point of the day, would start doing tear gas and moving large crowds away so that they didn't have to deal with the burning of buildings and stuff from the large crowd at night.
Yep.
But you know, if January, it's like we're comparing something that was one day after the next consistently a problem and how they were dealing with that versus an event that happened at a single day.
So, do you think that they should have just let the January 6th people stay there?
The ones that were just standing there without causing a problem that the grenade happened to?
The entire group. Was there no chance of them trying to break in again?
I have no idea what they would have done, but I know that they weren't doing anything at the moment.
I happen to know that after the initial break-in, there was a large crowd of people trying to break in again. So my guess would be that they didn't want any large gatherings around the Capitol for good reason.
That's a good guess.
Okay. In that case, they're going to try and disperse every large crowd they see, regardless of what they're doing at the moment, before the potential that they could cause harm in the future.
Right.
Okay. Yeah,
And these are the methods they use to do that.
Yeah, but it didn't seem like that. And you could say that, yes, because you were there, right? So that's good. But if ad hominem doesn't really work for people, like you say, then why should I take your word for it? Even though you were there, I didn't see any video footage from you. But from the video footage that I got, didn't look like that was working. So I don't understand how you could justify that. I mean, you could try. You could jump through hoops
So
like you
can question the methods, like the effectiveness of the methods.
And I do. For some reason, you're defending the methods. Shouldn't you just question?
No. I'm not defending the methods. What I am saying is that their intention was to disperse the crowd, not to try and incite them, which is the claim that I am fighting against.
You're defending the assumption of.
So
of
then I
their
could just
tactics.
say these insurrectionists their intention was peaceful, right? I could just say that.
Except for the ones that were peaceful, yeah, sure.
Oh, exactly. So exactly, except for that one grenade that was put in the middle of a crowd that was doing nothing. So it's the same thing as like what you're saying.
Okay.
Oh, that was the intention.
Do you deny that, generally speaking, when a police needs to disperse the crowd, they typically use things like stun grenades and less lethal munitions?
Well, towards the heads.
They talk to them and say
towards
"Go
heads.
away."
Because
So
I've seen many riots in London since the Summer of Love, intensely, and I've never really seen police throw like grenades or what I don't want a grenade. What was it? But throwing stuff like that at the head height, because I've seen plenty of protests, and nothing. You know, they're getting thrown down the road, and they're exploding sort of towards knee height or below waist as a general thing. That's being thrown at head height.
I think it's going to depend on what kind of munitions you're using. That's probably typically true, though. I could chalk that up to that individual cop's incompetence. Because, I mean, was it Last Dance said that that's one of the worst police forces in America, right?
Are we sure that wasn't tear gas? Because I'm really not sure what that was.
Yeah.
It was a flashbang.
Okay.
That would be odd to throw a flashbang in the middle of a group because that would be the exact wrong.
Which is an explosive. Which is, like I said, it's an explosive.
Yeah, it would be to harm and not to deter.
Flashbang is just a stun.
All right. Don't do that, Steve. Wrong ammunition.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to make a lot of bang in a flash.
Yeah, if
You
that
got
goes,
shrapnel on those
if that
more,
goes off,
and
goes
you got
off towards your
ear
face.
concussion. It's a very different. I don't know why they wouldn't just use tear gas and pepper spray.
Well, they
that's
did that also, and the crowds were also using pepper spray against the police.
I like pepper spray.
That particular one with the grenade in the middle of it, or what?
Jalapeno spray.
Or are we
is
talking
my
about
favorite.
BLM? Are we talking about BLM? Because that'd be much more accurate towards BLM. For
Wait,
sure.
do you not wait? No, not that particular one, and that was throwing a grenade. There was a lot of police there. There was a lot of Jan 6 people there. They were. Wait, do you deny that Jan 6 people were using pepper spray against the police?
Do I
No,
deny
I
that?
don't.
Did I deny that? Does it sound like I'm denying that?
It
I've
certainly does sound like
seen
you're
that.
trying to
I've
insinuate
seen
that.
I've
Why does it
seen the
sound like-
video.
what?
I've seen the video.
How'd you get that, dude? That's crazy.
I'm assuming.
Hmm.
No,
You know what they say about assuming.
I'm an ass.
I said insinuate. I didn't say the
Me
word
and myself is
okay.
an ass. I think that's how they say it.
Isn't it an insinuation and type of assumption? So
Yeah,
I'm
Johnny.
saying you're insinuating. I'm saying you're doing the insinuation.
okay, it's all right, Cluck. It's fine.
All those people dying, John Grammaticus. Nah, we don't really pay attention to that. It's nothing apparently. Yeah,
I would agree with John on that one. We absolutely have to deal with that. That's a crazy Chinese problem that we got to deal with south of the border as well. All of it.
Damn right. I heard you say. Yeah.
You can't just
You're
like
fine,
turn
Drone.
your back on certain things because they're
I know.
not as important as other things, though.
Well, it's
No,
not,
I mean that is important.
it's not turning your back on it. It's just addressing a bigger issue.
Wait, so what are we talking about now?
Yeah, but he said. Oh, I don't even
Yeah,
see what he said.
are we good to move on?
Hey, Steve, can you
Yeah, we're
can you
looking about-
show the screen I'm sharing real
good.
quick?
Well,
Can
well,
I?
Liberal, because you're a special guest on here today, obviously as well. Would you like to talk about Ukraine, Russia,
dear God.
or the Gaza Israel thing? Maybe. So
I have very broad strokes opinions on those things. I don't have in depth like really deep opinions, but we can.
yeah,
Um,
I mean,
like,
what
as
would
for-
you? What
It'd be a good
would
topic
you?
to cover.
If I give you a direct question about Ukraine, I mean, what do you think the future's going to, what the near future's going to be for Ukraine and Russia? What do you think is going to happen there?
Future's bright. You
Are you
gotta
asking
wear
me what do I think
shades.
the result of the war is going to be?
Well, yeah, that's basically what I'm asking.
I have no idea. Not even a single pittance of an idea.
I mean,
Well,
okay, that's
what about the POWs that just got moved to that one front lines? Did you see that article?
no.
The
I-
Ukrainian POWs that Russia moved to the certain battalion front. So
To fight for Russia?
it sounds like they're trying to get them to fight for Russia. It's like how do you even do that? The article I
That's
dropped the
like-
article in the back chat, but
That sounds like a massive defecting company waiting to happen.
yeah,
that
it
doesn't
did-
make
the
any
whole
sense.
article didn't make sense.
Yeah.
I
What
don't
is
think
the
it
back
makes-
chat?
Well, that could be just like a propaganda.
Private
We don't
chat
know.
and not comments, but private chat.
Reminds me of the scene in Braveheart when the Irish go forward and then they shake hands with Braveheart and then turn around and go back and fight the English. How are you going to do
Yeah,
that?
great.
You're going to,
Man, that's sad.
doesn't make any sense that they're going to fight for Russia unless they are willingly choosing to do so. What is this
Well-
article?
Yeah, put it in the back chat.
Yeah,
Oh,
let me grab
Please
it.
do.
So we've been talking about the obviously Ukraine Russia for a while now, and I know people's opinions have changed on the panel over the last 2 years because things things are much clearer now. But at the same stage, and it's not meant to be a trick question, but the numbers in death on both sides could be the numbers could be going into now these estimates. I can give you the top estimates, about 500,000 people on each side,
Jesus.
and around about 250,000 seems to be the bottom edge on that. Now they can argue about you got, especially I'm hearing a lot of Ukraine saying they're killing loads of Russians, but I mean I'm getting reports back the other way. But I mean I would suggest maybe 500,000 European men have slaughtered themselves in a very small space of land in Europe, and for what? It's terrible. It's disgusting.
For a few terrible reasons.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tragedy, but you say for what to the Ukrainian people? This is for their freedom and their sovereignty as a nation.
Yeah, but once again, if you actually look into the history of Ukraine and Russia, certain parts of the eastern parts of Ukraine are very much proud of their Russian roots, and they voted to be Russian.
That's what I was trying to tell Tyler a few days ago. But
Yeah.
he just said, "Oh, just because they speak Russian doesn't mean they want to be a part of Russian." Blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, you're too long-winded in your responses.
They've
But
had
let's be real here. These people, that
Wait,
they're fighting
are you-
over, they wanted to be a part of Russia.
Are you talking about polls that were conducted after Russia took over?
No, before.
No.
Before? Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know anything about that.
This is during Obama period.
Yeah, I mean, even if like I'm just
Was it the Donbass region? Right? Is that what it's called?
Donbass, Crimea,
Crimea, yeah, it started with Crimea for sure.
Kyrgyzstan as well.
I mean, if they felt that way, they wouldn't be fighting them.
No, but look, see, well, when you look into it, since 2014, the Ukrainian government have actually been bombing Ukrainian land that are predominantly Russian speaking and from Russian heritage on the
They're
eastern
not even
side.
fighting over Crimea right now, right?
No, they took that without any fight at all. They annexed it in
Yeah.
2014.
Yeah, that went back with the little green men.
Yeah,
with 6 guys.
and this is what's been going on. The Ukraine government has been actually bombing and shelling Ukraine land since 2014. You know, the war didn't start at 2022, 2021. It started at 2014.
Yep.
And that's the reality, and that's what we're not told in the West. You need to look into it. You're just not told it.
I remember
Yeah, no, I
that
knew about
that
the
whole
2014
thing.
invasion.
Do you remember seeing some of the videos where there was like one guy with a shitty 6-shot snub-nosed revolver shooting at like soldiers shooting back with fucking, whatever Russian AK-47s or whatever. It was really a bizarre situation, that revolution in 2014. Some of that footage was... We were getting it on Live Leak, boys. Remember?
Well, that was... Russia was supplying pro-Russian rebels with tons of weapons, and that's how they ended up shooting down MH17. Well, actually, those were actually Russian soldiers who manned that anti-aircraft. Shot the plane down, but yeah, there was. Go on, base.
Well, no, wasn't it a Western-backed leader to take the Russian leader out of power in 2014? That's what started that revolution at the start, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's what started it. That's true.
And that was the West getting involved in Ukrainian politics again, because they want that democracy, whatever. Their own style of democracy.
Right.
Ukraine's kind of like, I feel like Ukraine is what they want to do in America. Like banning opposition and banning opposition media and all that. It's not much of a democracy really in Ukraine.
Yes, to save democracy, what we're going to do, we're going to try and ban what 50% of the people in the country, roughly, voted for last time round. And that way we can save democracy.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Well, they want a top-down observation society with what is it called? The social credit system, just like China. That's what they want. And Ukraine is the test bed when it comes to warfare.
What was the cat's name that was on the other night? Drone Tech with the long hair. What's his name? That Sansol?
Sansol, yeah.
The dude you had on your channel.
Yep.
Well, somebody brought up the recent voting they had, like between Donetsk, Lugansk, the pro-Russian speaking areas or the Russian speaking areas.
Yeah.
This, was such a bastardized survey that they took Do you remember this conversation? Was anyone here involved with that? Brittle, I think you were there.
I
Which
was kind of drunk, I think, at the time, so I vaguely remember it, but
With
I know that those, yeah, they had the referendums and stuff.
In 2022, I
Yeah.
believe.
Yeah, that was a set. That would have been a setup on it. You're
Do
not
you know
going to
what's
get
an
a true reflection there because obviously people have left, didn't they? You know what I mean?
It was like 98% pro-Russian or something like
Well,
that.
there's a lot of Russians that have moved there, right, over the years.
Yeah, but it was also
Go ahead. Yeah,
completely
go ahead.
dismissed by the international community as a sham.
Yeah, but it was at that stage because Russia had already gone into the Ukrainian that part of Ukraine, so they were controlling that part of Ukraine. They were doing the referendums, but they did do referendums before the new outbreak in 2021, and like in 2020 from 2014 all the way up to 2019-20, and the referendums on that eastern side were wanted to be controlled by, they wanted to be Russian, and yeah, it was down to a couple of things, obviously, family roots, the language, and they did, that's what they wanted, so that's what the referendum, and that's what they voted for. But so it wasn't as clear cut before, but it was it was over 50% they wanted to be part of Russia. I can't remember the numbers. Try and find it out then, Steve. The ones before 2020 or something like that.
Okay, so here's one from Crimea. It's 2014, but it says that these referendums are likely to be molded on the one held in Crimea in March of 2014, in which pro-Ukrainian activists and journalists were detained while the local government aired Russian programming and citizens voted while Russian soldiers watched. I mean, I don't know if there was
Sounds like America, doesn't it? Sounds like America.
No.
Hey, it's something, interesting segue on that. Well, it's not really a segue, but do you guys know that Russia has referendum efforts going on in Alaska?
Is that for real?
As crazy as that sounds, but they actually have
insane.
they've paid for billboards and stuff apparently in Alaska. Yeah, and they're promoting that should be part of Russia.
Well, how confident
Prove it
are
with the
you?
screenshot. Prove it with the screenshot. Go ahead.
How confident are you with the claim that the people of the Donbass region wanted to be annexed by Russia?
What dates? What dates? If you got
before the Russian invasion.
What's a Frey Bentos?
What a loaded question. I mean, what do you mean? How confident are you about that?
Yeah.
Well, he made that claim earlier, so I just want to know how confident he is.
You can only go off of the evidence that you see, right? You get some people saying they don't want it, and you get some people saying that they do want it.
Okay. Obviously, I've made the claim, so you can prove me wrong now. So.
Oh no, I'm just wondering how confident you are.
Well, I made the claim, so I said it was Crimea, Donetsk.
I mean, I got a Washington Post article right here. It says, our research suggests that in a free, fair referendum held throughout Donbass, under international supervision and with impartial, transparent, and inclusive voting rules that allowed those displaced since 2014 to vote, which apparently which says to me, and I don't know because I'm just now starting this research live on air, that there was some issue with people who've been displaced since 2014. I'm guessing
it happens.
Crimea.
Yeah, it always happens.
Yeah.
Whenever there's a sectarian or nationalist conflict, there's this ethnic cleansing.
Okay, so I don't know. You haven't.
I didn't get to finish. Okay. So yeah, this tells me that there was an issue with maybe people not wanting to displace people to vote. But anyways, I don't know that for sure because, like I said, I just started the research. The majority would be likely to vote to remain in Ukraine. However, a vote restricted to just those remaining in the Donbass would be likely to endorse joining Russia. Oh, this might be when they say those displaced since 2014. They might have been displaced out of the Donbass. Yeah. I don't really know.
Out of Crimea. I mean,
it could be out of Crimea too. Either way, war has hardened attitudes. So any such referendum.
But you asked the question about getting the numbers. Can someone get the numbers up? And,
Well, I mean, that's what I was looking for, but I was just wondering, like, how confident you are, because right now it looks like to me that most people would
well,
have said,
you're literally giving an opinion from a newspaper.
yeah. So let me finish what I'm saying. Right now, it looks to me like more people would have wanted to. Can you please just let me finish? Remain in Ukraine, but I'm not very confident on that claim because I'm only getting the opinion of a newspaper right now. That's why I was asking, like, how confident are you? Did you see solid polls in 2014 and or
it would be before the 2021 war or the 2022 war. 2022 war.
Did you see like solid polls in 2017, 18, 19, 20 that said that Donbass wanted to be a part of Russia? Like, is this a thing that you've seen?
Yeah, but I can't leave the internet because I'm on my phone, and as Steve knows, that's why I'm asking people to do a fact check for me if they can. In the eastern.
If you want some bullshit answer, I'll give you this: 51% confident. How about that? There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I believe the source I was given, but I didn't like cross check it. No.
51-49. Okay, Lee's in favor of this one. Still believe in it.
Well, I mean, if we talk about 52-48, like the British Brexit vote, there was a lot of controversy on that. Screaming! But what you got to look at is 4% was 1.2 million votes. A lot of people.
I think Brexit's way better for you guys in the end, to be honest. Because fuck the EU. Look what they're doing to themselves.
Well, yeah, I mean, currently Germany's in a recession. France is at war. Spain is being ignored by World Stream media. There's been protests in Spain for 60 days solid against the socialist government there. And you won't have heard that. You won't have heard that in anywhere in the West.
I actually haven't heard that at all.
Yeah.
Can you post something about that, please?
Yeah.
Put it in the back chat.
So was the invasion in 2021
with extreme prejudice?
Yep, ram it up there.
Yeah.
Should I share some drone footage from the Ukraine so we can? This doesn't have any gore or guts, but there's people getting blown up.
Oh man!
Sorry, Aphid.
Just so we can.
This might not be friendly for your.
Do you guys want me? I have some good footage I could share that I've.
I think this.
I'm sure you have.
I think this is passable.
Hey, Aphid, just out of curiosity, what did you want to do?
Huh?
What did you want to do? Or talk about it?
Me?
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, just like bullshit stuff, you know. More about.
Oh, like nothing serious. Like
right.
I don't blame you.
This is only.
I got no agenda.
I want to talk about something.
I don't blame you. We could do that after.
So you know that you know that coat hanger at the front, that wire coat hanger. So I'm guessing. I've always wondered what it is.
We talking abortion?
That's the poop.
Right here in the video on the screen.
When it touches the tar, that's the trigger.
I think so. That's what
I always wondered.
That's what I've thought too.
When it touches the wire?
It's a bit like why the coppers touch the back right-hand corner of the suspect's car.
Oh,
got the first guy.
Oh, you're trying to like
sneak up on him.
I'm streaming on YouTube. Should I not be?
I've seen this.
No, it's fine. This isn't that bad.
Jumping into the car like that's gonna save him.
That's all they got, dude.
Oh, I know.
They're fucked.
Oh, so fucked. There's no running from those things.
No, there's nowhere to go.
Dude, that's insane.
A lot of guys will just be like, "Yeah, I'm dead," like that guy.
That's it.
Well, I mean, is that guy already dead or?
No, he was trying to just hide his head.
He was waiting for his at the end.
That guy's hand is
a dead man walking.
He's got half a hand.
Yeah.
He's gonna
Why you don't have the shotgun?
He's probably fucking concussed too.
That's the last one.
All right, so what's the?
Oh, slow it's going.
Hey, what do you think is a?
Yeah, it goes in slow under the branch.
I got a question for you guys. As a soldier, from these little explosive drones, they're a major threat that's being tested in Ukraine, right? Could be used against us, right? What do you think is a good solution to defend yourself to increase the probability without hiding behind something?
Shotgun, bro.
No.
Well, the way that dealing it with electro fields, aren't they? They're interfering.
EMF. EMF or whatever.
They're interfering with the signals. That's what both sides are doing at the moment.
that's
That's one
gonna
of
be
their
the best
biggest
way.
things.
But what if you didn't have
Right.
that? What if you? What I'm thinking is maybe like a metallic blanket.
How would that?
Not when you see
Like
that
a
they're
magic
when they're
cloak?
already seeing
It'd
you
be
on
military
multiple
grade,
angles.
obviously inexpensive, but it could work.
Oh, you
Well,
mean
no,
like a
these
blanket
guys are watching
like
it
a
on
glass?
camera and saying, "There's a guy." They're going to just say, "There's a metallic blanket. There's a guy under it. Let's blow it up."
Have
Well,
you
no,
seen?
I
Have
mean,
you
no,
seen
no,
the
no.
Saying it
video?
would be explosive proof.
These guys are seeing these happen in real time. So if you can pull it out, it might at least save you your life. You know, you'll be I don't know, fucking concussed at least, but
You want to
I
be.
mean, if you're anywhere near one of these things when it goes off, that's pretty much it because you're gonna get so much
it's like an
shrapnel and
airbag
you're
going
gonna
off
be
at 90
bleeding
miles an
out.
hour. At least
Yeah, I
75.
think the shrapnel is traveling faster than a bullet, and unless this blanket you're talking about can stop a rifle round, it's not going to stop the shrapnel.
Okay, so
I mean, it could. You never
so
know.
I found
Because
I did a
shrapnel's
search.
not going directly at your face like a bullet is. I mean, it could, you know. You never know.
Potentially.
I got something.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Here.
I did a search for polls conducted in the Donbass region, and it does look like most of the people want it to either be a part of Russia or be a special status through Russia.
Yeah. What's the percentage, liberal?
So so if you're counting Donbass as a whole,
Yeah.
it was 49.6% wants to become part of Russia, with another 13.3% choosing such a scenario with special status for Donbass. It was only 19.2% that sees Donbass as a part of Ukraine.
Right. It's a big,
So
yeah.
what is your right now is the situation that Russia is only occupying this area and the people there want Russia to be there?
Yeah, so currently Russia are occupying all areas that have previously voted to be part of Russia.
Mm-hmm. But wasn't their goal in the invasion to get all of the Ukraine?
It was.
I think I don't think it was permanently to take it over, but certainly to rub their noses in it, because Putin has been threatening this for decades now, since 1991, since they said they wouldn't go east, and they keep on going east and keep on going east. So basically, they kept on poking a bear and poking a bear and poking a bear, and it was inevitable in the end that he was going to fight back.
It is. I mean, it is true. We have said that like we're not going to expand NATO eastward, and that's just what's been happening the entire fucking time.
So you're talking about NATO, okay?
Well, I wish Lee Howell was where he's here. He's a NATO hawk.
Yeah, I mean, he gave multiple ultimatums that NATO basically just laughed in his face, and in the end, they called his bluff so many times that he had to take the bait. Sadly.
So it's my contention that after he achieves his desired result in the Ukraine, he will go no further, and I am absolutely sure of that.
I'm sure of that.
I think it's complete bullshit that people think he's going to go ahead and attack various other countries.
I am also sure.
I don't think it's totally beyond probability. I mean, I think there's a possibility of that, but
the thing is
weird. I can kind of yeah. Go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, but the thing is that we're talking. You know, I always bring it up, but I'm about bodies. I'm all about bodies. You know, even if we're on the low numbers, 250,000 men on each side. Ukraine is fucked, right?
Yeah.
There's a generation of young Ukrainian men. They're dead. The other ones are cucks. The other ones have done a runner. The other ones have fucked off to Europe, right? Yeah. And left their countrymen to die in the meat grinder. Okay, but on both sides now we got Russians as well on the other side. You know, maybe the same numbers, maybe more, but it's just. I mean, I don't think there's any appetite to keep on going east for Russia, and certainly there's fuck all left of Ukraine. Ukraine's destroyed.
So if
I think like if
go ahead.
You were saying how people's opinions have changed. I think Russia's opinions have changed since the war started. I think at the beginning of the war, I had more faith that they would go further, but now, I mean, they're stretched, and I think the world sees that they're not nearly as strong as
See,
people thought they were.
this is what I said to Drone, and Drone's like, "You're gonna apologize to me when they actually invade more countries." And I'm like, "No, I'm not, because they're not going any further."
Yeah, they're gonna have to sit tight for a generation, and by then Putin's gonna be out of office. So who knows what's gonna happen?
You all really think that?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think
absolutely.
they have a lot of. I don't think they have much to. If they hold on and which I've heard that there's a lot of cemeteries filled with new plots of.
Oh yeah, Russians are dying.
So they're hurting just as bad as Ukraine, and it's not like
the difference.
The Russians. I don't think the Russians, the kids that are over there for doing this fighting, care as much about this war as the Ukrainians that are trying to save their land. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I don't know. I don't know if they have anything left in the tank to go further after this is over with.
Okay, well, I would hope it seems that way sometimes, and you're right. Russians are dying. They're dying, a lot of them. I mean, geez, just from day to day, watching all the videos of huge groups of these guys dying, and just looking at the tallies every week, tons of them are dying. Here's the thing: they can replenish those forces pretty easily. I mean, not even they haven't even gotten really into the conscription and all that, or the drafting. They haven't even had to do that yet. Really, Ukraine is literally struggling to get 500,000 people or is it that? I think that's the number, 500 or 200,000. Trying to get people to come back. You were just
they ain't getting it. They ain't getting it.
Right. I don't see how they have the numbers. So I've seen analysis of this before it happened, a year before it happened, when people were speculating that it could. And I saw so many people talk about it back then, saying that this is exactly how it would end up. It would end up an artillery war, and we didn't foresee the drone thing, but they said that eventually Russia would just wear them down because they just don't have they're not going to be able to have the manpower, even if the U.S. keeps sending equipment. And they don't have the ability to manufacture to keep up with Russia's. Somehow they've gotten through all these, all the sanctions, and their manufacturing is actually blown up. They just said
sanctions haven't hurt them. I shouldn't say it all. But.
Brand new T90.
Exactly, you've got 190 odd countries. I think it's over 150 countries are involved in what's going on, right? And everyone was whinging about the Russians and their supplying. I was getting told that the Russians are on 24/7 on supply for certain things, and they have been from the start. And I've been getting told this from the start. My point I was making, what I was going to speak about, and somehow they've still managed to compete against the 150 countries that we seem to be struggling to find some of the ammo, some of the machine hardware we need. But more importantly, everyone on the panel would have heard that Putin is 1, had a stroke, 2, had a heart attack, 3, had a fucking other heart attack, 4, diabetes or some sort of other disease.
I've heard some sort of a neuromuscular disease.
Yeah. Just to put it into context, about 4 weeks ago, he stood or sat in front of the world media and answered questions for 5 hours. Okay, 5 hours he answered questions for, and they were random questions. They hold a spatula up with a teddy on top to try and get his attention. It's crazy. They can use anything to try and grab and there's hundreds of press. We don't get to see this, but if you Google it, you'll see him answering questions for 5 hours. So he's got Parkinson's. That was the other one, wasn't it? Parkinson's. He seems fucking perfectly fine to me. Are we just being fucking told lies all the time? Because we are.
I will say this, Based. He's not immortal.
I understand that, but how many times have they told us that he's had all these things going on, right?
Over and over again.
He's dead and dead.
One of these times they're going to be right, just because he can't live for.
Yeah. Like a clock is. But the funny thing is, your presidents can't answer a fucking question for one question in about 5 minutes. One question he can't answer, really. Let's give it to him on a silver platter, right? Putin's answering questions for 5 hours.
So it's the narrative.
It's there.
It's the narrative that I'm hearing is that Russia has annexed only regions that want to be a part of Russia. Although he did have ambitions to take over all of Ukraine, but only temporarily. and that if the Ukrainians keep fighting, they're going to inevitably lose.
Yeah.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
100%.
Do you think that Russia would take a deal with Ukraine if they were to be like, all right, these places that have
Okay.
previously polled that they want to be a part of Russia, y'all can keep, but you got to stop invading us.
So
everywhere else.
in April 22, Zelensky and Putin were in peace negotiations. It's all well documented now. And what happened was Boris Johnson, who was president of the Prime Minister, sorry, of the UK, quickly went out to Kyiv and said to Zelensky, don't you do no peace talks, we'll back you, Americans will back you, Biden's given me a reassurance, do not go for any peace talks. Not peace talks, they were in peace talks, don't go for any arrangement, because they were gonna like basically the land that Russia wanted now is the land what they agreed on back in 2022, April 2022. You can Google it. It's available. Put down Boris Johnson.
I remember reading about that, and from what I remember,
terrible.
Yeah.
So
well,
since
from
that time, so there was February the 26th was the invasion. So basically 1 month, the 6 weeks of fighting, where a lot of boys had been killed, but not the numbers that we have now.
Okay.
The numbers we have now are just crazy.
Can I just So from what I remember of that piece, Putin actually did some shit that made Zelensky not want to do the deal. It wasn't.
Okay, I'll get the article up now. Come back.
Okay.
Cup of Tea had he said Russia will take a deal. I kind of went back against that because if Russia sees themselves as strong right now, I don't see them taking a deal that's anything but amazing.
I would actually go back on that. I would actually kind of agree with Cup in the sense that they're going to keep everything that they already have currently right now, militarily occupied. That was the deal that's probably what Russia's going to want or will accept if they made a deal right now, which is a good chunk of.
I'd be surprised to see them take it. Why wouldn't they take more if they could?
Did you guys see that donkey eating pills and doing cocaine, or was?
Yeah, I saw that.
I saw a picture of it.
All right, okay.
No,
It was totally not random.
There was no reaction. I mean, I wasn't sure if my screen share was working.
I thought that was the beginning of Aphid's A Minute with Aphid show.
No, but while we have this break, RW, I'd like to know, and I think it's the elephant in the room, did you ask ChatGTP to come up with that background for you, or did you design it yourself?
I designed it by asking the AI generation to do it for me.
There you go. That's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah, it was the 12th attempt. It finally put the letters in the right order without mutating.
Oh, really?
Good.
Nice. You've gotten good at that, man.
You
It's
got
fun.
good at
learning the different ones.
asking AI stuff. I'm telling you, man, this AI thing, it's gonna make
It takes practice to get good.
It's
at
gonna
it. You
even the
can't just,
playing
like-
field. It's gonna make the dumb people sound smart.
Did I interrupt somebody with the
You
donkey
got to be
thing?
smart to figure it out. Is the thing.
Not
really,
at all,
dude.
man.
not as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, interrupt away.
I'm a little more pointed, but
but
not really, man.
I thought Brittle.
Did you guys all have a good Christmas? I wanna make sure I specify that. I'm really curious to know if you guys all had a good Christmas.
I had a good Christmas.
In the back chat, liberal.
Not everyone celebrates it. Who's here?
I got one of these things. I don't
that's
know
all
how to
right.
use it yet.
Did you guys have
I
a
do
good?
celebrate it, so.
Did you
Just
guys
not
have a
really
good
you.
Monday?
Monday. There you go.
Is
The
that, a
Monday.
soundboard? Is that a soundboard thing, right?
No, it's a stream controller.
Yeah,
It's got
that's
like
it.
macro buttons that you can for scene switching, and you can use it for editing too. I haven't figured it out yet though.
I was just going to ask if you'd figured it out.
And I got like YouTube videos.
I need to know how it's faster than tabs on a computer
Right.
screen.
Well, because it's one big button. You know what it does. You just
Yes, it's dedicated. So you got like 10 buttons, and you can dedicate to certain
Yeah, I can definitely see the usefulness in a stream for like scene switching, and like if you want to like pop up a video or something, I can just like bam, bam.
Yeah.
editing, I'm interested to see how I can use this for that. So
For what? What do you got? Stream Deck?
The Steam Deck X, yeah.
Yeah, nice, man. I've always wanted one of those, but I was too cheap. I'm a cheap bastard.
You'll be able to get one from the thrift store in 5 years, bro.
Right, I know.
Almost guaranteed, yeah. Seriously.
It might be the one Drone Tech has, actually.
Yeah.
What part? Where's your local Goodwill? Let me know when you go.
Right. That's funny. Shit.
I don't know. I don't understand the technology well enough for me to not see it as.
Are you saying I'm not going to be
gimmick.
doing this much longer? Is that the joke?
No, it's just like to me. It looks like a gimmicky technology that
Right.
I don't understand enough for me to see how it's going to take off.
Right. Well, it's been around a while.
Oh, it's been around forever, man. Like if you use OBS, I'm sure Drone Tech's familiar with OBS. And switching because like the way it's like if you're doing when I used to do a show and stuff, I would set up where I would interview people, so you'd have a different. Everything would be different, when you were interviewing people or when you would do like a Skype group call. Well, back then, I don't think. I mean, I still go on Skype, but I don't think Skype's even a thing anymore. But like a setting like this, where you got a bunch of people talking or whatever, and it's a whole you have a scene, basically, and the streaming program and switching back and forth with that is convenient if you don't have to go into your settings and do it. Where you can just push a button,
move around and click with the mouse while you're talking,
right?
And doing all that.
It can make it so much more professional.
But what is it doing? It's just putting a different screen inside of your feed window.
So when I plug it in, it brings up all these cool little icons on the pad. I unplugged it because my computer kept rebooting, and I'm like, is this thing causing it? But
you showed me a picture of it lit up.
Yeah, it's really neat, and so you can assign different graphics actually to the buttons and to the functions you want, and and you can program them in macros. It's for macros basically.
Can you give me an example of, say you were streaming right now, or say we're Steve using it right now?
So like we're in this scene right now, right? And I want to switch to a scene where it's just me with something like on a little video above me in the thing. So I hit the button and it switches to that screen. Or I have a video I want to show you guys, and instead of like having to find it and click the I just click this button, boom, it just pops up.
It's already logged in.
Okay,
yeah.
So it's like pre-programmed scripts, mostly for messing with your heads-up display.
No,
well, you can make it do. You can make it do whatever you want, basically.
Yeah.
That you assign to
it's easier. It takes 10 buttons to do it one way, but he can just push one button and it does it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like when I did the news, when I did
editing, you can do that and just push a button.
When you make your own, if you got it down to a science, when you make your videos, it could speed up the process of making your videos because
That's what I'm hoping.
I don't know if you use OBS for making your videos.
I do.
did.
Well, I use OBS.
It's just so convenient.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. OBS is great. I love OBS. I do use Streamlabs, but like even Adobe Premiere, there's macros I can use for editing the videos, in Adobe Premiere, which could be really interesting.
Like if you have a green screen set up and have your different backgrounds for different things that you're talking about, discussing.
Just speed up everything.
Right.
Adobe is still here, still around.
Yeah, it'll be around.
Adobe.
I love it. I pay for it. I even pay for it. How about that?
I don't pay for shit unless it's free. I ain't using it.
Hey, I pirated.
That's my motto.
That shit for a long time.
Yeah, we already know what he does.
Back in the day, like if you were trying to I was doing a lot of research on some biology stuff. It would say like your version of Adobe is not current and up to date, and do you remember that? The shit would freeze your computer.
Oh yeah. Flash, Flash always had to update.
Exactly. Every time
Flash.
It seemed like, dude, it was
what
the fuck?
Remember the QuickTime was the same way.
It's crazy.
I guess Flash was extremely vulnerable to outside sources.
Java updates. See, that when I was a tech, that was a weird thing where you would walk into an issue with a computer and it had something to do with Windows, and so many times the solution to the problem was just updating Java.
Yeah,
it's so weird that
Java
from that.
JavaScript or some shit. Yeah.
F in chat for all the games we lost on internet browsers.
It's terrible.
Hey, RW, I got a question
Windows,
for
there's
you.
a Java like driver, like software, and it needs to be updated. It used to, not anymore, but yeah.
Since we're talking about tech here.
Go ahead, hit him with it.
Last night, you seem to know your way around the Discord, and I uploaded a video last night on my Discord because I went to the skate thing, and I didn't know we could upload videos, and I don't know if is there a time limit or size limit or something?
Size limit.
I was able.
There's a size limit that
limit?
changes based on how many boosts your server has, but even as a free server, it's very, very giving for the size of the files you can.
I didn't know if it was because it was my Discord that I could upload it, or if everybody can upload it.
You can give anyone permission or not permission to do those things. It's generally set to be allowed. So, and you have a good group of guys, so you don't have to worry about it. But if you had a large group of people that you didn't know,
right? I don't care if it gets shut down.
The thing will be silent for fucking 6 days straight. It's great over there on your Discord.
It is, man. It's
nothing happens.
I think that's changed. I think there's more life to that Discord server.
There wasn't this week, bro. Wasn't this week?
Every server.
Well, besides Last Dance,
besides my dad jokes.
We need to promote more cross pollination across the servers between all of our servers, because I think a lot of your guys hang out on our server, on my server. So,
well, there's shit going on. That's why. So we go over there. You know,
man. Right, I know, I can hear you. I can hear you, Smokesteve.
I think Drone Tech that we are doing that pretty well.
You're hurting the fields.
You're here because of your server. Riddle's here, and I think I pinged everybody on your server that's here at the moment. Besides Aphid, I pinged him on his server.
No, but I'd like to help these guys get their servers more active too. We can all work together.
I don't know.
I'm just saying.
It's Aphid's server. It's his.
Oh well,
yeah,
I chat on
it's
your
fine
server.
it's fine with me if it's because when it gets too busy and there's like drama and shit, I don't want any of that. I don't want no drama. So if that means there's somebody talking on there, I don't want it.
Well, we do advertise on my Discord. We do have like a thing, and it shows when Smokesteve's when this pub is going live. It shows it up in the corner there with a big green button. Cool. So, yeah.
Last Dance, will you drink some gin or something? You're fucking yawning up a storm over there.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm actually about to go to bed.
I thought you were asleep.
He's tired.
Past 6. Have some booze. It's New Year's Eve.
Not New Year's Eve.
Once Wheel of Fortune gets off,
I said Eve
Last Dance
twice.
gets sleepy.
Yeah. New Year's Eve.
Wait a minute. We have just an hour countdown until New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve. Yes.
That's true.
All right, guys. I'm outie. I'm going to bed.
All right, Clark. I hope you got to enjoy yourself and have what you were after tonight.
Yeah, it was a good debate. I feel like my research was worth it.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy. It was good talking to you as always.
Thanks for the debate and cheers, mate.
It's good to see you. I think you need to do more of it for sure. But it's good to see you.
Bye.
Exactly, Renee.
Farewell
my
and
eyes were
adieu.
closed, but my brain was open.
Do you guys got big plans tomorrow night?
To you.
No.
Family time.
Well, we might make a fondue. That would be something.
Have you successfully cooked a fondue? Not fondue. What's that one called where it raises in the oven, and if you make a loud noise, it'll deflate?
Popover.
Souffle.
Are you serious? That's how it works.
It just has air in it.
I've never made a souffle, but the fondue is hella fun, bro.
Fondue is fun. I do appreciate that.
That's the
Kids love
melted
it.
cheese or chocolate, right?
Or both. You want to do both.
At the same time.
What are you, a barbarian?
No, you do the cheese first and then the chocolate.
Just mix it together.
Cheese and chocolate? Okay.
The American way.
Is it New Year's Eve is your bonfire or New Year's Day?
Man, yeah, tomorrow in 24 hours this place is gonna be just fucking swinging.
Oh man, I want to come.
I cannot
Where are you
wait,
at?
man.
Can I come?
St. Louis, outside St. Louis
Man,
suburbs, St. Louis.
I'll be out. I'll be there.
Man, anybody's welcome, dude. Anybody's welcome. It's gonna be off. I got a bunch of friends from out of town gonna be here. I can't wait, man.
That would be fucking awesome if you went.
It's like
I'm just gonna be hanging out
almost.
here playing Fortnite or
It's been
something.
almost 30 years straight. Well, there was a year before COVID, and then there was another year that I don't know why we didn't do it. We just didn't.
That's a good opportunity to upload some more videos to the server, bro.
Oh yeah, I'll do it, man. I'll do the Christmas tree burn. That's the biggest thing. You know, we try to get as big of a tree as possible, and then it's been drying out, you know, for 3 weeks or whatever, and we throw that in the fire, and then everybody brings their leftover fireworks from 4th of July, and we wrap them up in a brown paper like shopping bag, and use masking tape to go around it, and then I put the tree in the fire, and then my buddy puts the pillow of fireworks in, and then just all hell breaks loose for about 30 seconds.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah, there's a timing thing. They filmed it before, and there was explosions and people running for their lives. Try to work that.
That's right.
Try to work it out a little. Give a couple seconds. All right.
I know, but I mean, that's the gamble you take. You know, I don't have waivers or anything, but that's the risk you take when you come over. That's right. I got a lot of trees, so people can get behind the tree, and then usually the wives are all standing because my fire. I got like a big area where I think I did a couple streams on here where I was sitting down there by the fire, but it's like a paver area with a giant fire pit in the center of it, and that's where the shit goes down. And then the patio is raised up closer to the house, and that's where the wives stand, you know, because the men all have a responsibility, whether it's a potato gun they're shooting in one direction or a quarter stick of dynamite. Well, I put an end to the quarter sticks of dynamite, so we don't do those anymore.
I see how it works. You and your best friends are the ones closest to the explosion with the most possible injury to happen, and then as it radiates away, then the further away friends, and then the wives are in the back, and they're like, what the fuck are these idiots doing? Boom! Guys are diving for their fucking lives. Fingers are being counted. It's crazy. Well,
they married us, and they, you know, we all grew up together, so, you know, and the wives have all been a part of, you know, as soon as, well, some of them were even part of our, you know, like my wife has known me since I was like, I don't know, 12, 13in years old. So
it's crazy, dude.
They knew the story.
I mean, crazy.
They knew our backgrounds.
I have friends from that long ago, but none of us talk anymore.
Oh man, that's a shame.
You're lucky.
In America, do you get these rockets that like they're 100 charges in a box? Like,
yeah, cakes.
Cakes. Yeah, I don't recommend anyone does this, but there's these ones in the UK. They're like 20, like big shotters, like big, and they're reasonably big, like a shoebox. And you're supposed to bury them like 3/4 into the soil, aren't you?
And I don't know about that.
No, this is like a mortar cake. It's a mortar cake. They're like 2-inch tubes.
Yeah,
they're fucking crazy, dude.
Right. So
you don't bury them, Smokesteve.
It has to be buried to stabilize it.
Yeah.
To stabilize it.
No. Yeah,
I
but
never
it's
buried
meant.
one.
It's meant to.
No. Nobody actually says it needs to be buried to this level, which is 3/4 of the.
Like you read the directions.
Yeah, but
I just put a match where it says fuse and it has an arrow.
You haven't seen what's coming. You'll love this, Aphid. This is right down your street. So what you do is like when I used to do a lot of camping and stuff. So we're in the middle of the field, and you know this is great fun as Aphid, like you know fireworks and blokes. So what you do is you line up all your mates. There's like 12 of you, and you're all like 20 foot from like where it's happening in the field. And what you do, you don't bury it, you just leave it. And what happens is that sideways. So what happens is that every time it fires a fucking mortar off, right, it spins. But it's darkness. So you don't know where the next mortar's coming from. So you're now running away from 20 mortars that are going off every second, and you don't know what direction each time the mortar's gone off. But what you can guarantee, they're skimming the ground about 3 fucking inches. Or something around about there.
Well, do you guys have artillery shells over there where it's like a tube, like a PVC pipe that's mounted to a stand, and then you light it and you shove it down in there and it drops down to the bottom and then it shoots up?
Mortars. We call those mortars here.
Yeah, mortars, artillery shells,
drop
whatever.
A little thing in, light it.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, usually there's a handful of those.
Look how excited Drone Tech is.
Yeah,
I love them, dude.
Like tomorrow night, they'll be
on fireworks.
when
Like,
I said that all the husbands have a job, that's what they have in their hands. They have several of those mortars, whatever you want to call them, with the long wick, you know.
And they go
they're
from
supposed
like
to go in
little
it.
balls to big canisters.
They're like, right. They're supposed to go in that tube, but what we do on New Year's Eve is we just light them and toss them in whatever direction they land, you know. And then they just so at one point, you know, 10 seconds from when we put the tree in, the whole backyard lights up because there's a dozen of those thrown in different directions, and
That's
just
hilarious,
explode.
man.
why not keep their tradition and light that bonfire with a weaponized drone this year?
Well, we've had
yeah.
different techniques from gasoline,
it.
like a gasoline trail to, you know, the potato gun. We've used that for different things. I got the potato gun sitting right over there. Like use that to knock over, you know, certain things that will ignite the extravaganza. But then in the past few years, we just take the tree and throw it in the fire because we got the fire going. Because it's gonna be like mid-20s tomorrow night, so we have to have a lot of wood to keep everybody warm, you know.
We're going to be hanging out on Drone Tech server tomorrow. I don't know how many of us will be there, but we'll definitely, if you ever post, I'll be paying attention and I'll be sharing that if you post the same day.
Well, we set up all kinds of cameras around to get every angle, you know. Maybe I'll set an old iPhone up and just stream it or something.
I'd watch that.
I wouldn't count on it though, because usually by midnight I'm like wasted and like can't remember shit. So
fair enough.
Somebody has to count, you know, count down. Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Steve, I'm sharing.
That's why the guy got blown up a couple of years ago. Because somebody took one of those quarter stick of dynamite and threw it in the fire, you know, thinking it was going to be.
What was the worst injury from that?
Well, he lost his hearing. Well, he didn't lose it completely. It wasn't like he was deaf, but partially lost his hearing for 6 months.
It's probably beneficial when his wife saw what happened.
Well, she was here when it happened.
Exactly.
She's like a I don't know, like a infectious disease specialist or something. She makes all them.
I'm glad you said specialist at the end of that. Otherwise, it would have been very, very mean.
Well, I don't know what she is, but they move because
she's an infectious disease host.
He was
right.
He was in L.A. and you know he works. I think I told you guys last week. He works for Playboy. He's a executive producer at Playboy Television, and he moved from down to San Diego, and they have like this fucking. She must make just killer because I know he does. I mean, I'm sure he makes good money, but he doesn't make enough money to buy the house that they bought. So she must make the money.
I'm curious if I know the company that she worked for because that's my background.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. I can find. I'll try to find out tomorrow.
Yeah. Ask if they have.
I don't mean to be. I don't want to be like. You know, this guy's a good friend of mine. I don't want to be like. You know, I don't know if this is like immoral or whatever. I don't want to be a bad friend.
Well, I mean, for the stuff that we did, it's based on the individual. Like we took infectious
just like
disease.
7 of us talking, I wouldn't mind. But you know, we're streaming this on YouTube. I just kind of feel.
I was gonna throw out where I work too. I was about to make that mistake, but basically even us, we took infectious disease and we learned how to grow it more efficiently, so that we could have it very pure and available for individuals to then take that virus or bacteria to then study very, very pure material. But at the same time, people could take that same technology and be using it for a much different purpose. It's just dangerous because you could take something that is not evil and definitely use it for evil. So
yeah.
it's a hard.
Welshman got kicked. What happened to Welshie?
He just
he's gone.
Disappeared.
We still got Forge though, so I mean,
yeah.
We lose
can I
Belshman.
interrupt you quick?
Yeah.
I'm back.
Riddle wants me to say what I'm doing.
I went to look,
and I'm gonna hang out with family and do some things, but like 2 hours before midnight, they're probably gonna get tired and go to bed, and I'll be up until midnight. So yeah.
And he's gonna play Crunker Strike with me.
Exactly.
Yeah. Thanks for updating us.
Yeah.
I was.
Yeah,
we were all wondering.
He was asked in the chat
what you're up to.
Steve, this video's for
They're
aphids.
considering booting you.
Check that out.
I figured you better fucking respond or you'll get booted.
All right.
Just a little update. All right, go ahead.
I mean, never mind.
Are we rolling? Is Ashley going to join us or what? Let's go,
I
Ashley.
don't think so. I think Ashley is not going to join us, is my guess.
She's most likely taking care of her daughter and not able to mic up. So
It's all right. She's a good, whatever. I'm going to have another drink. Want to keep this rolling, right?
Absolutely.
I'm stoked to stay for a while.
I love how Smokesteve hosts his own show. What do you guys think?
All right. I
what we doing
DM'd.
here?
I think that picture. Did you look at that picture, Last Dance?
There's based.
Of the donkey?
There he is.
Yeah, you see that firework then? RH? Look at that firework in the tunnel and that on the
okay.
back there. It's crazy.
I'm watching.
That's
that
all
now.
right. I can show that, right? That doesn't show anything. That's not me.
No, it doesn't show anything.
Oh,
That's some-
dude.
That's some rich guy.
Yeah, Welsh. I'm glad they left the tunnel.
Oh, fuck me. If they did-
What came out of there?
That's the firework, man. That's the airborne repeater.
So it's just like cardboard and shit.
It's crazy though,
You
isn't it?
You could see like stuff coming because it was like obviously they're basically in a gun barrel is what a larger scale, but it's just gonna shoot it straight out at them.
They were shocked. You could tell they were shocked as well. It's such a big noise.
Man, we I don't know if you guys, but I've been in so many situations where like after the fact we're like, man, maybe we shouldn't have done that.
That might have damaged the tunnel. It's not that.
That might have damaged the tunnel.
No,
boy,
it
yeah.
was just a firework.
Oh, here, I was going to share with you guys something.
All right.
What
I
you
think
got?
This is good to share.
When I went to
All right.
Iceland.
All right. This is from the 4th down here. These are just some rich guys, and this is all the shit they bought. Look at this mortar here. Can you see my mouse?
Jesus, man.
Yeah,
I've never
holy
seen
Look
one of
at
those.
that fucking thing,
That's
dude.
finale.
And there's another one on the other side of him. I mean,
That
where
must
does
be
he
like-
How
get
much
this?
money do you think one of those crates costs?
That must be like
I have a bunch of
$5,000
those.
worth of fireworks there.
Easily, and that's a sweet wagon. I've seen those. Those are
I mean,
gorilla carts.
Not everywhere. $5,000.
What about the health and safety executive?
I have-
What's the health and safety executive doing at this moment?
They're out of town, bro. We don't fucking
Yeah,
invite
man.
them.
Right, exactly.
I bet he smokes a cigar that time of year because he can light the fireworks easy. He only smokes his a cigar that time of the year
Right,
because
look.
it's an easy lighter.
Who's that guy?
That's
I don't
Ray
know
Epps.
who that is.
Fed.
Ray Epps. That's pretty good. It looks like him. He's fucking there too. God damn. All right. That was.
That's proof.
That
Hey,
Ford's
Steve, can you
gone.
share this video I got real quick?
Sure can, buddy. What do you got?
Firework. It's me firing mortars and those finales you're showing.
There you go.
This may or may not be Gen Tech.
Going sideways in the dark is much more exciting.
Oh, I
It's
can.
it's
Oh,
like
yeah, that's
Ukrainian
me.
propaganda. I don't know if I can trust this shit.
Nice mortars.
You are with the kids though. You got to behave yourself.
Oh yeah, here's one of the finales right here.
Came towards Mexico. Cup of tea. This guy.
Your police officer neighbor just like gets out his recliner and drinks a beer. And
Oh, this
watches
is
it.
out. This is out in the boondocks, man. This is out there.
It's all right.
But this next one is actually pretty cool. This finale we had. It had this cool effect where it looked like it was raining down embers on it. Like I thought something was wrong, but I'm like, oh wait, no, that's how it's supposed to look. I think it's.
That'll next year will be a good
Oh, here we go.
opportunity on the 4th
Right here.
to break out your big family tent again, buddy.
I was like, oh shit.
Holy crap, there's like hot issues going everywhere.
Hey,
Damn.
it's definitely me. Yeah. Anyway,
Everyone
those are
wearing
good.
a nylon shirt there had holes in it that night.
How much did you spend that day?
I spend like $300 a year on this stuff.
That's not bad.
Yeah, not too bad. You get a lot for that.
With a couple guys who throw down that much money, you can put on a decent little show.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but you know what's sad? If you go to
I
Ocean
always
City,
find a way to
Maryland,
match me, and then we all bring it together.
you got a decent amount for $300, but you can go certain places in America and spend $300 and get the most corny, ground sparkling package.
Yeah, that's here in the Northeast. New Hampshire's not great.
So in the UK, I think you've got to have some sort of license to sell fireworks. I don't think it's much of that hard to get. But
just print that out from the internet.
Right back.
Sign it with a crayon.
What we get a lot of is a lot of people selling like not fake fireworks, but they're not legit in the sense that I think it's more that they're not legit. And you can buy fireworks cheap as fuck there. Then there's, do you know what I mean? I mean, in very working class areas, there's guys driving around in vans just fucking booting out loads of fireworks.
Yeah, but where do they come from if they're fake? Like their garage?
Well, I don't think they're fake. I just think they're more that they haven't got a license to sell it yet. They can buy it in cheap.
Okay, so it's still all Chinese stuff. I thought they had these real American heroes or real British heroes that are making fireworks in their garage.
No.
British heroes. Huh? Is that still happening these days?
What is that video based? What is that?
Well, that one with the firework with the tunnel.
Is that
it's
what you're
fucking
talking
crazy.
about right now?
No, but we were earlier. Yeah.
What is that? Is that real?
Yeah, that's fucking well real, mate. There's another angle. The other angle's better. There's another angle out there that's even better.
That is wild, man. They were surprised. They're like, oh shit.
Yeah.
I love explosives. They're fun.
Yeah, I mean, I went to Iceland in 2002, 2003, and yeah, my instructor or our guide, because we were doing power kiting there on the glaciers, he said, "Oh, well, because there's there's loads of mines obviously in Iceland and loads of shit going on like that sort, and they have like explosive sheds in these like mines and stuff where it's all securely locked, and it's where they don't. I don't think they carry explosives around. They just lock them in like big lock-up garages, on a mine." And him and his mates went there, and they got into one of the lockups down there, and they started blowing up that mountain, didn't they? And the police fucking were all over them after a while because they started getting a bit like incorrigible, and they were blowing up half the mountainside and stuff, or having a go at it.
You've seen the one where in some suburban American town where they're lighting it on the front in the road or on the front lawn, and there's a mishap and it lights all the ones in the back of the van where the doors open, lights up everybody.
So the women, like the clever people, know straight away. Oh, fuck!
Yeah, there's some smart people in the crowd that pieced out right away, and other ones that just got really torn up.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's pretty good. No shit, this actually happened in front of me when I was a little kid. Me and my buddies had fireworks. And we had a bunch of little, whatever the things were, where all the fucking little wicks were intertwined with the main wick coming off the end. But you could unravel them. Some of them were jumping jacks, and some of them were the black cat ones, which are a pretty fucking loud little thing that just made a banging sound. So with the jumping jacks, my buddy unwinds one and put the other pack in his pocket. We were wearing bathing suits. It was the summer. No shirts, just little kids. He threw the jumping jack, and it jumped into his pocket and lit the fucking 12-pack on fire in his pocket. And it burnt his bathing suit and put a big circular burn mark on his leg. Pretty wild. One fucking shot, dude. He threw it, and it was like boing. It bounced and came back at him like a laser, right into his pocket. Craziest thing, man. I mean, it was rough. He was crying and shit, but he was a pretty tough kid. So, all in all, no big deal.
You know those fireworks that you pull the little strings on both sides and they just go pop?
Mm-hmm.
When I was a little kid, they come in a little cardboard box, and I reached in to pull one out, and it was snagged. So it blew the whole box up and blistered my hands. That's pretty much the only bad experience I've had.
Are they called party poppers?
No, I think those are the little confetti ones.
ones
With the
that, like, pop
string
straight out.
on one end.
Right.
Yeah.
This
Well,
is like a little
if,
TNT,
if,
tiny
if you want to be really childish and nasty sometime, if you get a party popper and you dismantle it carefully, you take away the confetti bit,
dismantle it carefully.
and you
Yes,
fill
yes.
it with you fill it with tomato sauce or something similar. Then put the cap back on. When they pull the string,
Interesting. I
So
like
what
it.
do you recommend filling it with? Hornets?
well, you can, whatever's available, isn't it?
Tomato
Coleslaw.
sauce.
Coleslaw, whatever.
As long as it's not your house, man. My wife
Yeah.
would shoot me, dude.
Yeah, I know.
How about snakes? Do you guys remember those? You would like the thing. It would
Oh,
grow out at
I got
like.
in trouble with those, man, because they leave a mark on the
They made a
concrete.
mess. They just
They're disgusting. Yeah.
yeah.
They smell foul.
Snake.
Kids,
CCP byproducts.
What's snake?
kids are just playing with the fucking thing. You cover. Well, base motion. It was a small thing like this, and it had a little wick on one end. You would light it. All of a sudden, this. It was like the term. It was like T2 growing out of the end. This fucking ash just grew in this long snake.
Oh, yeah.
I never
don't
had
know.
a wick. It was just a little hockey puck that you lit the top of it.
Yeah, that's what I remember. No wick.
Oh, you just lit the actual material?
Yeah.
'cause it just grew, right?
It just grew out the top. It kept
Oh,
turning
well, it was
out.
like a snake, though. It grew in a single direction, like a tube, but
It
with
would burn a
no.
black hole. It would burn a black mark that you'd never get off. And
Yeah,
then
it was
your
like a
parents were like, "Hey, what was this?" And you're just like,
What the
"Oh,
hell
yeah."
was that made out of?
That's a good
I don't know
question.
what
That's a
Yeah.
that's a good question. Yeah.
Go to
There
the
was a-
internet.
It's like a black.
There was a
aspirin
chemical-
pill.
Yeah, I could go to the internet, but I'm asking you guys now off the top of your head.
I don't know. There was a
think you don't
I'll
know.
tell you one thing. There was a chemical reaction going on there that caused that ash
Right.
to grow like that. And I'm surprised none of us. We all are inquisitive. Never looked it up. What the fuck, guys?
I didn't
Um,
wait. I was too
Do
young
you
for
get Catherine wheels in America? Because they've banned them in the UK. You don't really get them much in it.
You guys
The
can't
one
even
where
have a fucking knife over there, so you're screwed.
Yeah. Catherine wheels are always fun because you can stick the nail in the wall or the shed and just don't do it very well, knowing that odds on it might spin off at full revs. And it's like, oh, get the fuck out of there.
I haven't seen
Hey,
those much lately.
Never
Yeah.
saw
I
one
got
in
that.
my life.
Well, a
I got
Catherine
that
wheel.
video queued up. You want me to show it about my buddy getting blowed up?
Yeah, cue it, show it. Let's you put it in the do something, and then I'll
Okay.
feature it and then press play after I find it.
There's no. Is there like a YouTube flag
No,
on it?
there it is.
Okay,
He's
do you
there.
got it? You got it?
I got it. We're clear.
Okay, so this you can see me in the foreground. This is like a GIF or what do they call them?
Maximize.
That's crazy, man.
Boom.
So I'm in the foreground, and you can see him in the middle of the fire. With
Is this repeating or?
Yes.
it's repeating.
You can see his
And then
body. He's
Right.
behind
Yeah, he-
the Christmas tree.
He's in
Right.
golf.
Oh my
he
God.
disappears, and then here's the video of this is you can hear it.
Wild.
Boom.
It's
I love
you
it,
can't
man.
really see us, but you can hear it.
With his flux capacitor resetted.
Jesus, dude. You guys look like
Love it. That's sweet.
Christ
man.
almighty.
That was
You just
definitely
like
a
you
mistake,
just gave
man.
so many points in my book, man. That's awesome.
It's like
Hopefully it was wet out because the amount of wind that was going and the amount of ash you just put up in the air, that could have been a potential forest fire, dude.
Well, I
Hey,
strategically
we're
built
talk,
this
man.
because I had to redo my backyard. It was like 2 levels. It was my house, and then there was these railroad ties that were separating the lower level of the yard, and we took all that shit out. And luckily, they were building these houses behind us, and I talked to the builder, and I got the foundation from all the basements they were digging out.
you got
And
the backfill.
Yeah, I said, "What are you going to do with all that?" And he's like, "Well, I got to pay somebody to haul it out with dump trucks." And I'm
Dump
like,
it on
"Well,
my
what if we?"
house.
Yeah, it was literally it's like right in my backyard, and
How
I
was the
like, well, what
quality?
if we take? Huh?
Mostly dirt, mostly rocks.
Yeah, it was just all dirt because it was like a field. They plowed down all the trees, and then they, built the houses just like they do, in every other place.
Sure.
So he allowed, and which was totally cool on his part, but he allowed my guys. My buddy owns a landscaping company, and I lettered up some of his trucks, and he let me pay his, because it was in the wintertime, and he's like, I got to pay my guys, and they really don't do much because
Hey,
he's a
it's
landscaper.
Random Goon. Yeah, and what happened? You paid them?
So he let
Hey,
me
what's
pay
up,
them per hour what he pays them, and I lettered up his trucks, and we did like a swap. So I paid his guys per hour what he pays them, and then he didn't have to pay them, for those 2 days because, I was paying them. And they dug all that foundation dirt out, and they brought it to my house, and we took out all those railroad ties. They put them in a 30-yard dumpster, and then they took all that dirt and they made a slope to my backyard instead of having that wall there, because those railroad ties were shit. They were all like coming out.
Oh yeah, those things suck. Yeah, fuck
Yeah, my
those
house
things.
was like had settling problems and stuff, and now that
Yeah,
the dirt's in there, it doesn't settle like it used to.
That's
but
great.
Anyway, so
that's how you do it. You used your mind. You saved a shitload of money, dude.
I did. I shaved man. But when I did that, I had them take the foundation dirt and level off this big, I don't know, it's got to be 30 feet by 30 feet area where I could put this fire pit in the middle, at least 30 feet, probably bigger than that. It's probably like 50 feet or 60 feet by 60 feet. And that way we could burn whatever the hell we wanted to, because there was no trees in that surrounding area. And the only time I had a problem was this is all the way back when the flat screen TVs came in, and the projection rear screen TVs were like dirt cheap because they were like Best Buy in Circuit City. If you guys remember where that was, wanted to get rid of them.
So knowing you loaded up on a couple of those.
I got a rear screen projection TV, dirt cheap. And those were kind of cool because you could set your equipment on top of them, like your PlayStation and stuff, your VCR or whatever back then.
Those too.
Yeah. And anyway, so I got one of those, but it came in this huge ass box, and it was New Year's Eve, and I threw it on the fire, and it was dry, super dry, and it got light, and then just all these embers floated up into the sky and just coated every tree in my backyard with burning embers, and I was like, I was really sweating it that year.
And then I shit myself.
Oh my god, I was so scared, man. I thought for sure it was going up.
I wonder if Drone Tech sold you that TV.
Were you selling TVs?
You used to work at Circuit City or Best Buy, one of those two.
I was a Best Buy guy, yeah. Not Circuit City.
It was Circuit City. It was Circuit City that I got this
PC
TV
Home. PC Home at Best Buy.
Their commercials are forever burned in my brain, so it wasn't even good. It was just that plugging into the building. It's like that's forever in my brain.
Yeah, I was the highest paid salesman at our store, and I sold the most service plans. I was like the biggest bullshitter there.
Is that because you worked at register?
You seem like a big bullshitter. You haven't strayed too far from that, Drone Tech.
Oh, damn. I just realized what you said, Aphid.
No, it's not like that. I'm out of here, chaps. It's 5 o'clock.
Oh, see you, Base. Hey, I hope you have a great New Year, Based, and I wish
you all and everyone here.
Hey,
nice
Base,
one,
have a
lads.
great New Year, man.
Always great talking to you, Base. Take care.
Yeah, catch you all next week. Take it easy, everyone.
See you, buddy.
Cheers, man.
Take care.
Based. It's got to be like 4 in the morning, man.
Five.
Based is awesome. I like Based, mostly because he puts his money where his mouth is, and he goes out and he actually does work.
He does.
I respect it.
He's a stormtrooper.
I agree that when he says something on a subject that he's been at, it's just like it's not just something he read in an article.
No.
Mm-hmm.
He's definitely putting feet on the ground.
So how's he a stormtrooper? Just want to ask about that.
How is he?
He's got the uniform.
He's doing his part,
He
man.
puts it on,
He's doing
and he goes
his part.
to Comic Cons.
He's doing his part, but he's usually just inaccurate, right?
No, he is pretty
no,
accurate.
I don't think he's inaccurate. I think he serves a huge important. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I think he serves a huge important part in
But
society.
you said stormtrooper though.
I think he looks way more into
Well,
that.
if you took me saying stormtrooper as a negative thing, I did not mean it that way.
Yeah.
The joke is that stormtroopers can't hit anything. They're extremely inaccurate.
Okay.
Oh, well, I'm not Star Wars nerd, so.
No, yeah, I mean, that's true.
You're not a Star Wars nerd? You know, I used to be when I was younger, but it sucks so bad now. So
I'm enjoying the storyline. I'm enjoying the storyline.
I even almost kind of enjoy the prequels now. The new movies are so bad. Isn't that weird?
I struggle that there's so much politics behind the scene at Disney and all the woke type stuff. But
Yeah, well, what do you
that affects your like that affects your like consumption of media.
Absolutely.
In that
it
way,
does when it's in the media.
Wow.
Imagine for a moment that our ideology is dominant, and like all the cartoons are filled with, you know, some sort of propaganda pushing our ideology or Christianity, even like really hardcore. I don't know. Ignore me. I'm an idiot. I'm done for the night, actually, for debating. I'm done.
You had something there, but you didn't.
I'm
Anyway,
too tired, and now I'm drunk, a little drunk. So
it's all
probably
good.
done.
Well, I've been drinking too the entire time. But let me just say this: when Disney bought Marvel, and when it bought, you know, LucasArts and whatever it was,
This is for Cluck.
Oh man, that is so gay.
Shut up! It's just a brand name. I love the guy. I was saying because he said he likes rum. That's all I was talking about.
Oh, okay.
For your point, Riddle, when they bought it, it changed. It definitely changed. But
Yeah,
what really grabbed me that hurt my feelings, personally hurt my feelings, is Gina Guerrero, or whatever the hell her name is, that was the shock trooper in The Mandalorian, that they axed because she had a political opinion that was in opposition to Disney.
It
really wasn't.
It wasn't
yeah,
in opposition to Disney.
It was just a conservative opinion. It wasn't. It really wasn't. It was like some COVID. I don't know. It was something.
It was such a lightweight opinion too.
They killed off an excellent role in the story because of what she said politically in real life. That's too much.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can see where you're coming from there, but does that take it to the extent like
no, okay,
like
so
like if you liked, let's say you like were a huge Star Wars fan, like a different movie that was pre this situation happening, would you not like want to watch it again because of that situation happening?
What do you mean?
The best
like I'm saying, like
wait, hold on. Who are you asking? Because originally I wanted to respond to this, but now it's RW and Aphid or what?
Oh, I don't want to jump in on anybody's toes. If you had something to say, I don't mean to jump.
Well, I mean, if you want to respond to that,
I was just saying to all you guys that are like anti Disney, like if you liked early on Star Wars movie, like do you not pop it in your DVD player now because you have a bias against Disney?
No. Not anything like the old stuff before Disney. Yeah, I don't attach like that.
Okay.
It's content that's being created. Go ahead, Riddle, man. I wasn't trying to butt in on anything.
No, it's all good. Yeah, no, I used to love Star Wars. Of course, I still always have hope for it to come back one day. At the point that and at the rate they're going, never going to happen. Not at least within another 10 years or so. But yes, I still love the original movies, and there's some good stuff that actually does come out. Some, but very rare. Like for example, Rogue One was actually pretty decent, despite it being owned by Disney now. But when it comes to the original,
it's true. Rogue One was fantastic.
Yeah, but despite the original 9 movies that were supposed to be a series, when Disney bought it, it just went to complete shit. Nobody likes the characters. Kylo Ren is a terrible villain. He's overly emotional. He's easy to make fun of. And Rey,
I agree with that. He is overly emotional.
Yeah, and Rey is just some character that they just threw in there just to have a little bit of diversity, in my opinion, because they wanted a female heroine, right? Am I allowed to say heroine now, or do I have to say hero, female hero?
I don't know.
It just gets annoying these days. So I
didn't read that clause yet.
Either way, it's a terrible story. She just gets all these powers out of nowhere. There's no real good explanation of how this thing came about. The graphics look pretty good, but as it should be. But other than that, the lightsaber battles are pale in comparison to at least the previous 3. And it's just there's nothing really.
Especially when they have the new technologies where they could really take it to the next level. Because they created the technology for the original lightsaber battles. That's how cool that is.
It was cool. The other three, the previous three, what was it, episode 1 through 3? Yeah, that was a pretty good with at least with the lightsaber battles. They did a great job, but everything else, at least with the new ones, the last 3, I couldn't even bother to watch the last one.
I can't hate on all of the new movies, but what did stand out to me is that when they introduced Rey in the new movies,
yeah, those are the worst.
they literally reused the script from Return of the Jedi. Like
Yeah.
they just reused the script with new acting characters, and no one's like, "Wait, this is the same movie."
And not only that, but they also shat on some of the original characters. So it's like you discarded some of the original characters. You killed a couple of them off. One, understandably so, because she actually passed away. But
Yeah,
but
Han
then you
Solo.
kill off. Yeah, but then you kill off fucking Han Solo. Which is ridiculous the way you did
That
it.
hurt my feelings too.
I mean, spoilers, right? To anybody who's fucking listening. But it's
Oh,
like
yeah.
it's just like
Surprise.
it's a disrespect to all the original characters, and it's like, we kind of were hoping that you would tie this into something, but no, you.
So this was all written in the original books. Is that correct?
No,
No, I don't believe so.
no,
Well, I thought that's what it was about.
no. I don't believe
No,
that
when
there's
Disney
any
bought it-
books for the Rey.
When Disney
Rey.
bought the rights to rewrite it, and they did rewrite it.
Well, I thought that was this whole thing about a prequel, and the ones we saw is from the 70s were they 7, 8, and 9? The ones that
What are you talking about? Star Trek now? 7.
no Star Wars, like the
Okay, the
original
book-
3
I
were
don't think
like
the original 3 were books either.
Yeah,
don't
the
think
books came after.
Sorry, so the original 3 are 4, 5, and 6. Those
Okay.
have stories that are canon, and there's other stories out there that are canon with like Thrawn and stuff like that. But the movies they made for 1, 2, and 3, and 6, 7, and 8, or 7, 8, 9, whatever, I think those were created like more on the spot.
Do you guys? Can I ask you this, guys? Do you guys think that it's more entertaining now than it used to be, or would you go out of your way to watch it?
Star Wars?
No, I don't. I watched the original ones, and on occasion, if I happen to be around and I notice one's on of the original 3,
Of the original,
I'll check them. But the newer ones, I don't give 2 shits about, personally.
I mean, yeah, how many of us? We have aged and changed so much since the original ones came out. We're not the target audience. It's the young people who were
Who the hell
like we
is?
were. Are
But
the
it's
target
your
audience.
money to use for them to watch it.
All right, so who's
it's-
okay? So the
You're
younger
absolutely
audience.
right,
younglings.
Last Dance. You nailed it right
Yeah,
there.
they're just
That's it.
garbage.
All right, so it's the
Yeah,
younger
yeah.
audience. Sure. Who do you think? Which type of younger audience? Because do you think all the younger audience agree on the same thing?
Mostly, yeah.
My son thinks episode 3 is like the best, and I think it sucks.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm not.
It does suck.
Episode
seen the
3.
originals?
Okay, so
He
like
probably seen the originals. He's like, that's old.
Yeah, he's seen the originals, and he's like, he always quotes. Well, which one is the one with the sand? Because I think that dude was
Return of the Jedi.
Number 4.
no.
where they
No,
introduced
there's one of the 3 that they
Oh,
came back
the
where
first
he
one,
where he
oh.
talks about the sand getting in between his
I
toes
said,
or
I
whatever.
said fuck the target audience.
Oh, you're talking about Phantom Menace.
Yeah,
No,
well,
that's-
and
Oh, is that the first one?
he thinks
That's the first- Yeah, this.
Wait,
what's
first- yeah,
what's that
that's
guy?
number
What's
one.
that guy's name that played Darth Vader before he was Darth Vader?
James Earl Jones?
No.
That's the voice actor.
Kid, Anakin.
Yeah.
I don't
I
know.
can't
little
remember.
Anakin's
Anakin,
name.
yeah, Anakin, but
He was
like
in.
his
He was
older.
in Jingle All the Way.
Was he?
Yeah,
But
he was the
my
kid.
son thinks he was
His own son.
underrated
Only
because
Jordan would
people
know
hate him so much.
Oh, you
Ah, he
mean
sucked.
the young adult Anakin?
Yeah, that dude.
Yeah. I didn't like
Oh,
him, dude.
him.
I thought he was garbage. His acting skills.
Yeah, he
made
was-
me wanna
yeah,
not watch.
He was horrible.
Dude, the scene between him and Padme when they're talking about how much they love each other is one of the
Yeah. Oh my god,
cringiest
dude.
things
It's like the
ever put
worst-
on film.
Well, besides anything with Jar Jar Banks in it, like
Well, no, but Jar Jar Binks is bad, but
Binks.
him and her talking about how much they love each other and all that is way worse. Way
Yeah.
I mean, that meme is
Jar Jar
legendary.
Binks was the worst thing that ever happened to Star Wars besides Rey
Yeah.
Or besides Disney just buying it outright, it's like,
I don't
Have you
mind
guys
Ray.
seen the footage? Have you guys seen
Yeah,
the footage?
Ray
of
don't
Jar
bother
Jar
me as
Binks?
bad as.
No.
Have you guys
Ray's
seen the
I wouldn't mind her I wouldn't mind her character, but she's a forced character. And you could tell that it is.
Because she's a woman?
Yeah.
Because of the fact that it's a woman?
Yeah, absolutely. No. It's not that. It's just because she's got way too much fucking power for no reason, right? Oh, but it's the Force, right?
Well,
Where is
it's not for no reason.
But Luke earned it. But Luke had to be trained, right? Now, where the hell is her training? Oh, she just gets it all of a sudden. That's called a Force.
But she's the one of
That's
prophecy that
unearned.
they were talking about. That is like
okay, yeah,
off the charts.
Okay, and since Disney bought it, now all of a sudden she's the one that's a prophecy, right?
I mean, it's worked in. It's just the fact that she's a woman or not.
It's a fucking forced. You know it's forced. You know it's absolutely forced.
Sounds like the Force is with them.
I think Riddle's got some issues.
It's true though. Oh, I do have issues. I used to fucking love Star Wars until they forced things into it.
I'm thankful that they
I
didn't
will
have
say
a girl
that
with big tits. That
The
made
same
me
thing with
feel
Star
better.
Trek too.
What was the point of Jar Jar Binks? I still don't understand. Like, what the hell were they doing there?
He even said it. It was a comic relief. They were like, he should have just been eliminated the entire.
It was for
time.
the kids.
You know, if you think of the old original movies, you have, of course, the big hairy guy. He had a funny voice.
Steve.
Chewbacca.
Oh my God, Steve.
And then you had the bar. You had the bar with the jazz musicians, the funny
Hell yeah.
jazz musicians. What was that place called?
The Cantina.
the cantina.
Oh my
Right,
God.
but aside from those,
God.
aside from those characters, like there's
There you go,
really
Steve.
nothing that's gonna match Jar Jar Binks. I don't know where they came up with this concept. It was so stupid.
I mean, my problem with
Steve,
it, I
if-
didn't
if-
care about the alleged racism. I just couldn't understand a thing he said. That's what my problem is.
Yeah, you sound like my father listening to Guns N' Roses. I can't understand the lyrics. What's he saying?
You're better off not knowing
Not
that.
to change subject, but me and my son we go to Goodwill's on the weekend, and try to load up.
Goodwill. There's no S on the end, buddy.
Right.
It goes to more than one.
Well,
We go to the
maybe, yeah,
YouTubes.
There's multiple locations. You never know.
Goodwills.
You can make trips to one to the other. Shit.
All right, go ahead, Goodwills.
It should be called Good Riddance, right? That would be a more accurate name for the business.
Well, one man's trash is another man's
Walked off
treasure,
the
right?
step.
What'd you get, Aphid?
He's not there.
Did he disappear?
He disappeared.
yeah, he just
Oh, I heard a dog bark. Chip's setting off the alarm.
Yeah,
Charlie's in the wire. He's going to go check the perimeter.
exactly.
And I scared off Riddle.
that's all right. He'll be back.
I will be back.
Hey, it's Mr. Kill C1. Good to see you again, sir. I aired my grievance, and my grievance is aired. Please join us, if you can. Mr. Kill C1. My friend,
Sorry, my dogs went crazy.
what
Hey, guys,
happened?
I'm gonna bounce real quick. I had fun tonight.
Oh, good seeing you, Joe.
Thanks for
Great
including me.
talking to you.
Happy New Year.
Yes, happy New
Drone
Year
Tech.
to you all.
New
We're
Year.
gonna do a New Year's event tomorrow night on the Discord server. If you guys want to come, we're gonna
Okay.
there'll be stuff. If you have nothing better to
Games?
do, obviously, come hang out. Yeah, games. and we're
Guaranteed I don't.
Well, me
Yeah.
and the wife will join in just for fun.
Cool. All right. So yeah, I got nothing going on, so I'll be there. So if you got nothing else going on, join us.
Sounds good.
Have a good night,
All right.
man.
All right,
We'll see you
later,
guys.
buddy.
Have a good night, dude.
See you. What's the background now, RW?
It's the canteen guys.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
That's like the I don't know if I can say this, but gay version of the
No, that's when you
canteen.
drink those blue frothy drinks at the cantina. That's what it looks like there.
That's
very
what it looks
different.
like.
Yeah.
It's very different. All right.
aliens
Dude,
were
saying my
somewhat...
shit's gay. Just because it's nerdy, not gay, man.
It's all right. It's sort of gay.
I will
but
say
I
the
mean,
the people that are like
what are you gonna do?
the people I know that are like into Star Wars, like the stuff that us normal people that just watch a Star Wars movie wouldn't know about, like the meaning and like what planet they all came from and all that shit. They all hate, the new Star Wars.
Yeah, me. I mean, like, think about the part where they were over that hole in the desert with the spikes.
It's not a Snorlax
Right.
pit.
Yeah.
The Snorlax.
Drone text Gonzo.
Oh well, he was never there in the first place, so it's all good.
Ouch.
What, dude? That guy fucking disappears all the time. I love the guy, but god damn it, Drone.
He's been at it
He
since
said
like
goodbye.
half the day.
He did say goodbye.
Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, well I wasn't there. My bad. Oh, didn't he also debate Destiny for like 4 hours or something like that?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I don't know. I
Okay,
didn't see it.
I'll give him this. My bad. Sorry. Usually he just dips. Usually. So.
Is Destiny a guy or a girl?
It's up for debate.
Aphid, look, it's density.
Oh, density. I thought you guys were saying Destiny.
No, it's Destiny.
It's Destiny.
Oh, it is Destiny.
Smokesteve's lying to you for fun.
That seems, as my son would say, sus.
Well,
Yeah.
that's a unisex name now, isn't it?
Highly sus.
I don't know. If he finds
He's
us, he'll tear us.
extremely popular, and he's got the liberal crowd with him. When he was streaming
Is
today,
there
he
a
had over
liberal?
10,000
There's a
people.
liberal crowd.
There's a liberal
Huge.
crowd.
Is
There's
there?
a large
Do
volume.
they
of them.
carry? Do they
Well,
carry
Progressive.
tiki torches and say the?
I'm
what do
not
they
sure what
say?
they're carrying. I'm not sure what they're carrying.
Something
They're
will
off
not
camera.
divide us.
Yeah, what was
They
that?
got their own
The Abraham
part of that.
The Lincoln. What the hell? The
Lincoln Project, yeah. Last Dance loves them.
Yeah, they're wonderful.
Yeah, aren't they just great? Love them.
No, isn't that Kellyanne Conway's husband, right?
Yeah, he's part of it.
Well,
She's-
ex-husband. I think they split
Ex-husband, yeah.
skis.
Yep.
Oh, they're done. They're officially done.
Hey, so what do you guys?
Wow.
How do you think Disney's direction is going?
And all of their recent movies
Down.
have flopped, and yeah, I mean, it's not looking too good.
I would not be interested in anything Disney put out, whether they were left, right, or right down the middle. That just
Have you seen Moana?
no.
Moana's a good
Moana.
one.
Actually,
I like
I
Moana.
did. I actually
Yeah,
did
that's good one. The
Moana.
crab scene. It's good.
It's a good
crab
movie.
scene's good.
But it might be their last really. Frozen was good, and I
think they're-
laughed.
I'll
I
give you
wasn't
that.
a big fan of Frozen.
Steve, I'll give you that. I think there was their last decent, profitable movies that they made. That weren't like too woke. Wasn't like too one-sided. But
I
now-
liked Frozen because of Olaf. I mean, come on. When he's
Oh.
like, "Oh,
He's
I'm
the-
impaled."
The snow guy, right? The snow guy.
It's a snowman. Yeah, he's
Snowman
Yeah,
guy.
he
it's
was the snowman.
adorable.
I saw the first one, but not the second. I mean,
Yeah, I didn't see the second one.
Who am I gonna see the fucking who am I gonna see this with?
I
You
yeah, I
got
didn't
kids?
watch, I don't
Riddle?
go after the princess Disney movies to watch on my own.
You're too
Usually,
young to have kids, Riddle.
Riddle has kids. He's got a whole family.
Does he?
Uh,
Do you? You're a family man? You got a family plan?
No, I don't know. I don't even know why I said that. I thought you were.
I have family, but I don't have children. So
Oh,
Guilty by association.
RW, you got kids?
Yeah, I got kids.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I got kids.
I don't
Huge
mean to be
fan.
too personal, but do you mind saying how old they are?
9 and 5.
9 and 5. Oh, that's 5, especially good age.
Phew, man, today was monster day. I didn't have a good day, man. I was so waiting to just for this pub to start, and they'd be sleeping. I was like, dear God, please let me just make it to the international pub tonight. Like, it was bad.
Well, it's good they went to sleep somewhat early.
No, but they did go to sleep.
Eventually.
My wife jumped on that grenade. She knew I needed a break, so I appreciate wives.
Sarita's a good
Thank you,
one, right?
Sarita.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Sarita.
she's,
Oh, I
she's,
think I
she's
think I had to.
forgiven.
I,
She's on the laptop.
I think I had a thought and I had to leave because my dog was barking. But my son, we went to the Goodwill yesterday and
We have
today.
the Goodwills.
Anyway,
Yeah.
he got appetite. He got appetite for destruction because he was like stoked to
Great
get
album.
that into his collection. You know, he's like, Dad, this has got like the only songs I know by them is on this album. I'm like, I know that was like their big album. And we get in the truck and we pop the CD in and it was like, I don't know, like R&B like hits from the
Oh,
early
the wrong
90s
disc?
or some bullshit. It was
Wrong
the wrong
taste.
disc.
You gotta check the disc, man.
I was like, do you want to go back and like return it? And he's like, no, because I want the case. It was like 96 cents. So he was like, it's worth 96 cents to put it on my
Well,
shelf.
I mean, R&B is not bad too. He might have got a couple bangers in
No,
there.
it was horrible, man. It was horrible.
Any Marvin
Which, I don't know
Gaye?
if you. No, it was horrible. I don't know if you guys have ever experienced. I made a. Like you make these purchases and there's like all these things that like online, because this was like the first year I kind of went a lot online, and they like give you these things. It's like Spotify like free for 3 months and all this shit free for 3 months. But the one that jumped out to me was the Sirius, because I haven't heard Howard Stern really since he went off
Stern.
regular radio. And it was no credit card. It just ends in 3 months. So I was like, I'll do that. There's no risk, because I won't forget to click it off or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I put it on my wife's SUV or whatever. And there's like, I don't know if you guys have ever had that, but there's like not shit that I can find worth listening to on that at all.
100?
It's
channel 100. You know that, right?
Well, I know where Howard Stern is, but when I got my kid in the car, I just don't know if it's appropriate for him.
Channel 18.
Aphid, since I know that you're a cheap guy,
that's the Beatles channel.
Yeah, but I mean the Beatles. Granted, I will say that besides the Howard Stern channel, the Beatles channel is the most listened to channel I've had on there. But I mean, after 24 hours of listening to it, do you really want to keep do you have it going full time? I mean,
I let me give you a quick workaround real quick.
That often.
So Discord, I know Dance doesn't like the bots on Discord, but the workaround
I don't like the bots on Discord.
The workaround for
bots
Spotify,
are terrible.
The workaround for Spotify to not have to ever pay for it and never get commercials is using a Discord bot to play Spotify. So it's just a workaround where you can listen to commercial-free music of whatever you want.
Huh.
So I do it quite a bit. Sometimes the quality that comes through is garbled here and there, but that's based on my internet connection.
Interesting.
He's got a point. He's true. Yeah, that's true.
So I could do that on my shitty.
Yeah, the bot, dude. I've tried all your solutions, RW, and I still get a red notification when Drone Tech. I muted the channel. I've done everything, and every time Drone Tech posts a video on YouTube, I get some red blinking light that says, "Here's some more stress to your life." Check me out.
So I don't understand why that's bypassing it, but if you go to the Discord server and you right click on that where he drops those videos where it gives that red dot, right click and say mute, and then mute until you tell it to turn back on. If it bypasses
I did do that. I did do that. I did do that.
I mean, RW, don't lose any sleep. He's fucking crazy about the red dots.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not worth.
He's a
I'm
psychopath.
Not worth worrying about.
I'm not.
I'm not worth worrying about.
I didn't know that there was a workaround and that bots could do a workaround. So it's either he doesn't actually have it muted correctly, or they've actually worked a workaround, which doesn't make sense.
What if I mute the server until I turn it back on?
Then you just won't get pings from us personally. But I can always DM you directly, so it's not a big deal to me if I'm trying to pull you in on something.
Okay, videos I have.
I love your glasses, man.
All right, let's get Ford to come back.
It's not worth worrying about. It's my problem. I got a lot of problems, and this is just one of many.
If that's muted
I'm saying?
until you turn it back on, I would just double check that and make sure when you get a chance, and then you have one less anxiety in your life.
No matter what, man. Every time he posts a video, I get that red thing, and I'm like, because usually that means somebody on my Discord is like replied to me or something. I'm all excited, because it never happens. So I'm like,
we reply to you all the time.
Finally, and then I go and it's like another video with I'm not trying to pick on Drone Tech, but like a Photoshop picture of Drone Tech making some funny shape, and some dirty liberal doing some stupid thing on the other side of the screen.
You mean his clickbait thumbnails?
I know where to come find those if I want to see them.
I think. Oh, by the way, we had this question before, but now that you're here, Aphid, where do you politically lean? Are you center left, center right, left, right?
Center.
Do you wipe front to back?
Leave it there.
He's right in the middle.
He wipes
Well,
right
it
in the middle.
depends.
You know, I love
depends.
I love RW's. He's always just there to distract.
He
Damn straight
is.
I am.
With the fence sitting position. Oh, he's right in the middle. It was wiping. Whatever the hell is that supposed to contribute to?
It's
I
humor.
enjoy
I'm
that.
asking you,
It's
hey,
humor, man.
I love RW
Riddle, we
humor.
me, Smokesteve, and Last Dance took this thing that supposedly was like gonna ask you a bunch of questions. It was
Which
supposed
Disney
to
princess?
figure out what your affiliate party was, and we all
Sure.
got the same thing. And it was, what was it, guys? Center left.
Mine
or
was center right. Mine was center
Center
right.
right.
It was libertarian, right? Wasn't it?
Was it libertarian right?
Now you can't remember, so it doesn't matter.
So Aphid is what are you?
And I do feel like I kind of do lean towards the right on when you break it down to, if you ask me my opinion on certain topics. But I just can't stand the far either side. I just can't stand
I mean,
it.
that's fair. That's fair. So, what about like?
And I think see my whole thought process is I think both sides are important, and I think that it's a you get both sides, and it's the center of the we need different of opinions, because if everybody has the same opinion, then that's when we have to worry, and that's when we're going to go in some direction. But I think that we need even though I don't like them, I think that their existence is important, because it pushes the average out, and some for some strange reason, the United States has had a pretty close to perfect situation where we've had just as many extremes on both sides. That center is what we need, and that's what we get with having the extreme. So I try, even though I don't agree with them, I think that their existence is important to the where we go.
Right, because you need something to compare. Like, you need a standard to compare to, right? How do you know if you're center if you're not compared to a radical on the left either or the right?
Well, it's checks and balances. I don't agree with like a lot of Based Welshman's opinions, but if he didn't exist, then the left would get their way with these things that they shouldn't get their way with, and his existence
of like what would have happened if like that you actually would eventually have agreed with if he wasn't there, so to speak.
Well, I almost remove myself from personal opinion always and try to go with the yin and the yang. But with Based, for example, like the first thing that comes to mind, and I brought it up before, was this one time he went to a clothing boutique type place, and they had this guy that was a designer that was I can't remember, like child porn or something he was convicted of. And
no, I remember exactly about this. But go ahead.
But was it child porn? Is that what it was?
There were things on the shelves.
I don't want to misquote him, because that's not where I'm going. I'm going with what he was.
Was it like Benetton or?
No, there were things on the shelves that were questionable, like penis-shaped things.
No, that's where I'm going. It was the same day he just walked into that because he had heard about it, and it was like a kind of a side thing. His whole motive that day was to go because this clothing store was promoting this designer that had some questionable background history.
Penis lollies.
No. After he got kicked out of there, then he went into the candy store that had these like chocolate penises and stuff on the shelves where kids were able to see them. Now, I don't think that he should go in there. Yeah, I could care less if some store has, chocolate popsicles that are shaped of penises or tits or something like that.
Blowjob books?
I don't. Well, it wasn't that. So I'm not saying that. I'm saying the penis chocolates.
What if it's within reach of a kid? Do you want them reaching for a penis chocolate? Kind of a sick bastard.
I don't care. I don't care if that place exists. I don't care.
Penis chocolate 10 times. That's what.
I'm not gonna raise a stink about it. So what I'm saying is,
What if it was a vagina chocolate?
I don't
Well,
agree
you
with Base
want to-
Welshman going in there and raising
RW's
a fuss
eyes
about
lit up.
that.
He's like, all right, I hear you.
I had chocolate.
But-
That sounds like there was a
You got chocolate,
process
you need
before
peas.
that happened. That sounds like a process before that shit happened.
Or like when it comes to like abortion rights in certain states, I don't think that I
Well,
don't
we
think
go
the
from
government should be
vagina
involved, but
chocolates to fucking abortion rights. Jesus,
even if somebody gets
transition
even if
is
somebody-
that?
Well,
I'm trying to give him an extreme example of what he's asking me, and
All
I think
right.
that if,
No,
if some
I didn't ask for an extreme example.
no, I'm trying to give you an extreme example so you know where I'm coming from, because I don't think that, like, even if like if my daughter got, I don't have a daughter, but if she got raped, I would struggle with the idea of exterminating that child from existence.
All right.
But I'm not going to tell her, or another adult, or this chick that's, a month ago had this, health concern where she might not ever have a kid again. I'm not going to tell her she can't make that decision for herself. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, I think we already agreed on the abortion thing the last time we spoke about like extreme examples, right? We already agreed on that part. But what I'm asking is like, what did Base Welshman tell you that changed your mind on one aspect? Because you mentioned Welshman and giving you examples, right? So when you mentioned him, you said that he changed your mind on. Without him, you wouldn't have changed your mind on certain topics, right? Now, was it abortion, or is that just an example where you just...
No, I don't think. If I said that, I misspoke, because I can't remember one thing, and I wasn't just recently saying how he changed my mind on something.
Oh, okay.
So
Well,
I
but
don't
you
know
need
what
people
I don't know.
like him. Is that what you mean? Like you just like this?
I think that people like him are extremely important in society because he shines light, and even if I don't agree with him, he is the check to our balances to keep things in check, because then we will all agree with each other and go in a certain direction. Once we all agree with each other, then we have trouble, because we will easily be persuaded and to go to a certain one direction or another.
I agree. I don't like echo chambers either. But I'm just trying to figure out, like where I guess you stand on certain aspects. I guess it would be difficult to ask you that. But I'm just curious about you, because I think you're a smart guy, and I don't know much about you.
I appreciate it.
I'm not trying to like mess with you or anything. I'm just genuinely.
No, that's
curious.
all right.
Is that really Forg?
Yeah, that's Fork.
Why does he want to come on? That's what I don't understand.
Well, you guys booted him off, so.
Well, he
He
did.
He
He start talking. He started
All right.
talking. He said a couple times. He said something.
I didn't boot him.
This is probably his other account, but.
Hi, Forg.
Hi.
See,
All right.
he's there.
You
Good
gotta
to see you,
contribute this
buddy.
time, Forg. Look, I love you, buddy, but like you got to contribute this time. You can't just sit there.
Well, I don't know what to say.
Well,
Nah, man.
try it. Try something.
What'd you do today, Ford?
Woke up really late, played games with a friend, and joined this.
Man,
you need a laugh track, Smokesteve.
Ford sounds. Last night I went to. We had this annual Christmas skateboarding thing that I throw together for these old dudes, and Forg sounds exactly like every other young kid that was at the skateboard park last night.
Doesn't he sound like a skater? He kind of sounds like that.
He does.
He's got that laid back, like chill, smokes weed but skates at the same time, which is funny because that's not what he is. Or am I wrong?
Yeah, he's
Ford?
a zombie
Do you have-
hunter.
No,
Do you
you're
have
right.
Do you have a secret life, Ford?
No,
I don't know about.
unfortunately not.
he's just a chill guy.
There was a kid last night there, and strangely enough, there was there was over probably 20 or so of us old guys that were over 40 skateboarding, so it's like weird when like a skate park gets taken over by a bunch of
That'd be great.
bunch of old guys. And there was a kid that was really interested in skating with us, which was cool because most kids are like, look at these old farts, But he fell. He was the only one that got hurt last night, and I think he might have broke his elbow. And I could see the tears just dripping off of his cheek when he was after he left his board down there on the ground, and he was like struggling, you know, and he got up on the deck and I could see the tears just dropping off his cheek, and I felt so sorry for this kid.
So what happened to him?
He just like was doing a trick, and the board slipped out from underneath him, and he went from standing up to hitting his elbow like super fast, and I think it might have busted up his elbow pretty good.
Broken?
Well, I mean, I don't know, because he's a kid, like us old guys, like we fall and we're struggling, for a week. But he was like he was messed up, he like he left shortly after that, and I felt so bad for this kid though. Seeing the tears drip off his cheek just really hit me last night.
How old was he?
That was
He was
last night.
probably 17, 18. Yeah, last night.
Hey,
Well,
I
he's
didn't know you were
done
that
for.
cool. I know you're still skateboarding.
Yeah, man, last night, dude. Hit it up. We had, like 20 of us old guys, and then we went to this heavy metal. It's a heavy metal themed bar in downtown St. Louis that also serves pizza. And it was like, it was the icing on the cake.
Oh man, I went to one of those.
Were they just playing metal, or was there a live metal band?
No, there was no live metal, and supposedly the reason we went there is because a buddy of mine is friends with the owner, and he said that there will never be a live show held at that bar.
So what does he just spin metal tunes on the hi-fi?
It was metal being played the whole time, and there was like pictures of what's that dude, like is it the Iron Maiden, I think?
Bruce
he was
Dickinson?
gay. Is he the gay guy?
I mean, he sings high.
Well, no, which was the band where the lead singer was gay? Like he was a heavy metal band.
Most of them.
Oh, heavy metal? Oh, I don't know. Shit.
Rob Halford.
School.
That was Rob Halford from Judas Priest.
Okay, it was that dude. That was that dude. Like they had a huge painting of that dude, and like that type of stuff. Like I went in the bathroom and they had a Cheap Trick. It was like this. I mean, no, it wasn't Cheap Trick. It was something else. I can't remember what it was. It wasn't Cheap Trick though. I can't remember what it was. It was a lot.
Yeah, Rob Halford.
Because Cheap Trick is not heavy metal. But like all the people that worked there were like sleeved up, like that was, this was their dream job they finally got,
The crow's nest.
Yeah, it was.
Aphid, I made
cool.
you artwork, dude. That's you, buddy.
Oh, is it? That's
Omega.
I got my hat.
Is that?
Is that like a turtle shell with like? That's a turtle.
It's a little aphid with a mega hat.
I think there's.
I don't think that's an aphid. That's twice that.
Dude, you're gonna have to
twice
explain
that they've
to
came up with
generative AI what an aphid is.
I know, because they do not know what an aphid is, because that's twice that they failed at coming up with an aphid.
But I tell you, the thing behind it looks like it could be. You'd have to zoom.
No,
in.
that's like a grain that it's sitting on.
Zoom in on that, Steve.
Why is the mega hat? You mean the MAGA hat?
Yeah, the MAGA hat.
I gave him a MAGA hat.
That's not an aphid.
Show his beliefs to the rest of the world.
Well, that is an AI, right? So.
Yeah.
This is all AI.
It's the closest thing to an aphid you're going to get from AI for now.
That could be an aphid mandible.
It would take me a lot of attempts to get like
from every aphid I've ever seen.
Well, the hat doesn't look right. It looks like you're right.
What happens if I leave the?
What?
By the way, what is an aphid? Oh, what the hell did he go?
I think I offended him so badly that he left the group.
God, you didn't know you offended the aphid community.
Nuclear weapons went off there.
You offended the aphid community, and he'll never be back.
I'll change it.
There he is.
No, I mean to stop my cam. That's that's an aphid.
Yeah, no, I know, and I can photo edit the lips on too if I get the right image. I mean, I consider you a friend now, so I'm going to try and ruin your morning every once in a while.
No, there's no thing you could do to offend me.
Challenge accepted.
I've been through it all.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I love Gen AI, man. You can make funny stuff up in a split second.
That's what we all say.
Shall we keep this thing going? Are you guys motivated to maintain?
I'm motivated to go to bed.
Anyone
Oh,
else?
guys.
Sounds.
Well, it is
I'm
11,
happy
12.
to hang out for a while. I mean, if you
I'm
guys
still-
are if you guys
I'm
are
still
crashing,
chilling.
I'll just move over to the Discord.
I'm still chilling. Yeah, I'm down for the Discord too. But
Hey,
I'm still
check your
chilling.
messages, RW.
Take
What
it easy,
for?
guys. Thank
Oh,
you,
oh,
Smokesteve, for
Hey, take
doing
it
it.
easy.
I see Last Dance.
Last
Have a good
Dance
New
is
Year,
up.
buddy. I wish
Have a
nothing
great
for
New Year's.
And Mrs. Lip wanted me to tell you that she wished you a happy New Year, Last Dance.
Oh,
Oh,
same,
that's
I don't
awfully
think
same to
nice.
Mrs. Lip as well.
I don't think I got a chance to tell you yet.
And happy New Year to the folks in the chat, especially Smokesteve wife and
There you
Ashley
go.
Cup of Tea and all those people out there. Take care, everybody.
There you
Bye-bye.
go.
See you, Dance.
See you, man.
Especially Cup of Tea.
Boy, he couldn't get out of here quick enough once I
Yeah, he was like, he
said
couldn't
end
wait
of
for
the
that
pub.
break.
Permission granted, good buddy.
Didn't even finish my sentence. He was gone. Yeah, I mean, you guys want to flip over to the Discord or keep going here?
Yeah, I'm not
It
switching over
seems-
to Discord.
it's
When you
whatever you
leave,
guys-
I'm gone.
It's whatever you guys want because I'm still here, so I'm still chilling for a bit.
Yeah, I'm happy to chill. Are
It's
you
still-
are you
Steve,
trying?
it's your show, dude.
Are you
want
trying
to
to sign
leave?
out?
You want to call it a night? You call it a night. If you don't, if you want to hang around for a few more
Yeah, I
minutes,
mean-
then stick around.
See, what I'm thinking I want to do is probably listen to some metal,
There you go.
hang around, get high as hell.
Nobody's feelings are gonna get hurt with whatever decision you make, Smoke.
So,
Steve.
you see,
You're the
here's
man
what-
with the plan, and you hosted this whole night, and everybody's appreciative. So
Here's-
you make
here's
that
what you could do.
decision.
You could keep this going, but you could mute yourself and turn your camera off and jam out metal music while we do this, if that's what you want.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, if you guys are gonna hang, you gonna hang, Aphid? All right, Aphid.
I might
Aphid's
hang for a few more minutes. You could close the you could quit streaming to YouTube and leave the StreamYard open. Is what you could do.
Oh, I'll keep it going. I trust you guys.
I gotta go pee. So if you guys
Sure.
go on,
Do it off
it's always
camera.
great to see
Do
you.
it off
But
camera,
if you're back when I come back from peeing, I'll see you in a minute.
Steve, do you trust? Okay, Steve, do you trust me?
Sort of. I mean,
What do you think I would do? Why
should I trust?
Let me ask you this: why don't you trust me?
I do. I mean, I
Oh.
just don't know you well enough to have a ton of conviction. I can't.
That's a solid answer. That's a politician,
you don't
almost an
know-
office answer.
Yeah, it's a solid answer for what? A politician or for?
It's a
friend?
solid answer for answering the
Are we
question.
not? Are
Well,
we not
only-
friends or not?
Of course we are, as much as we can be through this thing called the internet.
Wow. All right.
So you're saying there's a chance his balls may enter the screen while you're not looking,
Well, no, it's more just like you never know. It's the internet.
right?
You have to.
So we're gonna invite other people that you don't trust onto your YouTube channel, and let them just do their thing.
We can't do that. We actually don't have the power
Well-
to do that.
Exactly. So what's the issue?
Well, I mean, I trust you guys enough, somewhat, for that. But now I'm second guessing the whole thing.
What
No.
happened when I left?
I
Well,
love
it'll
being
be
on the
in, like-
level of trust somewhat.
Yeah. I
What
asked-
flavor? What flavor White Claw was that?
This one is black cherry.
Do you get the mixed packs or all black cherries?
I tried to just get black cherry because I only like either raspberry or black cherry. The rest suck.
All right.
The rest are terrible. But yeah.
That was a screening question. Did he pass?
Honestly, I don't mind the mango.
Oh God, you're terrible taste, man. We can't be
Really?
You're right. We can't trust each other.
He drinks Bud Light all night long.
Yeah, that's true. You drink
That
Bud
tastes
Light.
like mangoes.
I don't- that does not taste like mangoes over that. Much rather.
Depends on how old the mango is. That's all.
Now, I drink more than Bud Light. I just spilled
Even rotted
something on my
mangoes are
leg.
better than Bud Light. I'm sorry.
Bud Light lime.
I don't like Bud Light, no lime, bro.
I
Fuck that.
liked them until I had a Bud Light lime hangover, and then they never entered my mouth again. That was not a good day.
Not a Bud Light lime guy, no. I do like adding lime on things, like Corona. Got no problem with that. But I'm not adding no The canned lime, that's disgusting.
Is there an alcohol that you cannot smell because of an experience you've had in your past? For me, it would be
Can't
Bacardi.
smell?
Yeah, if I smell Bacardi, I actually get nauseous based on just
Really?
stupidity in my past.
Oh, I bet if I smelled Purple Passion, I don't know if that stuff's still around, but I bet that would make me.
No, no,
It was
none
just
of
like
that for me.
it was Everclear. It was Everclear and,
Everclear? Oh.
grape soda.
Grape
And it
drink.
was sold in these like 2-liter things, and I got.
Dude, you have Everclear. That's like one of the most
2 liters
alcohols ever.
Oh man,
I can't say I blame
so
you.
drunk.
Okay, so if we're gonna talk about that, then yeah, I would say wild turkey. If I ever smelled wild turkey ever again, I'm just gonna puke. Like,
Does wild turkey smell very distinguishable from other whiskeys?
Not at
Or
all.
bourbons?
yes, no, I disagree with Steve. Yeah, it does. It smells like fucking death and decay. Because
Are you talking the 80 or the 101?
the fucking
Ashley calls us the
wild
purple
turkey.
Jesus.
The
Aphid.
default of wild
That's
turkey.
good stuff, man. She knows what I'm talking about.
The default of wild turkey is like 50%. It's insane.
That's the 101. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so be it. Yeah, that one. Whatever.
That's
You
so
mean
I don't
good.
think I've ever
is
had that
normal-
proof
is
of
normal
turkey.
wild turkey. I've never come across that before.
I don't see how people can just drink whiskey on the rocks, man. That stuff tastes like turpentine. It's like, oh, I'm gonna savor this. Like, bro, just get it down.
That's
No,
not true.
no,
Well,
I
mean,
love whiskey on the rocks, dude.
No,
We're gonna be doing
depends-
some Woodford
depends on
Reserve
the-
tomorrow night. I guarantee you
depends on
that.
Depends on the
Tastes
type of
very
whiskey.
nice.
Depends on the
I
type
don't know.
of
I
whiskey.
just I don't know. I never savored liquor.
Oh,
I don't know.
You ever had a bourbon?
Yeah, it just tastes like burning. It's not like a Moscato wine where it's like a flavorful experience that's good the whole way down.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
yeah,
to
yeah,
each-
it's different.
yeah, to each their own. Then
Yeah.
Their own. Everybody.
I mean, if you want to have a nice strong beer and have that as a chaser, if you don't love the taste of whiskey, that's acceptable. But
You've drinking Delirium, right? Delirium beer, or it's like a
never heard of it.
a Bavarian ale or something. It's a beer, but it's like 10+%.
I've drank
tastes,
10
it tastes like
plus %
bananas
beers.
almost.
Well, there's La Fin du Monde, the end of the world, and
It's just
El-
it's not for me. Way too strong, and when you're used to drinking a volume of beer and knowing what that does to you, and thinking you can drink that amount of beer of Delirium per se, and then like go about your business, and you're knocked on your ass, it's quite an experience.
Yeah, me and my buddies used to meet at a bar that sold those kinds of beers. And I don't ever understood why you would sell that at a bar that people drove to.
Right, there you go.
It's fucking so... You drink one of them, and you have to have, like, a whole meal before you're, like...
Able to
can't have
stand up
any-
again.
Or even, like, have another beer, because they are strong.
Right.
What are you talking about?
A very,
Just
very
see-
high percentage beers.
10% beers, like they call them barley wines, a lot of places legally. They can't even call it beer if it's above usually 7.5%.
Well, that usually goes in like the lager category, doesn't it?
Not lager, barley wine.
Barley wine.
Wine.
I've never had anything
So then
considered
it's
barley
then
wine.
it's just fucking wine. It's not a beer.
That's just a dumb name for it. Hey,
Holy
look who it is.
Well, look who
It's
it
New
is.
Year's Eve, motherfuckers! Woo! No, I just
New
can't
Year's
do that.
Eve.
All the kids are
12/21.
awake again. Congratulations, buddy.
yet.
No, I just came here to say that.
Oh,
Happy New Year's Eve.
I thought he was
That's
dead
it.
to the world, man.
Motherfucker.
He might have been sleepwalking, actually.
Could've been.
Oh, really?
There's a 1% chance. It might be less than 1%.
I mean, it's plausible.
Still, yeah, exactly.
Is it plausible? Is it plausible?
It's not probable, but it's plausible.
Yeah, but is it even plausible? Really? Okay. All right.
I sleepwalk. I'm glad my wife's never recorded those things.
I
She
only
says
do it when
sleep
I'm really.
Russian in my sleep.
I love how you
I only-
condone strange ideas.
I only sleepwalk when I'm really drunk, and it ends up with me pissing in the corner on the
Yeah.
carpet somewhere.
You don't pull out a clothes drawer or anything for it.
Well, I've done it in a trash can. I did it. We used to watch this doctor's house, and we watched his dog. I did it on his floor, in his bedroom.
So you're saying you're like a top shelf dog watcher?
It's only when I get extremely drunk, like
Which is when you're watching someone else's dog.
Well, what happened was this is back going years back, and my brother-in-law, my wife's little brother, he went to prom, and I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna party it up, when you get home, and I started partying it up like 8 o'clock at night. So by the time he got there at like 1 o'clock in the morning, I was so shit faced. And I woke up the next. I didn't even remember it, And I don't know if we were married. I don't think we were married at the time because we were watching. We were all excited about watching this guy's house because it was a real nice house, and
a whole bottle.
We lived at home. We got to sleep in his bed in his nice house and everything.
You slept in a dude's bed?
Yeah, I did.
Did baby drunk?
I pissed on his floor right next to his bed.
Right,
and then we went back and we came back like 6 months later, and there was an obvious, because we thought we cleaned it all up, and there was an obvious stain on his carpet from where.
Oh man!
Oh, on a carpet, Jesus!
Womp womp.
I thought you meant solid.
I went to my friend's. I have an even more embarrassing story. I went to a friend from high school who invited me to his bonfire just like randomly, who I hadn't talked to in forever. And I went over there and I was like, I already had a couple beers, and then I went over. Well, I wasn't drunk or anything. He didn't live far. I shouldn't have done it anyway. But I drove over there, and then they immediately started. Like, we just got really drunk, right, really fast. And his niece, his niece was there, and we started talking, and I ended up hanging out with her like all night with his niece, and
yes,
yeah. So
calm yourself, Smoke.
You can just guess how that ended.
It seems totally creepy because you're like a middle-aged dude talking about like some niece, but I'm guessing you were close to her age at the time.
I mean, she was
not related.
She was an adult, but I'm just saying, she was younger. But she was an adult. She was younger than me. But yeah.
And then there was
and I never talked to them again, any of them.
All right.
So that's my story.
Well, what Aphid was trying to do is let you guys know if anyone needs their dog watched, that he's got your back.
Man, if you're gonna pay me like that doctor did, I'll be more than happy to come over.
I'm gonna come out to St. Louis, man.
Piss on your carpet.
Oh man, yeah, the pissing thing. It's not a good selling point.
No, when if I get super drunk, I wake up in the middle of the night and just go piss in random places.
Okay, no partying with Aphid then.
No,
yeah.
It's a habit, dude. It's happened several times.
Wait.
And I'm not the only one. I've heard this. It's it must be some condition or something.
Dude, no, I do.
I've heard other people.
Not a condition.
It's called being drunk, blackout drunk.
That's a fetish.
Yeah, that was my
It's a fetish. It's pretty good.
Well, it ended with just me pissing on the carpet. I didn't go further, roll around in it.
So, wait, hold on. So you did that in the house and not outside of the house?
Are you talking to me?
Guy. Yes.
Yeah, I just pissed on his fucking carpet, dude. He didn't have carpet outside the house.
Yeah,
I woke up, stood outside the bed. What happened was I stood up and it was like in the middle of the night, and my wife's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And I was like mad that she was bothering me. I'm like, I'm pissing,
I'm pissing here. Leave me alone.
And I didn't remember any of this until the next day. I was eating cereal.
I'm pissing into this giant whirlpool of water. What are you?
I was obviously hungover, and I was sitting there, and I was like, man, something happened last night. Here comes Mrs. Lip is hearing this, and she wants to what?
Right.
Oh look,
protect your carpets, Miss.
Yeah, we got paid good money to watch that doctor's dog. Like it was like whenever he'd ask us, we were stoked. We were like, holy shit, yeah, we'll watch your place, and I'll piss all over your carpet.
Okay, so it sounds like Mrs. Aphid also listens to everything you say right now.
Oh, she's watching. We got a sectional in another part of the basement where she watches the show. Not all the time, but she'll come down and hang out.
What's your electric bill like? That's got to be crazy.
Well, it's a lot of people have said that to me, but surprisingly, besides the big screen TV here, and I guess I now have another big screen TV here, most of this shit is just like tablets and phones that are just streaming or playing
milliamps, right? Just
nothing.
1,000.
They're just playing like photos, like from my, like when I get my phone fills up with photos, I unload them onto my computer and I
So
load them up on different devices or
they must
video.
all,
Some
like,
of them play videos.
but they're all plugged into the same units, right? I mean, how do
Yeah.
you consolidate the energy?
Oh, she says I was peeing on the nightstand.
On the nightstand, okay.
And it ran down because I guess Cup of Tea. My wife and Cup of Tea have a 10-year relationship going on. And,
Oh, really?
Cup of Tea.
Nice.
Cup of Tea always.
Like a trio thing.
Cup of Tea's never missed anything that I've been involved with, and he hates me, but he's
Okay, so yeah.
he's watched every single live show I've ever had, and but anyway,
And this
he
one
was
just-
asking why on the carpet, and I guess it wasn't just the carpet; it was the nightstand.
Well,
That's a level of dedication right there.
gotta do one, you might as well do the other.
I mean, that's a
Right.
significant difference, right? Because the nightstand goes next to the bed, right? So, who's
That's where the vibrator goes.
Ah,
where it
He
goes?
didn't.
It's very classy.
I don't remember him doing one of those.
You put the ass in classy, my friend.
That's where the collection of dildos goes.
ah,
The collection.
I want to smoke, Renee Jones says. Who's got to smoke? I got smoke, John. Sorry, man. All right, so we're going to go ahead and bring this bad boy to an end.
Probably for the best.
My
What a
piss
shocker.
story. really
Yeah.
Let it die.
If you
rounded
want
it
more
out,
stories
didn't
of golden showers, just head over to
Wasn't
Jones
that-
Discord.
Wasn't that the message of the new Star Wars movies? Let it die. Let's end
May
on
have
that.
been.
I got the high road.
May have
The-
been.
Oh, we're
Not
one
the
by
high
one
road,
getting
man. What
we're-
the hell?
the high ground. The high
Yes. Yes, that is what is great.
ground. Good seeing you guys. I hope you all have a happy New Year. I'll see
Yes,
you next time.
you guys as well.
Thanks,
All right,
Dave.
we'll see you.
Have
see
fun.
yous.
Have fun on the Drone Tech New Year's Eve extravaganza.
Yes.
You got it, man.
Yeah, pop on.
Make sure to
Ethan.
bring your
Take
furry
care.
costume.
I'll try and
I won't
tag you
be-
15 times before we start, just so you can have 15 red balls that you have to deal with.
All right, yeah. All right, I'll see you.
Red balls. All right. Night all.
See you, buddy. See you, RW. All right. It was a really fun pub tonight. Thank you, everybody, for being here. It's always the people that join me that make the pub. Has nothing to do with me. Just the people who are here. And thank you to everybody for making it a great time. And good night. Everybody in the chat here. Wife, Ashley, Cup of Tea, Riddle, Drone Tech, my dogs. You guys know who you are. Everybody be well and have a happy new year. I wish prosperity for everybody and peaceful lives. Later.